Hey everyone, welcome to Infinity Harry. If you're enjoying our unique takes on Harry Potter and want to see more exciting content, don't forget to hit that subscribe button. Today we will see what if Harry was rescued by Sirius and James from another world. Here is short summary. When a mysterious doorway to another world opens, Sirius and James discover a way to bring Harry back. But with his responsibilities in a parallel reality and Voldemort's reign threatening both worlds, will their rescue attempt save him, or doom them all? But before we start, if you want more stuffs like this, then please support to subscribe this channel and share with your friends. Let's start the video. Dumbledore looked to be thinking heavily and didn't seem to notice the two men standing a few feet in front of him. Albus, James said, breaking the silence. Dumbledore looked up, startled. Oh, hi boys, I didn't see you there. I figured you didn't. Did you figure out who was he? Sirius paused, then corrected himself. Who he really is, Sirius said with a sneer. Dumbledore turned his downcast eyes to him. I'm afraid to say that he is who he claims to be. What? No, Albus, you can't be right. You can't, Sirius shouted, sounding desperate. He is dead. Dumbledore nodded his head. It is him from another dimension, an alternate universe. So, is anyone going to tell me who he is? James asked, sounding irritated. Sirius and Dumbledore shared a glance at each other. Sirius looked a bit uncomfortable. If what Dumbledore said was true, then James would flip out. At this point Sirius couldn't tell if James would take the news with a positive reaction or a negative reaction. Most likely a negative reaction. Heck, Sirius himself didn't know if he should take this as a positive thing or a negative thing. Having his godson here certainly was a good thing. Half of him couldn't wait to see what his godson should have been like if he had lived. But on the other hand, this boy wasn't his godson. He was some other Sirius's godson. And what if Dumbledore was wrong and that boy wasn't Harry James Potter, his godson? Sirius, why don't you keep the boy some company as I tell James? Dumbledore said, breaking through his thoughts. What? Me? Sirius was not ready to see the boy so soon. Not ready at all. He still wasn't fully convinced that the boy was Harry Potter from another dimension. That sounded crazy. Really crazy. Seeing Dumbledore's stern look, Sirius agreed to do as he was told. Oh, all right. Dumbledore smiled and turned to James. If you don't mind, my boy, let's go sit in the kitchen and talk. James shrugged his shoulders and looked at them suspiciously. Okay, Albus, lead the way. Sirius watched them walk down the hallway and disappeared down the stairs. He turned back towards the door. He heard movement from inside. The boy, Harry, was most likely waiting for someone to come in. Sirius placed his hand on the door, took a deep breath, placed a faking smile on his face, turned the knob, and froze. Dumbledore better be right about this. If he was wrong, then James and him would hate him. Okay. Breath, Sirius. Breath. Following his instructions from his mind, Sirius placed the fake smile back on his face and opened the door. After Dumbledore left the room, Harry stared at the ceiling sadly. I'm the only one that could kill him. Either he dies or I die. Neither can live as the other survives. What? Harry jumped when he heard a voice yell from right outside his door. He glanced at the door, but when he heard nothing else and saw that no one was coming in, Harry went back to his hopeless thoughts. Is their prophecy the same as his? Harry hoped not. That was just the prophecy for here, right? The prophecy in the Department of Mysteries could be a different prophecy. Harry knew he was just pushing his luck. The prophecy in the Department of Mysteries had his and Voldemort's name on it. What else could the prophecy say with those two names on it? That they would become allies and stop all war, the beginning of world peace. He didn't think so. It would have been weird if it was, but Harry didn't think so. Harry sighed and moved to face the empty chair next to his bed. I hope Dumbledore is wrong for once, he thought. Why didn't he tell me? The doorknob suddenly moved. Harry stared at the door, waiting for the person on the other side to enter. Harry sighed when no one entered. The door opened and Sirius came in with a fake smile and his hand close to his side, ready to pull out his wand if necessary. Harry's heart pumped in his chest. He took his eyes off of him and stared at the floor by his feet. This wasn't his Sirius. His Sirius was gone, Forever. He fell, never to return. Never to sing offbeat Christmas songs and jump up and down the walls at Christmas time. Never going to send a letter to him again. Never going to talk about happier times. Never going to hug him. Never going to say, "I love you," anymore. Never, never, never. Harry barely noticed Sirius walking into the room and closing the door. He didn't respond when Sirius sat in the chair. Awkward silence followed. Harry could feel Sirius staring at him with an intense look. Harry shifted uncomfortably on the bed. Harry, how have your day been?" Sirius asked awkwardly, throwing the question that popped into his mind. Harry sat up in bed and glanced at the room, awkwardly avoiding looking at Sirius. "Eventful," he answered quietly. "Oh," was all that Sirius said before they went back into uncomfortable, awkward silence. "Let me get this straight," James started to say in a dangerous soft tone. "My son is here," he yelled and stood up from his chair. "My son is dead, sir." "I know he is. You can't bring people back from the dead. I buried him." He angrily began to breathe heavily as he leaned against the table with his hands. Albus held a hand out, sitting calmly at the kitchen table. "If you let me finish, James. I didn't say your son is alive. I said your son from another dimension, another world. A world where you and Lily died and he lived. He is your son in a sense, but he isn't the same son you saw come out of his mother's womb," he said with a calm sternness to him. "I don't want another son. I don't want a son that looks like him and acts like him. I don't want a son that could have been my son if I did what I was supposed to. I was supposed to protect him and I failed. I don't want a reminder that I failed." James stomped towards the door. "James," Albus called out, but it was too late. James had already left the room. He sighed and stood up. "I hope he doesn't do anything drastic," he couldn't help but think. Meanwhile, James was angrily stomping up the stairs to go to his room. He was murmuring angrily under his breath. "Son, not, Harry, idiot, jerk, stupid, not." At the third to last step, James accidentally hit his foot on the stair. "Ow, stupid stair," he yelled loud enough to wake up Sirius's mother. "Smelly fifthly mudbloods. Get out of my house. You mudbloods should die." "Shut up, Mrs. Black. I have no time for you," James yelled back. She continued to scream until somebody, probably Dumbledore, closed her curtains. James finally reached the second story without any more problems. He started to walk by the room to get to his own, but paused. Lily would have jumped at the chance to meet Harry, their Harry or not. He walked to the door and stared at it with indecision. In this room lies a boy that could have been his son if he didn't fail to do what he promised. He promised to protect him, but he failed that night on Hallows Eve. He placed his hand on the knob and started to turn it, but then stopped. Even if he wanted to see and know this other Harry, it wouldn't last forever. Albus Dumbledore would find a way for him to return to his own world where he can live happily with Sirius, his godfather, not the Sirius that was sitting with him right now. James took his hand of the knob, stepped back and walked away without a backward glance. Moments earlier, Sirius and Harry weren't much better than before. The silence had dragged on, no one knowing what to say to the other. Suddenly they heard feet stomping on the stairs outside. They both looked towards the door. Sirius had a rough idea who it was. Harry on the other didn't have a clue. "Ow, stupid stair," they heard. Sirius made a sound of recognition before cringing, knowing what was coming next. The sound of Mrs. Black soon followed. Just like Sirius guessed it would. "Smelly fifthly mudbloods. Get out of my house. You mudbloods should die." "Shut up, Mrs. Black. I have no time for you." To Harry the voice sounded really familiar, but he just couldn't place it. One glance at Sirius told Harry that he knew who it was. That wasn't really surprising, though. The screaming finally stopped and they could once again hear the footsteps reach the second story. From the crack under the door, they could see a shadow of someone walk by, then stopped in front of the door. "Is he really going to come in?" Harry heard Sirius murmur under his breath. Seeing Sirius's anticipation made Harry feel apprehensive about the person at the door. The knob started to turn slowly, but then stopped. A few moments later, the shadow on ground moved away from the room and disappeared down the hallway. Sirius sighed heavily and turned back in his chair. For a second there I really thought he was going to do it. Who was it? Harry asked. Sirius suddenly went back to being uncomfortable. Well, Sirius stumbled over his words, not knowing if he should tell Harry about James. Son to godfather was one thing, but son to father was completely different. Suddenly a thought came to him. You didn't recognize his voice? He asked, suddenly confused and suspicious. Why didn't Harry recognize his own father's voice? Harry shook his head. No. Staring suspiciously at him, Sirius felt his wand in his pocket. You should, Sirius said calmly. Harry felt confused. Why should I? What type of son doesn't recognize his own father's voice? Sirius' question froze him. His heart stopped pumping for a moment. His breath got caught in his throat. It felt like the wind got knocked out of him. What? He said quietly in surprise. That, Harry moistened his suddenly dry lips. That was my father. That was James Potter. He's alive. His father was alive in this world. His father was alive. He's alive. Harry must have been in shock or something, because that was all he could think about for the past 4 days. Sirius had confusingly explained that James Potter was indeed alive, but broken. He wouldn't say any more on the subject. So, Harry reluctantly let the subject drop. Sirius had finally left the room a moment later, saying he wanted to check up on James. So, once again left alone in the room, Harry thought of, and only of, his father. He remembered Madame Pomfrey saying he was allowed out of the bed earlier today, but Harry had yet to move. He really wasn't ready to bump into James Potter. That would be disastrous. No matter how much he really wanted to know him, Harry had to remember he wasn't his father. His father was dead and been dead for years. Harry sat up in bed when a startling thought came to him. If my father is alive, then is my mother alive? The thought that his mother might be alive shook his emotions more than the thought of his father being alive. No offense to his father, but Harry had seen his mother die again and again. It was his mother's death, her sacrifice, which saved him years ago. Seeing her happy and alive would be like, heck, there wasn't a word for it. Harry would most likely break down and embarrass himself. He stopped his thoughts. He remembered Dumbledore saying he had died with his mother. He wouldn't be able to see and meet her after all. She had died in his world as well as this world. Finding himself getting uncomfortable staying in bed, in this room, Harry stood up and paused as a dizzy spell hit him. After the dizziness left him, he slowly made his way to the door. He opened the door and walked out of the room. Harry could hear many voices downstairs. Hopefully Dumbledore was down there. Harry wanted to know if he found anything on how Harry came here or how to get back. He made his way down the stairs. Sirius, Remus, and James sat at the kitchen table with a bottle fire whiskey sitting in between them. My bet is on the Egypt Sphinx. They have a tough Quidditch team. Sirius said loudly over James and Remus's argument on the United States team and the Russian team. No, not the Sphinxes. James whined. Come on. For Merlin's sake, Sirius, they lost to Japan. Japan of all teams. The Russian team on the other hand. They won against the Canadian Red Sparks. That's only because the Canadian Seeker was ill and couldn't play. Remus said. The United States though, is on a wild streak. They won 5 games in a row. Ah, humbug, James said as he stood up from his chair. 3 of those teams are terrible. They beep. We all have to agree on that. He put his cup into the sink. Sadly, I would have to agree with James. Those 3 teams do beep. Sirius said, throwing his cup to James. Put that in the sink. James rolled his eyes but did so anyway. Who did England play last? Remus asked suddenly. James and Sirius thought about it. Good question. Who did we play last? James asked. Sirius shrugged his shoulders. I'm going to find out. It's got to be in the paper. James turned around to head towards the living room, but stopped short when he caught sight of the boy standing in the doorway, blocking his path. The room got tense all of a sudden. So tense you couldn't even cut it with a knife. The boy stared at him and he stared back. The first thing that James noticed about him was his eyes. Widen with shock, The bright emerald green eyes stared at him. Familiar emerald green eyes that pierced his soul, his late wife's eyes. The boy's hair was the next thing that caught his attention. Wild messy black hair, so much like his own. His eyes were then drawn to the boy's forehead. A lightning bolt scar. James tore his shocked eyes away from the boy. I'm going to check the thing. James stumbled quietly over his words, wanting to get out of there quickly. This is not my son. This is not my son. He kept repeating to himself as he carefully walked around the boy. He could feel the boy's eyes on him as he moved to the side of the doorway to let him pass. He wasn't ready to see him. Not ready at all. When Harry entered the kitchen, he wasn't expecting to see Remus, Sirius, and a black-haired man with their backs turned to him. And he wasn't expecting or ready to see the black-haired man turn and face him. And on top of everything, Harry was not ready to see James Potter's face. His hazel eyes glanced at his emerald eyes before moving to his hair. From his hair, the hazel eyes moved to his scar in the middle of his forehead. Harry's heart was pumping fast. Here was the man who gave birth to him. No, this wasn't the same man. This just looked like the man who gave birth to him. That didn't really help matters. His somewhat father was still here staring at him. Harry watched as James Potter quickly tore his eyes away from him. I'm going to check the thing. James Potter, Harry didn't know what else to call him by, said as he stumbled over his words. Harry moved to the side to let James Potter pass him. He did so, not sparing him another glance. It hurt. It surprisingly hurt more than Harry thought it would. He was feeling rejected. Being rejected by a man who wasn't really his father, but in some sense was. It hurt like a punch in the gut, a slap in the face, the Cruciatus curse, and being choked by someone you trusted. Merlin, it hurt. It hurt so much. James Potter, his father, wanted nothing to do with him. Just that few moments Harry saw him, he knew James Potter did not want him. Did not care. Harry was still staring at the door when he heard someone cough behind him. Turning around still in stunned silence, Harry saw Remus and Sirius looking at him. Remus held out a hand to him. You must be Harry. Remus smiled at him awkwardly as Harry placed his hand into his. They shook hands before Harry took his hand back. He was still too shocked to say anything. After a few minutes of just sitting there, awkwardly, Sirius jumped out of his seat. Well, I don't know about you, Remus, but I'm going to check that paper. I want to know who we played last, and James obviously isn't coming in here to tell us. Sirius quickly made his way out of the room. Harry didn't even watch Sirius leave the room. It hurt enough to know that he did. He couldn't spare the thought of watching him leave not only the room, but also him, Harry. Leaving the room was also leaving Harry, again. Don't worry about them. It's just weird seeing you when you are, or were, well, you know what I mean. You can't exactly blame them. Remus said softly when he saw Harry's pained look. Harry nodded in agreement as he sat down in the chair beside Remus. It did make sense. He was dead to his father and his father was dead to him. It had been that way for more than 14 years. But Harry had always hoped for a family, and now his not really but his father was here. Harry shook his head to clear his wandering thoughts. It still hurts, he said for the first time since he got up. He spoke so quietly that Remus, even with his keen hearing, had to strain to hear him. They'll warm up to you. Harry rolled his eyes. You always will be the sensible one. In any world. Remus smiled. So, I guess you knew me, in your world, I mean. Harry stood up and went over to the cupboards for a cup. Yeah, I knew you. You were the only person I have left. Well, the Weasleys and Dumbledore too. Harry filled up his cup with water from the sink and sat down next Remus again. What about Sirius? Remus asked before he jumped in this seat in surprise. The Weasleys. Which group? Molly Weasley or Arthur Weasley? Harry looked at him, confused. Well, for one thing, I don't think Sirius made it. The thought of Sirius dead or dying pained Harry. Not wanting to show weakness, he pushed his tears back and continued. Secondly, what on earth are you talking about? Group. What group? Harry took a sip of water. I don't know what you're talking about. Remus refilled his cup with fire whiskey. Molly and Arthur didn't split in your world. Harry shook his head. Well, that explains it then. You see, Molly and Arthur split 11 years ago. Molly couldn't stand Arthur's obsession with Muggles and the Order. She couldn't stand her older children following his lead in joining the Order. So, they split. For a mother who was so concerned for her children, she surprisingly only took the 3 youngest children. Ron, Ginny, and Rora. Oh, and Percy. He went with them too. That means only 4 children that she took with her. Rora, who's that? Harry asked before taking another sip of water. Remus glanced at Harry in surprise. Aurora Weasley, Molly's and Arthur's youngest child. She's 2 years younger than Ginny. Harry shook his head. They didn't have another child after Ginny in my world. Good, I don't think you would have liked her. Remus said. That was all that was said on the matter. Harry wanted to ask what Remus meant, but seeing the loathing and pained look on his face, Harry decided not to press that particular conversation. Instead, Harry took the conversation away from the Weasleys. Why are you being so acceptable to me? Harry asked softly. Remus almost spit out his fire whiskey when he heard Harry ask that question. He was half expecting for him to ask why he wouldn't like the youngest Weasley child. Seeing Harry waiting for an answer, Remus pushed his surprise away and answered. Well, I guess half of me recognized you. Remus said, not knowing if Harry knew about him being a werewolf or not. Harry nodded, half understanding what he was talking about. That wolf sighed, right. If Remus was surprised that Harry knew, he didn't show it. He just nodded his head. Yeah, your scent, though a little different, is the same, and your aura around you is almost the same. I guess you are still my cub, rather or not you're the same exact cub. Remus hid his smile behind his cup of fire whiskey. Harry's face expression was amusing. If he had to put his emotions into one word, it would be uncomfortable. Looking at Harry right now, Remus could say that Harry was not an emotional person at all. More like a shy, brave boy. Nothing like James, more like Lily. You know you are more like Lily than James. Harry looked at him in surprise. Everyone always told him he was like James in every way, but his eyes. Hearing someone tell him that he had something of his mother, and not just her eyes, filled him with excitement. Really, everyone said I was just like my father. The only thing they tell me about my mother is that I have her eyes. Remus shook his head. You may look more like your father, but I can really see Lily in you through, not only your eyes, but your behavior. Remember, I just met you. I'm just going by what I see right now. Remus put his cup to his lips and took a big drink. He set his empty cup down and picked up the fire whiskey bottle. Holding the fire whiskey bottle to his face, Remus said, You know, I really shouldn't drink any more of this. Remus stood up with the cup in one hand and the fire whiskey in the other. He put the cup in the sink and placed the fire whiskey back into the icebox. Turning around and leaning against the countertop, Remus chuckled. Harry was staring at the tabletop with a thoughtful expression on his face. Though, with James's face, Remus could see that look on Harry's thoughtful face that reminded him of Lily. The sooner James saw that, Remus believed, the sooner he would accept him. Harry got out of his thoughtful phase and looked at Remus. Harry looked tired and worn out as he glanced back at the table. I think I'm going to get some more rest. Can you wake me when Dumbledore gets back? Harry asked, completely off topic of what they were previously talking about. Remus nodded. I will. He might want to talk to you anyway. Remus watched as Harry nodded and stood up from the chair. Thanks, Remus, for everything. Harry quickly left the room before Remus could say anything else. Harry walked up the stairs, thinking over everything that Remus had said. Did his Remus from his world think the same thing as his counterpart? That though he looked like his old school friend, he acted more like his mother. If Remus did think that, then why hadn't he told him? Did Sirius think the same thing? Harry started walking up the stairs, his mind not really on anything around him. For that reason and that reason alone, Harry accidentally bumped into the last person he wanted to bump into. James Potter. James Potter was just about to leave to go to Hogwarts when he bumped into the last person he wanted to bump into. Harry Potter. He had realized that he left his mini snitch at Hogwarts. Being the Dada professor, something that had Sirius laughing, had its usage. He got to take toys away when a student was playing around with it in class. Draco Malfoy was playing with this mini snitch in class one day. So, James took it away and claimed it as his own when Malfoy forgotten all about it. It was quite fun playing with it during professor meetings and in between classes. He was walking down the stairs, thinking of the last place he'd seen the snitch when something small bumped into him. He reacted without thinking. He had quickly wrapped his arms around the person and pulled the person to his body, making sure they wouldn't fall down the stairs. Looking down, James was horrified and surprised to see the top of a messy black hair head that went up to his chest. He quickly dropped his arms and stepped back a step. He glanced around the staircase, making sure not to look at the boy. Awkward silence that seemed to have followed them from the kitchen earlier descended upon them once again. James refused to look at him. James, Sirius, both. James and Harry jumped from the sudden loud sound of Remus's voice. James, Sirius, hurry. James and Harry turned to look down the stairs. Remus ran out of the kitchen and started up the stairs. He stopped short when he saw James. James, thank Merlin, he said, slightly out of breath. Find Sirius. There's a Death Eater attack at the Longbottoms. The Weasleys are already there with Tonks. Nobody is able to reach Dumbledore. James quickly headed towards the top of the stairs to find Sirius. Harry turned to Remus. Can I come? I could fight. No. Remus and surprisingly James, who stopped in the hallway of the second story, shouted at the same time. After one awkward moment of silence, James quickly walked away to find Sirius without another word. Harry tried to ignore the sudden feeling of a parent scowling their child, but it was difficult. Most children would be groaning and complaining, but Harry never knew the feeling. It was wonderful to be scowling at by a parent, even though that said parent didn't care a canute about him. Yeah, he's been scowled at before. By Remus, Snape, and McGonagall, but it felt different being scowled at by a parent. Harry turned to Remus, pushing everything out of his head. I can fight. I want to fight. Remus turned his attention back to Harry. No, it's too dangerous. Remus held up his hand to stop Harry's protest. Not only is it dangerous to you, but we don't want Voldemort. Remus was proud to see that Harry didn't flinch. To know that you are here. That would be disastrous. Something we don't want him to know about. Anyway, if he connects you with the prophesy then, Remus let his sentence run off, but Harry understood. Sirius and James appeared on top of the steps. Let's go, Wolfie. Time to kick some death trash butts. Sirius had that silly grin on that Harry remembered all too well. It hurt to see both Sirius and James ignore him. Their eyes didn't go in his direction at all. Harry kept his head down as they passed him on the stairs. They, including Remus, ran to the fireplace. Sirius stepped in the fireplace. Longbottom Estate. James followed him. Remus though stopped and glanced up the stairs at Harry. Be careful. Don't touch anything unusual and please, Harry, stay put. Harry rolled his eyes, wondering how Remus knew about his save people thing, as Remus threw the flow powder. Longbottom Estate. Then Harry was alone in the house he really was beginning to hate. Harry sighed and headed the rest of the way up the stairs. Merlin, he really wanted to help, but a few things kept him here. 1. Everyone mistrusted of him. 2. Remus was right. Harry wasn't really ready to have Voldemort on his neck. It was nice not worrying over Voldemort attacking him or the people he was close to. 3. Harry was really tired and wasn't in the mood to fight so soon after the battle at Department of Mysteries. 4. Harry did not know Mrs. Longbottom. He only knew Neville and he might be different than the Neville Harry knew. 5. Harry really wanted James Potter to at least think he was responsible enough to be known among them. So, with those on his mind, Harry walked away from the fireplace and into the bedroom he woke up in. The bed looked so inviting. He flopped onto the bed and fell into a restless sleep. James Potter popped out of the fireplace and straight into battle right behind Sirius Black. Death Eaters were everywhere in the Longbottom Estate. James fought his way to where Alice Longbottom was kneeling over her husband, Frank Longbottom. Taking a quick glance around the area, James saw Tonks, The Weasleys, Moody, Sirius and Remus all there keeping the Death Eaters back from Alice and Frank. Expelliarmus. Petrificus totalis. He shouted at a Death Eater that was about to shout the killing curse at Alice. He then raced to where Alice was. Alice. James shouted over the battle. How is he? Alice sent a stunner at an incoming Death Eater. He needs medical attention. James glanced around the house. It was a big house. They were currently in the living room. Behind them was the kitchen. In the kitchen, James knew there were the stairs to the upstairs. Upstairs in Frank's office there was a fireplace. James looked over at the fireplace in the living room, the one he came through. A fight between Sirius and a few Death Eaters now blocked it. James took the time to kneel down next to Alice. Help me take him upstairs. You can take the fireplace in Frank's office. Alice nodded and stood up with James. Wingardium Leviosa. With James as a bodyguard, they backed out of the room. Neville is upstairs still. I won't leave without him. James nodded his head and ignored the ache in his heart when she mentioned her son. Her son survived a Death Eater attack where his son did not. Both of their sons were targeted because of the prophecy. And only one of them lived. Don't get him wrong, he's happy for the Longbottoms, but still. You can't blame him for wishing for his son to be alive and not one from another world. They rushed upstairs. Alice went straight to Frank's office as James went to where he knew Neville's room was. The sound of battle downstairs seemed to have gotten worse. James had to hurry and join his friends in the fight. James knocked on Neville's door. Neville, you in there? It's James Potter. I'm taking you to your parents. Then you'll go to headquarters with them. Neville's door opened and a blonde-haired boy poked his head out. P.R. Professor Potter, sir. James nodded. Yes, Neville, let's go. We don't have much time. James took hold of Neville's shoulder and pulled him out into the hallway. Go straight to your father's office, quickly. James watched Neville head towards the office and disappeared inside, before heading back downstairs to the battle. The battle didn't stop until Dumbledore showed up, which must have been half an hour after the battle started. Sirius had a cutting curse performed on him. His arm was bleeding from his elbow to his wrist. Remus's leg was broken. Tonks was hit by an Aguamendi spell and the Conjunctivitis curse. The Cruciatus curse was used often on the Order members. James had a few cuts and bruises, but nothing too serious. Though his arm hurt and he was now limping. With Dumbledore now at the scene, those who were not Aurors left before the Aurors that weren't members of the Order arrived. That would mean James, the Weasleys, Remus and Moody, since he retired. James followed Remus to headquarters, tired, in pain, and hungry. As he stepped out of the fireplace, he quickly took the couch. Merlin, I'm getting too old for this. Remus chuckled as Poppy came into the room and began to heal the wounded. If you're getting old, think about Albus. James laughed. True. So, true. I still don't know how he does it. James turned his attention to Poppy, who was giving Remus Skelligro potion. How's Frank? Resting with Alice by his side. Their son is resting in the room next to theirs. And Poppy stopped for a moment, but it was too late. James already knew what she was going to say. The boy, Harry, is resting as well. James nodded stiffly. Suddenly a loud horrifying scream from upstairs made them all jump. James jumped out of his seat and quickly ran up the stairs with his wand ready. He didn't realize nobody else seemed to be following. Poppy was in the middle of helping Charlie, who was in critical condition, and Remus was under the effects of the Skelligro potion. Harry's dream, no vision, started out peaceful. The Weasleys from his world were sitting around the Burrows table. They were having lunch, it seemed like, and talking about random things like how Charlie was doing in Romania and the latest news from Bill. Quidditch would find its way in the conversation once in a while. But it was the last thing they were talking about that grabbed Harry's attention, him. Mrs. Weasley looked over at Arthur with sadness in her eyes. Has there been any news on Harry, dear? All conversation around the table stopped and the children waited for an answer. Mr. Weasley took a long deep breath. No, Albus hasn't found anything as of yet. He still goes to the Ministry of Magic to find anything that might have been missed. He goes whenever he has a chance. He misses Harry very much, anyone would be able to see that. He cares so much for him. He finished quietly. There was a moment of silence as everyone stored the information into their minds. Harry took the time to look around the table. Mrs. Weasley had tears running down her face, but tried to hide it. Mr. Weasley looked downcast and there were hints of tears threatening to fall. Ginny was crying openly. Ron looked pissed off and saddened at the same time. And the twins looked serious for once. Both quiet and withdrawn. "I'm going to kill Voldemort myself if anything bad happened to Harry," Ron said angrily. Harry felt proud of Ron for saying Voldemort's name without flinching or stuttering. The vision changed on him. Now, Harry was in a big dark dreary room. By the pain in his scar and the black-robed men around the room, Harry now knew he was having a Voldemort vision. His Voldemort or this world's Voldemort was the question. "Welcome back, friends," he found himself hissing to them sarcastically. "Not a good thing." He twirled his wand in his hand. "Now, my loyal friends," he continued to say sarcastically. "I'm sure you now know of Harry Potter's disappearance and how I asked many number of you to look for him." "Yes." Voldemort's voice suddenly went cold. "And no one brought anything useful." Crucio. Crucio. Voldemort used the Cruciatus curse on at least 10 random Death Eaters. Harry himself felt the curse through his scar. He could hear himself screaming over the sounds of the Death Eaters' scream. He felt the pain before, but it was the type of pain that you would never get used to. Voldemort finally stopped throwing the curses around and angrily sent the Death Eaters out of the room. Harry, by now, was breathing heavily. "Did you like that, Potter? Did you like seeing them suffer? Did you like feeling all that pain?" Harry felt Voldemort smirk before he sneered. "I'll find you, Potter. If it's the last thing I do, I'll find and kill you. I know you're alive. I can feel you inside me at this moment." That was the last thing Harry heard before he went into another vision. Harry was once again inside Voldemort, but this was different. For one thing, the room they were in was more elegant and rich. There were mirrors on the walls and a tall painted ceiling. Harry had to get a double take at the person in the mirrors. This Voldemort looked nothing like the Voldemort he knew. This one had black hair that was slicked back in a Snoopy rich manner, at least in Harry's point of view. His eyes, though still red, had a more human look to them. All in all, he looked more human and less snake-like. Merlin, he even had a nose. Harry knew right away that this was the Voldemort from the world he was in now. The world where his father and Sirius were still alive. This Voldemort even looked more powerful than his own Voldemort. It was then that Harry noticed he was standing on top of a big set of stairs with lots of black-robed Death Eaters standing below him. And this Voldemort was pleased. "Your distraction helped our cause wonderfully, my loyal friends. The fight at the Longbottoms took us one step closer to victory." There was a thundering sound of the Death Eaters yelling in triumph. Harry was now worried. That meant they succeeded in winning. His father, godfather and surrogated uncle were there. "Severus, step forward." Harry's ears perked up at the familiar name. A figure stepped closer to the stairs and bowed. "Yes, my lord." "Arise, Severus." Snape did so. "Did the Longbottoms make it to headquarters safely?" "Yes, my lord. I saw Potter take them to Frank Longbottom's office where there was a fireplace, my lord." Voldemort's happiness sickened Harry. Frank Longbottom. It was then Harry remembered he was in a different world. Frank and Alice Longbottom might be sane here. The next thought that entered Harry's mind was, why on earth would Voldemort want the Longbottoms to live? "Excellent, Severus. Antonin, step forward." Snape stayed put as Antonin Dolohov stepped forward and bowed. "Yes, my lord." Voldemort turned his back to them and looked innocently at a painting behind him. "Was it planted, Antonin?" he asked almost innocently, like he already knew the answer. Harry could feel Dolohov's fear, and disgustingly it gave him joy to feel his fear of disappointing him. I'm so sorry, my lord." Harry could feel Voldemort's anger rise. It wasn't planted, my lord." "What?" Voldemort quickly spun around and sent a very stronger than Harry has ever felt it before, Cruciatus curse at Dolohov. Harry screamed, loudly. It hurt so much more than ever before. Invisible hot knives seemed to have stabbed him, making him scream in terrible pain. Terrible pain. Harry woke up screaming. He didn't even notice he was up. He still felt the pain from the Cruciatus curse rushing through his body. His body was shaking uncontrollably. He faintly heard someone close to him screaming for help. He felt a calming sensation of someone running their hands up and down his back. Harry felt his body slowly stop shaking and moved closer to a warmth that was next to him, breathing deeply and heavily. His body was still shaking, but it wasn't as bad as it used to be. He shook almost like he was cold. He was so comfortable and warm. He felt safer than he had ever felt before. Harry was about to fall back to sleep, when he was shaken awake from the sounds of rushing feet. "It's about time you got here," he heard someone say from above him. Harry opened his eyes halfway to see the person he seems to be leaning against, but he only saw a dark blue shirt before closing his eyes. "Carefully move out from under him, while Harry heard before he fell right back to sleep. James was glad to leave his spot underneath Harry, yet somewhat disappointed. When he came into the room to find him yelling and shaking, it scared him. He tried to reason with himself that he was more scared at what was happening, than whom it was happening to. Right when James reached to shake him awake, the boy had stopped screaming, though he was still shaking. James took a breath of relief. It was then he took the time to study Harry. Though Harry looked far from peaceful with the shaking and sweat, James could still see a bit of innocence about him. The way the hair was messy, like any other teenager. Even though his hair would most likely stay messy, when every other teenager learns to comb it. James thought as he ran his hand through his own messy black hair. He had always wanted a son. From the moment he noticed Lily in first year, James had been thinking of marriage and children. How happy he was when they both came true, and how disturbed and distraught he was when it fell apart. After that, his happiest thoughts became his worst nightmare. He couldn't imagine marrying someone else or having another son. The thought of marriage and children disturbed him almost as bad as the thought of Voldemort taking over. And now, here was an innocent boy thrust into a world where he, James Potter, was his son, no, his son's counterpart, was most likely expecting a happy willing father to take him in for as long as he was here. Instead found himself being rejected and ignored. James then shook his head from his depressing thoughts and sighed deeply. He absent-mindedly picked up the blanket that had fallen on the floor and stood up. James then tucked the blanket around Harry in a fatherly fashion, not that James noticed. James was about to leave the room when Harry started screaming again, more loudly and painfully. He did the only thing he could think of at that moment. He tried to comfort and calm him the best he can. Remembering how his own mother would calm him after a nightmare, James got in bed behind the shaking boy and pulled him the best he can to his lap. With a hard effort, James turned Harry to his side and moved his hands up and down his back, trying to calm his muscles and give him a peace of mind that someone was with him. Someone to help him through this. "Poppy, come on, Harry, wake up. Poppy, hurry, shish, help, anyone." James kept switching back from yelling for help and trying his best to calm Harry verbally. He then became aware how awkward this was. He was trying to ignore the boy, but here he was doing the complete opposite. So, with Poppy now here, James finally was able to get out an uncomfortable position. "Poppy, what's wrong?" James asked as Poppy frowned at the results she got. "Get Albus, quick. He's been hit with more than one powerful Cruciatus," Poppy ordered urgently. "Cruciatus?" James asked shocked. "How?" he demanded. Poppy gave him a stern look. "I don't know, Potter. Go get Dumbledore now, or I'll hex you." James ran quickly out of the room and down the stairs. He almost ran into Sirius in the living room. "Oh, Jamie boy, where are you off to in such a hurry?" Sirius asked, stunned by his sudden appearance. "Where's Albus?" James asked, ignoring his question. Sirius gave him a look before pointing towards the kitchen. "He's in the kitchen." "Why?" James ignored him once again and ran to the kitchen with Sirius quickly following behind him. He burst through the down yelling, "Albus, quick!" James slid into the kitchen and stopped when he saw that Albus wasn't the only one there. Albus Dumbledore was talking in quiet, urgent tones with Professor Minerva McGonagall. They both looked up alarmed when James and Sirius burst into the kitchen. "What's wrong, boys?" Minerva asked. "It's the boy, sir," James said. directing the answer towards Albus. Albus seemed to have perked up. Poppy said he was hit by the Cruciatus curse, but we don't know how or who. The three of them gasped. Before they trooped quickly to the room. Tell me exactly what happened, James. Albus demanded. So, James did. He told everything from hearing Harry scream to Poppy's entrance. By the time they reached the room where the boy and Poppy was, James had finished his side of the story. Does anyone know if Severus has anti-Cruciatus curse potions? Was the first thing out of Poppy's mouth. Albus, ever the calm one, shook his head. I do not know. Even if I did, no one would be able to enter his stores without him. How's Mr. Potter? He asked, not noticing, or not caring, that James cringed. He took a glance at the boy on the bed. He was shaking a lot worse than when James left the room. Is he having another nightmare? Or was that Cruciatus curse a lot more powerful than he thought it was? James turned his attention back to Poppy. She seemed to be telling Albus what was wrong, but James couldn't focus on what she was saying. He suddenly felt a hand on his shoulder. Turning slightly to see who it was, James saw Sirius with an awkward grin on his face. He shifted his gaze to the boy on the bed in understanding. No words were said, but they weren't needed. James saw that Sirius understood his conflict, even though James, himself, didn't fully understand it. It was nice to have him here when he needed him. Sirius had always been there when he needed it. When his parents died, when he was freaking out over his many dates with Lily, his wedding proposal, Harry's birth, their death, and now this. Sirius was, as his brother. A brother that understood him and comforted him when needed. James had never been so glad to have slipped on that train his first year. Slipped and landed on Sirius, who fell on Remus, who was walking by, who landed on Peter, who was just standing there looking confused, and they all fell into the compartment of a few girls that were changing into their robes. In that group of girls happened to be his future bride. Yeah, James had never been so glad to have a friend, a brother like Sirius. Remus being a very, very, very close second. Those three been through so much together. So much. Later that night, James and the rest of the Order waited for Severus Snape to show up. He hadn't been seen by anyone since the last Order meeting, which was 2 days ago. It worried some people, but to others like Sirius, it proved he couldn't be trusted. I'm telling you, he must be afraid to show up, Sirius said to everyone in the room. He must have told Voldemort something he wasn't supposed to and now is afraid we know about it. James raised his eyebrows in amusement. He still hated the guy, but even Sirius knew by now that Severus Snape was on their side. But that didn't mean they'd go easy on him. We'll wait 5 more minutes. If he doesn't show up, then we'll start the meeting without him. Albus said, looking at the strange device on his waist. Something, he said, was magically easy to read with magic. Like usual, Sirius murmured. Professor Snape is on his way. A timid, quiet voice came from the doorway. Shocked, everyone turned their heads and saw Harry Potter standing in the doorway looking straight at Albus. Everyone knew about Harry Potter, the Dimension Traveler. They had an Order meeting about him 2 days after he showed up. But no one besides Poppy, James, Sirius, Remus, Albus, and Minerva had seen him. Most people in the room were shocked that the boy looked so much like James. They stared at Harry before staring at James, seeing the strong similarities between the two. To avoid the stares, James looked down at the tabletop, not daring to look any place else. He, the man who loved attention in school, did not love the attention anymore. Stopped loving it the day his family died. He felt extremely uncomfortable. Ah, Mr. Potter, my boy. Do come in and have a seat. James quickly looked up at Albus in surprised shock. Albus, you aren't really letting him sit in the meeting, are you? James asked, dumbfounded. Albus' eyes started doing something that really got on James' nerves sometimes. They started twinkling madly. James then realized what was going on. He was acting like a concerned father, wanting his child stay away from danger and stay innocent. He sunk into his seat in defeat. Fine, fine. Through all this, James realized, Harry had slowly made his way to the empty seat next to Albus. Looking at him now, James had to hold back an amused smile. Harry looked so uncomfortable under all the stares. James would almost say, jumpy. Once Harry was seated, he started looking around at the people around him. James watched as Harry's eyes lingered on the Longbottoms and as he stared at the Weasleys. He watched him until Harry caught his eye. His emerald green eyes meet his for a split second, before James quickly looked down at the tabletop. He felt Harry's eyes on him still. Giving a fake cough in discomfort, James turned his attention to Albus, who had yet to say anything and seemed to have been watching Harry and him with interest. Seeing his amusement end, Albus turned his attention to Harry. "Mr. Potter." James took a sigh of relief when he felt those eyes leave him. "Would you mind telling us what you mean?" Harry shrugged his shoulders, not really knowing what to say. "He's on his way," he murmured. Albus cracked a smile. "You said that already. What I would like." Suddenly the sound of the front door slamming shut and someone cursing loudly interrupted them. "If I do say so myself, that sounds remarkably like Severus Snape," Sirius said, mocking Albus's calmness. "I couldn't say it any better myself, Sirius," Albus said as Severus burst through the door. "Sorry I'm late, Albus. I was contained for the past few days," he said as he sat in the empty chair next to Minerva. He looked questionably at Harry, but didn't say anything. It was a nice change from the glare Harry usually got from him. "Let's get this meeting underway, shall we?" Albus said with a smile. The first part of the meeting, James found out, was boring. He didn't really know what they were talking about, he wasn't listening. All he wanted to hear about was the attack at the Longbottoms. In boredom, James started to quietly tap his fingers on the tabletop. Harry also found this part of the meeting meaningless and boring. They were going over all the Death Eaters that had been caught since the last meeting. Subconsciously, Harry started mimicking James' movement of tapping his fingers quietly on the tabletop. Remus, who was trying to listen to the Aurors make their report, was getting fed up with James and his tapping. He was just about to flip when he suddenly heard more tapping from the other side of the table. Looking, he saw Harry doing the same exact thing as James. Looking at James, then looking back at Harry, he noticed they were also doing it with the same hand. Their left hand tapped in the same rhythm. As amusing as it wasn't helping this incoming headache. Remus placed his head into his hand and started rubbing his temple, hoping to dull away the pain before it started. "Remus, my boy, is everything all right?" Remus looked up at Albus and sat up straighter. "Yes, Albus, I'm fine, though I will be better if the tapping stops." Remus glared at James before turning his glare towards Harry. Coincidentally, they both stopped tapping at the same time. "Thank you, you too." That was getting quite annoying. Remus then turned back to Albus. He was watching them, looking quite amused. "You may continue, Albus." Albus smiled before turning to Severus. "What about the attack on the Longbottoms this morning?" Severus clutched his teeth. "How much I would love to tell you, but I can't." Sirius glared at him. "Why not? Don't want to betray your master." Before Albus could say anything, Severus spoke up. "No, Black, because each time I try to say anything dealing with what he has planned, I'll start to choke on my own blood." He then turned back to Albus. "He has everyone under some sort of secrecy hex. Can you write it on paper?" Remus asked. Severus shook his head. "Someone tried that already. He ended up without a hand." "Then how are we supposed to find out?" Sirius asked. "Professor Snape was supposed to make sure the Longbottoms got out of the house alive." The quiet voice from the boy sitting next to Albus said. Everyone in the room turned to him, but the boy didn't look up from the tabletop. Albus then turned to Severus. "Is that true, Severus?" Without looking away from the boy, Severus nodded. "Yes, Albus, it's true." Albus then turned his attention back to Harry. But before he could ask anything, Harry said something else. "Antonin Dolohov was in charge of planting something. I don't know what, but don't worry. He didn't plant it. Voldemort was angry," Harry said in a distant voice, shivering slightly when he remembered the pain from the Cruciatus curse. "Very," Severus agreed, not looking away from the boy. "Though I do wonder how a dimension traveler," he said sarcastically with a sneer, "knows all that." Harry shrugged and looked up at him, though he avoided looking at him in the eye. "That's all I know, sir." "Well, Mr. Potter, if you don't mind, I would like to talk to you after this meeting. Harry looked at Albus, but like with Severus, didn't look at him in the eye, and nodded. The rest of the meeting went by really fast. Since the main reason for the meeting was talked about, more people ignored the rest of it. Finally, Albus stood up and said, "I'll call this meeting over. Mr. Potter, if you don't mind coming with me." Harry stood up and left the room, with two sets of eyes boring into him, a pained James and a suspicious Severus. "I wonder what they're going to be talking about," James heard Sirius said. Remus looked over at him. "Maybe they are going to talk about how Harry knows what he shouldn't know," he said slowly in a "what else" tone of voice. James suddenly stood up. "I'm going to turn in for the night." "James, it's not even 6 o'clock yet," Sirius responded. James just shrugged his shoulders and left the room. Though instead of going to his room, James walked past to the attic door. He walked up the stairs, closing the door behind him. Once he reached the top, he looked around for a certain box. There in the far corner there was a box marked, "Old Life," in bold letters with, "Don't ever open again," underlined a few times below it. James walked over to it and pulled it towards him. He ran his hands on the top of it before opening it. Right at the top, there was a picture of them. He was holding Harry in his arms with Lily standing beside him. Harry was laughing whenever Lily went to tickle him. They all looked so happy. So happy, he thought sadly. James fought back a sob as he took the picture out and set it down beside him. He looked back into the box. There were more pictures of Harry and Lily. One picture of them on Harry's first birthday. Harry sat on the floor with the gang and Lily around him. He was hugging the stuffed stag in his arms and laughing. Sirius would reach over and put frosting on Harry's nose. Lily scowled at him before wiping the frosting off of Harry. James sat behind Harry and seemed to be laughing the whole time. Remus laid on the floor between Sirius and Peter in a pile of wrapping paper. Moving that picture aside, James saw the wedding photos. Not wanting to see them, he moved them aside and looked back into the box. James saw the box that held Lily's engagement and wedding ring. He reached in for it and opened it. 2 rings shinned up at him. One plain gold on with the words, "Love you forever, my dear wife, Lily E. From your love, James P." written on the inside. The other ring was a sliver ring with a small heart-shaped diamond in the middle, which also happened to be her birthstone, April 12th. He closed the box and held it close to his heart and cried. He glanced in the box, with tearful eyes. There was another box. It was black and long. Lily's wand. Next to it was a book. The first book James has ever given to her. How to Truly Snog with Your Crush. Through his tears, James chuckled. He had given it to her in their 3rd year. It was Christmas and James, who already had a crush on her, wanted her to notice him and wanted to her make out with him. She, of course, flipped out at him instead of make out with him. That was the first time James truly saw her anger and knew he had more than just a crush for her. He put the box with the rings down next to him and picked up the book. He found it with Lily's private stuff after that night. He was so surprised she still had it. He thought she would have thrown it into the fire in their 3rd year. He put the book down and looked back into the box. Underneath the book were more books, though these books had more to it. They were 7 years of yearbooks. From their 1st year to their 7th year. James picked up the top book, which was 7th year. He opened it and right on the title page was Lily's handwriting. You finally caught me under your spell, James. Though I have to admit I had a crush on you for longer than you know. I love you, my rash boyfriend. Love you, love you, love you. Maybe your dreams will come true. James started crying again. Oh, he missed her so much. Below her note was Remus's. You and Lily finally got together, mate. Padfoot now owes me 5 nuts. Below Remus's was Sirius' messy handwriting. I don't owe Mooney nothing. He owes me 5 nuts. You and Lily sitting in a tree. KISING. First comes love, then comes marriage, then comes baby in a baby carriage. James laughed through his tears at Sirius' misspelling of the word, keying. Peter messy handwriting was below that. May we be friends forever. When's the wedding? James shut the book and placed it down. He moved on to his 6th year yearbook. Lily's writing was the first one he saw. Potter, for the last time, I will not go out with you. Leave me alone. James chuckled knowing he went out with her and married her. Remus was once again below her. Merlin, mate, Lily has quite a voice. Don't worry, there's always next year. See you this summer. Sirius was below his. You have one more year to go, mate. Can you win the fair lady's heart by then? That's the question everyone in this school is asking. See you every day this summer. Peter's was below Sirius's. I have faith you'll win her. Prongs. See you next year. Sorry I can't go over your house this summer, mate. James moved all the yearbooks away. Below all the yearbooks was Lily's music box he had given her. Beside her music box was another box that Lily had given him. In the box, James knew, were Lily's memories of their years at Hogwarts. She had put them in there when James had to go on an OR test mission that took weeks to complete. When he came back, he found out Lily was pregnant. He ran his hand lightly along the top of the box. He pulled the box out and set it down in front of him. He looked back into the box and pulled out the music box. What were next to the music box were Lily's and his old school robes. He moved them aside. Below them were the Marauder's map and his old invisibility cloak. Removing them from the box, James saw something that broke his heart. He started sobbing. He just sat there sobbing. His heart felt broken all over again. It was like losing Lily and Harry all over again. The pain was still too strong. Dumbledore pulled Harry into what looked like an office. They sat on the couch that was pushed up against the wall. Now, Mr. Potter, I have a few things I wanted to talk to you about, but first I would like to know how you knew about the Death Eater meeting. Harry took a breath and told Dumbledore about his visions. I had a vision after waking up from the Death Eater meeting. It was a short, painless one. Voldemort ordered Professor Snape to return to you. So, you don't get suspicious. Dumbledore sat back in his seat and stroked his beard. Harry sat there, wanting to ask a question, but didn't want to interrupt Dumbledore's thinking. Sir, Harry couldn't help it. Did you find out how I came to be here and why? Dumbledore glanced at Harry at the corner of his eyes. I found something that might interest you. Pause. I read some books on dimensions. You weren't the only one to travel dimensions. Someone by the name of Godric Hamison wrote a book on his travel to a dimension where he died. You mean, like me? I'm in a world where I had died, like he was. Harry interrupted. Albus nodded his head. It's to my belief that one would not be able to go to a world where their counterpart still lives. Harry took in the information. But how? How did Godric someone get into a different dimension? Albus nodded his understanding of Harry's question. In his book he talked about fighting a force before waking up in a different world. He woke up where his counterpart had died. Harry led forward, earnest for more information. What was the force? It was the force of magic. Magic was telling him to do one thing, but he was doing the complete opposite. Not something like the Imperious Curse, but more like the Fighting Possession or the Veritaserum. Magic that isn't meant to be fought against. Possession. Harry whispered. Voldemort possessed me and I fought back. Harry looked away from Dumbledore. I do believe that was what happened. That type of magic could have killed any normal witch or wizard. You'll have to be very strong and powerful to fight against it. Did Godric ever get back to his own world? Harry asked almost desperately. He heard Dumbledore sigh. I'm in the midst of finding out. It was not mentioned in the book if this was his world or the dimension world he popped into, and it never said if he returned. Harry felt Dumbledore's eyes on him. Mr. Potter, I do believe that is enough talk for today. I have to get back to the school. I am still a headmaster. Dumbledore left Harry to his thoughts. At this moment Harry felt like he could kill Voldemort, prophesy or not. He didn't know how to feel about all this though. How happy he was seeing his father alive, he just wished he can go home. His father didn't want him. Why stay? Because he needs you. A little voice in head answered. Harry shook his hand before leaving the room and heading towards his bedroom. On the steps Harry heard the sound of a door slamming shut. Reaching the top step, Harry could see only one door closed. His father's door. Harry sighed deeply and walked to his room. He closed his door behind him and walked to his bed. He stopped short when he saw something on top of his pillow. It was a title-less book with a dark red cover. Harry picked it up slowly and opened it. He almost dropped it in shock when he read the inside cover. It read, Lily's Diary. Life after Hogwarts in black ink across the page. Harry hugged his mother's diary close to him as he stared at his closed door, silently thanking his father for such a precious gift and wondering why his father gave it to him. James sat in his room, wondering why he gave the boy his wife's diary. Seeing it, with many others, at the bottom of the box was like having Lily there with him. That was the reason he gave the book to Harry. Lily would have wanted it to be with him. Just that last diary of hers, the one that told Harry how much she loved him. Her other diaries from 1st to 7th year was tucked safely back in the box. He couldn't handle reading them after an emotional beating with Lily's and Harry's pictures and things. He tried to focus on the lessons plans for the first years, but his mind seemed to be wandering. He couldn't stay focused. Try as he might, he just couldn't. Sighing almost angrily, James slammed his quill down and leaned against the back of his chair. He ran his hand through his hair in frustration. Why couldn't he get that boy out of his head? His weary eyes looked towards the bed. It may only be 6 or 7 in the evening, but the bed looked so comfortable at this moment. Giving in, James stood up and flopped onto the bed. He was asleep before his 4th breath. For the next few days, Harry hadn't seen James Potter to thank him for his mother's diary. He hadn't read any of it yet. It seemed too precious to read from. He will read from it, but only after he made sure his father had meant to give it to him. It was the morning of the 4th week into summer then Harry saw his father alone. He walked into the kitchen to eat breakfast and stopped short when he saw the man already sitting at the table with parchments all around him. He was writing something on a parchment. Harry slowly came forward. His father didn't seem to notice he was in the room. Glad to able to watch his father work without the tension and awkwardness in the room, Harry sat right across his father with a bowl, spoon and a box of Muggle cereal. Sirius Black walked sleepily into the kitchen, but the sleepiness disappeared when he saw Harry sitting at the table eating breakfast with James absorbed in his work across from him. This was what it should have been. Father and son sitting calmly across each other, the mother would walk in any minute. Sirius half expected Lily to walk in. He sighed sadly, when he remembered it would never happen. Sirius then remembered what Remus said to him after James went to bed at the last order meeting. After James left the room Remus slid into his empty seat, looking quite serious. "Why are you two being so hard on him?" he asked, ignoring the other order members getting up and leaving. "To hard on whom?" Sirius asked innocently, even though he had a rough idea who he was talking about. "You know who I'm talking about, Sirius. Harry needs us as much as we need him. Look at him for Merlin's sake. He's lonely, saddened by you and James nucleating him. He was thrust into a world where he could get to know us and where we can get to know him, but you and James are completely ignoring him. If you actually look at him, you might see something that will help, not hurt us. He's just a boy, Sirius. A confused and hurt boy. Are you two willing to help heal him? I believe he's ready to heal you too, if you let him." Remus ever the philosopher, Sirius thought as he made his mind up concerning the boy. Harry looked up from his cereal when Sirius walked farther into the room, but seeing who it was, he quickly looked back down. Sirius grabbed a bowl from the cupboard and set it down next to Harry. Harry looked up surprised. Sirius shrugged his shoulders and sat down. "What, you're the one with cereal box?" he said, like it was the reason he was sitting here, though it wasn't. "So," he started to say to pass the awkwardness as he poured the cereal in his bowl, "how's school?" Harry looked up. School. He glanced over at James, who was still absorbed in his work. Sirius followed Harry glaze to James with his eyes. "Don't worry about him. When he is this absorbed in his work, he doesn't see or notice anyone or anything around him." It was the only thing that made planning pranks difficult. It was hard to get his attention when a professor walks by or someone we don't want to know about our plans. He shook his head at their childhood innocence and chuckled. Harry cracked a smile. "Really?" Sirius nodded his head. "Yep. Got us in trouble a few times." He cringed when he remembered the time when McGonagall caught them planning a prank against the professors. You didn't answer my question. How's school? Sirius took a mouthful of cereal. Finished with his, Harry pushed the bowl away. Which part of school? The educational part, the people part, or everything else? Sirius raised an eyebrow at the question. I don't know, there were so many choices. Anyway, I'll go with everything else. Glad for Sirius's trust and the fact that he was talking to him, allowed Harry to drop his guard a little and smile. Are you sure you want to hear that one first? It's a really long story. Even if it's just 5 years worth. It's a really, really long 5 years. Sirius raised an eyebrow. How many pranks did you pull to make it a really, really, really long 5 years? Harry looked down at the table. I don't really pull pranks, he said, hesitating just a little. Sirius almost spit out his cereal. Milk dripped down his chin. He quickly wiped it off with a sleeve. What could you possibly do in 5 years of school that doesn't include pranks? He asked, surprised. Harry started laughing, not a humorous laugh, but a dead weary laugh. You'll be surprised. Remus suddenly walked into the room, yawning as he went. He took one glance around the room before grabbing a bowl and sitting on the other side of Harry. He grabbed the cereal and poured it in his bowl. Morning, he said as a greeting. Morning, came the response of the two. Remus put a spoonful of cereal in his mouth and looked up at James. He chewed and swallowed before asking, he's at it again. He's been working on the lessons plans for the first years for the past 4 weeks now. At least now, it looks like he's getting somewhere, he said, not noticing Sirius trying to hold back a laugh. Remus finally looked over at Sirius. What? Looking as innocent as he could, Sirius said, you do know what time it is, don't you? Remus looked confused. 6:45. Sirius smiled. Really? I thought it was 10 till 8. He said innocently. Remus jumped out of his seat. What, Merlin? I have to get to work. He took a quick spoonful of cereal before rushing out of the room. Sirius and Harry started laughing. I've never seen him like that, Harry said with a smile. The first true smile he had since he came here. Do you three all live here? Harry asked once the laughing was done. Sirius nodded his head. Yep, ever since we got James out of the depression state he was in after what happened that Hallows Eve night. He explained. Before, he locked himself in a small apartment room. Harry now felt bad for bringing it up. Done. Both of them jerked up at James' sudden cry of joy. James had a grin on his face and was looking at the parchment in front of him. Sirius smiled and led towards Harry. Watch this, he whispered in his ear. He sat up straighter and asked, what do you plan to do with the first years this year? James didn't look up from his parchment as he answered. The same thing as last year, he said joyfully. He does this every year, with the same exact results. Sirius whispered to Harry. Harry chuckled. James' head snapped up at the sound of an unfamiliar chuckle. Their eyes met once again. The tension grew around them. Time seemed to have stopped as James stared once again into those hopeful emerald eyes of the small teen. James looked away from those eyes and started gathering his parchments as quickly as he can without making it look like he hasting. Well, I have some stuff to do. Yeah, some stuff, he said quickly and quietly as he stumbled over his words. He got up from his chair and without a glance back quickly left the room. Sirius and Harry stared at the door as it closed behind James. Sirius turned to Harry with a pained expression on his face. Sorry about James, but before he finished Harry jumped out of his seat and ran out of the room. While Harry was watching his father pack up all his parchments, he was thinking of the best way to thank and ask him about the diary. It was after the door close behind him that Harry realized he had to say something. He ran out of the kitchen, not hearing Sirius. He ran to the stairs. Wait, sir, Harry shouted up the stairs. James stopped halfway up the stairs, but he didn't turn to Harry right away. Please, sir, Harry said standing at the bottom of the stairs, looking up at his father's back hopefully. Finally, James turned around and stared down at Harry. Yes, he asked trying to hide his nervousness. Harry shifted uncomfortably. I just say thank you for the diary. He paused. That is if you meant to give it to me, he added quickly. James nodded his head looking anywhere but Harry. No, no, I meant to give it to you. She would have wanted it. James quickly turned and headed the rest of the way up the stairs. He could feel the boy's eyes boring into his back. Thank you, sir, James heard the boy say again, his voice full of emotion. Harry watched his father disappear before heading back to the kitchen to clean his dirty bowl and spoon. Sirius was still in the kitchen, taking care of his own bowl and Remus's leftovers. Sirius turned to Harry when he entered back into the kitchen. You take care of your own bowl. I have to get to work. I'll be back around 7 if not later. Later that day Harry found himself sitting in the library with a book open in his lap. He wasn't really reading though. He was thinking of his friends. Hermione would have loved this library. It was bigger and much less dangerous than the library at home with much more comfortable and clean chairs in front of a roaring fireplace. Ron would love this library too, though not because of the books, but because there was a chess set in the corner of the room and there was a mini Quidditch set in another corner of the room. Ginny would this room for the same reason as Ron, the Quidditch set. Neville would also love this room, but only for the books on plants that Harry had found, but because of the random plants scattered around the room. Luna would love the books on weird creatures and the books that supposedly have hidden messages in them. Harry sighed and watched the fire flicker and dance, the heat warming his face. He didn't even look up when he heard someone else entering the room. Not until he felt someone sit next to him. Startled, Harry glanced next to him. Neville Longbottom of this world sat next to him looking down at the book Harry had in his hand. 1000 Ways to Die with a Spoon. That's the weirdest title I have ever heard. Why are you reading this? Why is it even in this library? Neville looked up at Harry with an eyebrow raised. Harry finally looked at the book in lap. I wasn't really reading it. I just picked a random book off the shelf. He answered with a shrug. The whole time Neville and his parents were in Sirius's house, Harry only saw them at dinner sometimes. He and Neville hadn't talked. Harry didn't even know if Neville knew about the whole different world thing. Well, you're most likely wondering why I'm here. Neville looked at the ground. Harry nodded his head in agreement even though Neville wasn't paying attention. I'm kind of bored and was wondering if maybe, that is if you want to, maybe play a game of chess or something. Neville asked hesitantly. Harry looked over at the chess set before turning to Neville with a grin. I'm not that good, but sure. Neville smiled looking quite relief. Standing they made their way over to the chess set. I'm white, Harry proclaimed before they started the long game of chess. Downstairs James sat on the couch doing a crossword puzzle in the newspaper. He didn't usually do crossword, but Lily had loved them. When James was feeling a bit emotional he would find himself doing them. Suddenly a flash of fire formed in front of the fireplace. James jumped at the entrance of Albus's phoenix, Fox. Merlin, Fox, give me some warning next time. What you got there? James reached for the parchment that the bird had. He took the parchment and Fox disappeared in a flash of fire, singing a comforting song. James glanced at the parchment before opening it. Of course it was from Albus. James, please do me a favor and go to Sirius's library and see you can find anything on Godric Hamison and possession. Albus. P.S. Please tell Harry I'll be coming over to talk to him tomorrow. Tell him to put his memories of the last thing he remembers in the pensieve. James sighed. The first thing he could do, but the last thing. He almost had a heart attack when he spoke to the boy last. He closed his eyes and ran his hands through his hair. All he had to do was say a sentence or two, and then he can leave. Happy with his plan, James stood up and walked to the library to do what Albus asked. He walked into the library not noticing the two silent 15-year-olds concentrating on their game of chess in the corner. He started browsing the books on the shelves looking for anything on a Godric Hamison and possession. Harry noticed right away when his father walked into the library. He didn't seem to notice him and Neville and Harry planned on keeping it that way. It was Neville's move, so Harry took the time to watch his father browse the bookshelves. He grabbed a book from the shelf and started flipping through it. Harry snapped his head to Neville, seeing at the corner of his eye, his father snapping his head towards them with a startled look on his face. What Nev? He asked trying not to sound irritated. It's your turn. Oh, sorry. Harry looked down at the chessboard, looking for the best move he could make. "Oh, hi, Mr. Potter. I didn't scuth there." Harry heard Neville stuttered. Eyes wide, Harry kept his gaze at one spot on the chessboard. "It's all right, Neville, I didn't see you either," Harry heard him say. Harry." He snapped his head up, looking at his father surprised. His father had never actually said his name the whole time he was there. There was no reason to. "Yes, sir." James shifted uncomfortably. He held the book in a tight grip. "Albus is coming tomorrow to see you," he said, sounding more confident than he was. "He wants you to put the last memory you have of your world in a pensieve." "I don't have a pensieve. Where would I find one, sir?" Harry asked. James thought and thought and thought. There was only one pensieve he could think of, but it had Lily's memories in it. If it was the only one he could use, then James would let Harry use it. "I have one you can use. Though, I ask you not to put anything else in it and ask you not to look at the other memories." Harry nodded his head in understanding. "Thank you, sir." James gave him a really quick grin before walking back to the couches. He started reading the book that talked about possessions. Before long they all were comfortably settled. Harry and Neville playing chess and James reading a book before putting it back and grabbing another one. The whole time James managed to forget that there were two boys enjoying themselves behind him. One of them being his son from another world. June 1978. I'm now starting my 8th dairy. 1 through 7 took place at Hogwarts. This one will take place after Hogwarts. You would not believe what happened yesterday, the last day of Hogwarts. James asked me to marry him. And I said yes. I can't believe it. He finally asked me. I've been waiting for who knows how long for him to pop the question. Of course I've been waiting who knows how long to come up with the courage to say yes when he asked me to date him back in school. I can't wait to go over the wedding plans, and I really can't wait to get married to him. Wow. Back in school. I'm saying that like I'm 50. Back in school was just yesterday. I can't believe I'm going to be starting my life. Starting a life with the man, still a child in some ways, I love and going to marry soon. Can't wait to have kids with him. What a scary thought, but a happy one. I think I'm too young to think about that. I got to go. I can see the train station coming up. I can't wait to tell my parents the news. I'm going to marry James Potter. Lily Potter, that has a nice ring to it. Speaking of rings, you should see the ring he gave me, I'll have to tell you later. The train is stopping. Lily. Harry shut the book with a sigh. That was his mother's first entry. It didn't say much about her character, but it was her first words to Harry. They may not have been written with him in mind, but he didn't care. A sudden knock on his door made Harry jump. "Coming," he shouted, putting the diary under his pillow and pushing himself off the bed. Opening the door, Neville stood on other side. Since last night, Harry and him have been talking to each other more often. Being the only two teens. "It's lunchtime and Dumbledore will be here soon," Neville said. Harry stepped out of his room, closing the door behind. "Thanks, Nev." Neville smiled. "You go without me. I have to get my parents." "Okay. See you downstairs." Harry walked one way and Neville walked the other way. When Harry entered the kitchen, he was surprised to see his father sitting at the table looking sadly at a small jewelry box. There was food on the table, signaling Remus was around somewhere, for he did all the cooking, but he nor Sirius was anywhere in sight. Talk about being uncomfortable again. Harry wondered if it will always be this way between them. This uncomfortable, chilly silence. He hoped not. He really hoped not. James looked up when Harry made his way over to the opposite side of the table. Harry sat down across from him, looking down at the table. Harry looked up when his father looked back down at the box, seeming to be having short debate. Finally, he pushed the box across the table towards Harry. "Remember what I said? Just that last memory you had of your world and no snooping," he said sternly. "Yes, sir," Harry answered as he pulled the box towards him. After the incident with Snape, Harry wasn't too keen on snooping through these memories. To get by this suddenly awkward silence, Harry studied the box. It was a small jewelry box size. Rectangular. Black with a picture of a lily pad on the lid. It felt like stone. It was light, not as heavy as Harry thought it would be. He ran his hand over the top of the box, feeling the softness of the lily pad. He could almost smell the flower and feel a breeze on his face. He could almost hear water smashing onto the shore with a quiet swish. It was peaceful, quiet, nothing can go wrong. Seriously, Sirius, I'm not seeing anyone. Remus' loud voice broke Harry's daydream. Harry looked towards the door as it flung open. Remus came stomping in with Sirius right behind him. Remus had an annoyed look on his face, while Sirius had a grin. I am Sirius. Remus ignored him as he took a seat next to Harry. No matter what he says, Harry, remember I'm not seeing anyone. Sure, Remus, sure. Sirius said next James, who was still looking down at the table, completely ignoring them. Harry, despite being awkward with his father there, smiled. Why does he think you're seeing someone? They were interrupted by the Longbottoms coming in the kitchen. Where is it located, dear? Mrs. Longbottom was saying. Mrs. Longbottom was quite a beautiful woman. Her light red hair reached her shoulders in a fiery wave. Her blue eyes stood out against her hair and pale skin. It's not that far. It's closer to Hogwarts than our old manor. Mr. Longbottom answered as he sat down next to James. He had brown hair, a bit shaggy. His skin tone was darker than his wife's, but not quite tan. He had hazel eyes. Neville sat on the other side of Harry and Mrs. Longbottom sat next to her husband. Soon, there were 3 conversations at once. James, Mr. Longbottom, and Mrs. Longbottom talking about a house that had been in the Longbottom line for years. They were planning on moving. Remus and Sirius was arguing what Sirius saw when he entered the bookstore to see Remus talking to A, in Sirius's words, one hot muggle with beep. Remus told him she was just a regular costumer. Of course that didn't help his case any. Neville and Harry were talking about next game they should play. Harry wanted to test the mini Quidditch game in the library, but Neville never been good at Quidditch and was afraid to try it. He wanted to play chess again or test one of those muggle board games he saw in a cupboard in the living room. It was the first time since Harry has been there that lunchtime was loud with conversation. It reminded Harry of the Weasleys. Their loud mealtimes were the best thing Harry could experience. A happy family time, even though he felt like an outsider. An outsider looking in. Throughout the entire meal, James managed to block out the boy's voice, managed to keep his eyes off him. His laughter, though, seemed to ring in his ears. The one thing he couldn't manage to block out for some reason. If he listened hard enough, he'll be able to hear Lily laughing. He tried to listen to Frank, but each time that boy started laughing at something serious, Remus or Neville said his ears started listening to that instead. He couldn't help but wonder what the boy was laughing at or when he'd hear him laugh again. It was getting frustrating. I didn't know I had the minor in Pennsylvania, US until after my mother died 3 years ago. Frank was saying. Laughter from across the table took James' attention away, again. Frank knew what was happening. He saw James's eyes shift each time the boy, Harry Potter, started to laugh. He knew James would stop listening to him at that point, to listen to his boy's laughter. Rather or not he believed the boy to be his. Frank, knowing the happiness of having a child to watch grow and learn, thought James was being a little too hard on himself and the boy. Why wouldn't James want Harry? Frank may not know this, Harry, too much, but out of what he had seen, he seemed to be a nice quiet boy. Harry sat in the living room with the box on his lap. Dumbledore would be here any minute now and Harry still had to put his memory in the box. He hadn't even opened it yet. He looked at the lily on top of the box again and slowly opened it. Inside looked like water with little white things floating around, memories. He pulled out his wand from his pocket and put it to his temple. He thought of entering the ministry, the circular room, entering the veil room, entering the department of mysteries, the prophecy room, the Death Eaters, the order, the fighting, Sirius falling into the veil, and everything he could remember from that night. He hesitated putting the memory of using the Cruciatus curse on Bellatrix Lestrange, but he managed to add it. By the time he was done, it was late into the night and Dumbledore still hadn't shown up. Harry sighed tiredly and shut the box with his memories in it. He laid down on the couch in front of the fireplace, holding the box on his stomach. He was getting really bored waiting. Getting an idea, Harry set the box on the end table and pulled out his mother's diary. He flipped to the last entry his mother ever did. October 31st. I don't know how much longer I'll be alive. It's a scary thought. I don't trust Peter. Never really did. I don't know why. There's just something off about him lately. I still don't know why James and Sirius picked him and not Remus. Of course Remus was gone when we did the whole Secret Keeper talk. He was doing something for Albus. But you already know this. I told almost every day since Peter became our Secret Keeper. But something new I should tell you before I start dinner. I've been getting this feeling. This bad feeling that I'm not going to live much longer. This just might be my last entry. My last thoughts and words. If so, then I want to take this opportunity to say what I need to say to both my husband, James, and my baby boy, Harry. Below the entry were the words, "D.A. James, my love." Harry skipped the letter for his father. It was a private, personal thing that he shouldn't read without permission. He flipped to where his letter was, or his counterpart's letter. Dear Harry, you may not remember me, being only one when this is all happening, but I just want you to know that I love you. My sweet boy, I hope you live life to its fullest and to enjoy it the best you can. I don't want you living in self-pity or anything negative. You are my boy, and my boy shouldn't let something as small as a paper cut or as big as a mountain to get in your way of doing what's right. I don't know if you'll know your fate by the time you read this, but mark my word, boy, if you start pushing people out of your life for protection, just because of a few words, then I will personally come and hunt you until you pull your act together. You can't possibly think you can do this on your own. Harry stared at those words with wide eyes. Something told him that she would do just that if he did ever push his friends away. He continued. It wouldn't be pretty, trust me. As for your father, please be there for him. Because he'll need you. Something in his memory flashed at those words. He heard that before, he just couldn't remember where. Shaking that out of his head, Harry continued reading. My death will probably put him in a hollow shell. He loved me so much. You would be the only person to pull him together. Knowing you would need him as much as he needs you would hopefully bring him out of his own self-pity. You, Sirius and Remus. No matter what anybody says, Harry. I love you. Your father loves you. Sirius and Remus both love you. If your father dies with me, then you'll just have to remember that we would have given our lives over and over again to let you live. We love you so much, Harry. I know we both would freely give our lives for yours. Don't feel guilty about it. Don't you dare feel guilty about it. It's our job to let you live, even if it means to give up our own lives. I love you. Your father loves you. No matter what happens in the next few months or days. We both love you, and that would never, ever change. With all my love and soul, your mother, Lily Evans Potter. Harry had tears running down his face. Now, this was his mother's last words to him. This was her last wish. Her last thoughts to him. Harry wiped the tears from his eyes with his sleeves and started rereading his mother's letter. By the time he got to, wouldn't be pretty, Harry had fallen asleep. Dumbledore hadn't shown up yet. James groaned tiredly. He had been in the library since dinner ended, hours ago. It was now really late. Albus should be here by now, might even be gone by now. Though, James highly doubted that. Albus would have wanted to see what he had found out. Which was nothing. Hoping to catch Albus before he left, James stood up and left the room, heading for the living room. When he entered the living room, he was surprised to see the boy sleeping face down on the couch. Lily's memory box sat on the end table. It was like he fell asleep waiting for Albus to come. Hesitantly, James slowly made his way over to the couch, watching the sleeping boy on the couch. He didn't know why he feels so drawn to him. He wasn't his son. He had to keep reminding himself of that. James knelt down in front of the couch. He looked at the book Harry was sleeping on and gently pulled it out from underneath him. When he glanced down at the book to close it, he saw his name and paused before reading from the beginning. Dear James, my love. I know it would be hard to read this, my dear, but please don't stop reading. I know my death would be hard on you. You would shut everything out, ignoring your family, friends, and job. Please, don't. Our son needs you. Please be there for him. Love him like you always had. You need him and he needs you. Don't shut him out and ignore him." James glanced at the boy sleeping on the couch. "But, he isn't our son, Lily," he whispered quietly. If you listen hard enough, you might have been able to hear regret in his voice. He watched as Harry shifted in his sleep before reading again. "I don't care if Harry is different than what we had imagined him being. I don't care if he turns all goth-like or all bookworm, quiet, lonely kid. He needs you. He needs you more than he needs Sirius or Remus. So, please don't give them the father job. I don't care who he grows up to be. Love him, James. I love you and I'll miss you. I know you love me and I know you'll miss me, but don't let that get in the way of loving Harry. Love him like you do now, or in your case, before my death. I don't know when I'm going to die. I just know it's going to happen. You know, one of my feelings." James smiled lightly. He remembered her feelings. She'd get them when something was about to happen. They were never wrong. She had one of those feelings after their wedding night. She just knew she was pregnant and she was right. "I'm going to wrap this up now. I still have to write a letter to Harry, then I'll start dinner for when you get home. You're at work right now. Just remember that I love you. Love, Harry, James. If you don't, I'll have to hurt you when you join me up in heaven. Hopefully, that won't happen for years. Be there. Be alive while you still can, my beloved husband. Your wife, Lily." James closed the book with sad sigh. He felt so torn. He would like to respect Lily's wish, but he wasn't ready. He didn't think he would ever be ready. Their death was still fresh, even though it was almost 15 years ago. James set the diary on the end table on top of Lily's memory box and stood up. He now stood above the boy, looking down at him. No, he can't. He can't. This boy didn't need a father now anyways. He's 15, almost 16. It was too late to suddenly have a father. Plus, he would be leaving when Albus found a way. Why get close to him only to have him ripped away again? And James would never be able to get over his own son's death. He's a bad father. He failed. No matter what anyone said. He failed his son and would fail this boy. James was not ready for this. Not at all. James turned to go to bed and almost screamed when he saw Albus sitting calmly in the stuffed chair behind him. "Albus, don't scare me like that," he gasped out quietly, holding a hand over his fast-beating heart. Albus ignored him and looked past James at the sleeping boy. Such innocence and yet such pain for one young boy. "Don't you agree, James?" This time Albus looked at him in the eye as he asked his question. James had to look away, not able to answer a simple question such as that. Looking down at the boy behind him, James would have to say, Albus was right. Unlike last time James saw him asleep, he looked more innocent and peaceful. "He does, doesn't he?" he whispered almost to himself. He looked back at Albus. "Why are you here so late?" James asked, keeping his voice down so he won't wake Harry up. Albus suddenly looked wearier than James has ever seen him before. He waited for James to sit on the opposite chair before speaking. "Tonks was attacked a few hours ago. So was Mundungus Fletcher." James sat up in his seat. "What? Why wasn't we told about this?" he whispered earnestly. He glanced at the boy on the couch, making sure he didn't wake him. Once he found Harry still sleeping soundly, he turned his attention back to Albus. The fight didn't last long. There were only 10 Death Eaters to take care of, each. Plus, the Aurors were quick to respond. Seeing you and Remus, 2 people who were not an Auror, wouldn't be smart. Albus answered. James nodded his head. It wouldn't have been smart. The Ministry only believed the rumors of the Order to be just that, rumors. They managed to stay a secret for this long, which was surprising in itself. Voldemort, of course, knew about them, but the Ministry didn't. To have a non-Auror arrive at a scene of a Death Eater attack would just give the Minister a hint that the Order exists. "Is everyone all right?" "Yes. No one had died and we caught a few Death Eaters," Albus answered. Silence filled the room as James thought over the information. "Do you want me to tell you what I found out, Albus?" James asked, changing the subject. Albus looked at him. studying his tired look and weary face. Not tonight, James. You look tired. Get some sleep. James glanced at the boy on the couch as Albus stood up. Don't worry about Harry. He'll be fine here. James snapped his head up at Albus. I wasn't. He started to deny, but Albus held his hand up. Don't worry, James. James watched Albus throw the flow powder into the fireplace. The old headmaster was about to step in, but stopped and turned to James. Oh, and James. Yes, Albus. Albus suddenly smiled. He is your son one way or another. See you tomorrow. Albus disappeared into the green fire before James could say anything else. James rubbed his hands over his face and leaned against the chair. He was tired, no doubt about that, but he had a feeling he won't be able to sleep tonight. Sirius knocked tiredly on James's door the next day. Jam, yawn. Time to wake up. He yawned again. James. He asked, knocking on the door again. No answer. James. He asked again as he opened the door and peeked in. The bed was empty. The room was empty. Sirius stepped back out of the room. Remus. He called out, not looking away from the empty room. Remus stepped out of the bathroom a few doors down. He was wet and had a blue towel wrapped around his waist and a toothbrush in his hand. What? He asked, sounding irritated. Sirius looked down the hallway at him, ignoring his tone of voice. Since when did James wake up at 5:30 in the morning? Remus looked at him, confused. Never. Why? He walked his way over to where Sirius stood. Because he isn't in his room. Remus jogged the rest of the way and glanced into the room. Maybe he fell asleep drinking fire whiskey last night. You know how he can be. Sirius shrugged his shoulder. If that is the case, we better find him and get him to bed before any guests arrive. And get him some hangover potion. He added as an afterthought. Come on, let's look for him. Sirius started walking down the stairs. Can't I finish in the bathroom first? Remus whined. Sirius turned to him. Stop whining like a dog and come on. I'm not the dog. You are. Remus argued as he followed Sirius, still wearing a towel around his waist, a toothbrush in his hand, and dripping wet. You're a dog too, you know. Sirius argued back. Once they reached the bottom of the stairs, they went in two different directions. Remus went towards the kitchen and Sirius went towards the living room. Remus was surprised to see the kitchen empty. He had expected James to be sleeping with his head on the table and fire whiskey in his hand. They caught him like that a few times over the years since Lily's and Harry's death. Remus. Remus turned at the sound of Sirius's loud whisper. He followed the sound of his voice to the living room. Sirius was standing in the doorway to the living room, staring at something Remus couldn't see yet. Sirius. Sirius stepped off to the side, so Remus could see. Look. The sight Remus saw surprised him. James was sleeping on a stuffed chair, with no fire whiskey in sight. He could see hairy feet on the edge of the couch, most likely sleeping by the sounds of it. Should we wake them? Sirius asked quietly, so not to disturb them. Remus turned away from the sight. No, we should let them sleep. Who knows when they fell asleep last night? At least I don't smell fire whiskey anywhere. Sirius agreed and walked to the kitchen for breakfast. Remus looked one more time at the two in the living room before heading back upstairs to finish in the bathroom. Harry groaned as he woke up. The couch was really uncomfortable to sleep on. It was comfortable to sit on, but not to sleep on. Wait, Harry suddenly shot up into a sitting position. Couch. What was he doing on the couch? He then saw the memory box and diary on the end table and remembered. He was waiting for Dumbledore and fell asleep rereading his mother's letter to him. A sudden movement caught his attention. Turning, he saw, to his surprise, James Potter sleeping uncomfortably on a stuffed chair. He was slouched in the chair with his arms folded across his chest and his feet stretched out in front of him. His head was rolled to the left side. The position didn't look comfortable. Harry stared at him, taking the time to watch him. His father snored softly. It was a familiar sound, like a long-lost memory. It most likely was. Harry suddenly had this short vision/memory thing of little baby Harry sleeping on his father's chest, rising up and down slightly from the steady breathing of his father. Harry shook his head slightly to clear his head before standing up. He picked up the box and diary from the end table and walked quietly out of the room, making sure not to wake his father. James woke up to the sounds coming from the kitchen. He groaned at the pain in his back and neck. He stood up and stretched. Ow! Pain hit his back. He placed a hand on his lower back and walked unsteadily to the kitchen. Never ever fall asleep on a chair again, James Potter. He scowled at himself. He walked into the kitchen. Sirius was at the sink washing his dish from lunch. No one else was there. "What time is it?" James asked as he sat at the table. "Just past noon," Sirius said as he finished with the dishes and sat down on the other side of the table. "Why aren't you at work?" James used his wand to summon a bowl, spoon, cereal box, and milk. He yawned, still feeling tired. Sirius gave him a look. "It's Saturday, my day off. Remus doesn't even have work today." James looked around the kitchen, somehow expecting Remus to be there. "Where is he?" Sirius shifted uncomfortably in his seat. He took Harry out." James looked up alarmed. "Out? Where? Harry looks like me. People will." James, calm down. We put a charm on Harry. He now has shoulder-length light brown hair and dull blue eyes. He looks nothing like you." Sirius leaned back in his chair. "Remus just took him to Diagon Alley." Harry pushed his light brown hair out of his face, again. He looked up at Remus to see if he noticed. Harry really didn't want to make a fool of or anything. Remus didn't seem to notice. He was eyeing a candy shop. Harry rolled his eyes. They both knew chocolate helped with Dementor attacks, but somewhere along the line Remus had come to love chocolate like a woman on PMS. Even here, in another world. Harry's chuckle brought Remus's attention to him. "What?" He looked over at the shop before looking back at Remus. "You want chocolate? Only if you want some," Remus said, sounding a little bit too innocent, and his voice was laced with longing. Harry rolled his eyes, feeling more carefree now than he ever was. He forgot all about the prophecy, Voldemort, Death Eaters, and being in another world away from his friends. Almost forgot that he didn't know this Remus as well as his own. "I really don't, but I know you won't be able to stand it if we leave without chocolate in your pockets and stomach." Remus gave him a strange look. "How do you know about my love for chocolate?" "No one else but James and Sirius knows." Harry raised his brow in response. Everyone knew about Remus's addiction to chocolate. Remus seemed to remember where Harry came from. "Oh, right. How many people know about our addiction to chocolate?" he asked, leading Harry towards the candy shop. "Everyone," Harry answered as the bell over the door rang. "Everyone. Did they tease him, us?" he asked, stumbling over the words. He looked at the many candy in the room, looking for the chocolates. "A lot." "Sirius." Harry paused as the pain in losing him took over. He swallowed the lump in his throat. Sirius always teased him. Harry stared off in the distance as a memory came to him. Just last Christmas Sirius got him 2 whole baskets full of chocolate with a letter saying, "I'm giving you your own pleasurable say. You don't even have to share." Remus looked up from the box of chocolate pastries. "Sex." He shifted his feet, uncomfortable with the turn of the conversation. It was a bit uncomfortable saying the word sex out loud, in public, with a barely 16-year-old boy that is clearly not his own son. Harry laughed as he walked over to where Remus was looking at the chocolate pastries. "It's a joke between them. Remus, well, you loved chocolate as much as Sirius loved woman. So, Sirius said chocolate was like say to you, him." Few days after Christmas, Sirius asked if you had any of your say yet. Sadly, he said this with Mrs. Weasley in the room. Harry winced, still able to hear Mrs. Weasley's yelling voice in his head. Remus looked confused for a second before changing the subject. "So, who are your best friends?" he asked, wanting to get to know as much about Harry as possible. "Ron Weasley and Hermione Granger. I meet Ron on the train," then started the whole story of his first year. Even though Harry highly doubted Remus was listening. James sat back on the couch watching the fire burn in the fireplace out of boredom. Sirius sat next to him watching the same thing, equally bored. "They must have bumped into the candy shop," Sirius said, watching a small spark in the fire. Hum. James agreed. I'm bored, Sirius said for the 5th time. Me too, James said for the 5th time. I'm bored, Sirius said again. Me too. 3 seconds later. I'm bored. Me too. 2 seconds later. I'm bored. I know. I'm bored. For Merlin's sake, Sirius, I get the point. You're bored. Let's leave it. James scowled in irritation. The silence lasted for a whole minute before Sirius said, I'm bored. Grr. James leaned his head against the back of the couch. The fire burst into life and Severus Snape walked out with his Death Eater robes on. He didn't even sneer at the two on the couch. Where's Albus? It's important, he demanded harshly. We don't have much time. Sirius rolled his eyes. He's not here. Did you check the school, genius? After all, he is a headmaster. Severus glared at him. I have to go before they realize I'm not there. You two find him. Tell him there is going to be an attack any minute now. James and Sirius sat up. An attack? Where? James demanded. Severus threw the flow into the fireplace. Diagon Alley, he answered before stepping into the fireplace and disappeared. They both instantly sat up. Remus and Harry. Harry was leaning against the wall in the candy shop. Remus was still looking at the chocolates, but the smell of them was really getting to Harry. He wished they would be able to leave soon. Remus, I'm going to get some ice cream, if you don't mind. Meet you back here, Harry said, getting tired of standing there. Remus didn't look back at him, just nodded his head as he counted how much chocolate he had so far and how much it would cost. Noticing Remus wasn't listening, Harry just left the shop without another word, shaking his head as he went. He shouldn't be gone long. Florine Fortescue's ice cream parlor was just 4 stores down. What could possibly happen? Harry made his way into Florine Fortescue's ice cream parlor. The thought of eating something cold in this hot weather made Harry's mouth water. It was busy inside. On this hot day it wasn't surprising. Harry got in the long line behind some little girl with red hair. She must have been 3 or 4 years younger than him. She turned to look at him when he got behind her. Her eyes were blue and she had little freckles over her nose and under eyes. If Harry didn't know any better, he would have thought she was a Weasley. She turned back around in a snobbish manner, with her hair flinging into his face. Harry took a step back, giving her a confused, angry look behind her. Couldn't be a Weasley. Next, she stepped up to the cashier. I need a strawberry sundae with sprinkles. Harry turned to look out into the street, bored. Next, Harry snapped back into attention. May I have a Neapolitan, please? After his ice cream was ordered and paid for, Harry made his way out of the parlor. He had started walking down the street back to the candy shop eating his Neapolitan when it happened. First, it started out as a scream from some woman. Her frightful scream caused everyone on the street to pause. Harry glanced fearfully at the direction the scream came from. A few stores down, in an alley, a red spell was seen shooting through the air, hitting a blonde-haired man. He fell onto the ground, frozen. Suddenly, everyone started screaming and yelling and running for their lives as men in black robes and white masks walked calmly out of every alley and store. People ran over frozen bodies and wounded people to save themselves. Harry dropped his ice cream and pulled out his wand. He had to get to the candy store for Remus. He ran through the crowds of panicked people. A scream nearby stopped him. He looked across the street. 3 Death Eaters had the girl from the ice cream shop cornered next to Flourish and Blotts. Without a second thought, Harry ran to her rescue. Petrificus totalis, stupiti, stupiti. The 3 Death Eaters were down by the time Harry made it to the girl. The girl looked up with a frightened look on her face, but that quickly turned into a scowl that could match Snape's. What are you doing? I was doing just fine on my own. You didn't need to save a damsel in distress. Harry rolled his eyes. Don't roll your eyes at me, mister. You have no. A movement at the corner of his eye caught his attention. Turning quickly, he saw a Death Eater shot a stunner spell at them. Down. Harry jumped at the girl, pulling to the ground with him. The spell shot right over them, hitting the ground a few feet away. Get off me, you. Her words were drowned by Harry's, run. He pulled her up by the arms and began running, throwing random spells behind him. Harry, where are you? Harry, Remus' voice came over the battle. Harry ran in the direction of his voice, pulling the girl with him. Remus. He still couldn't see him, but he could hear him. Harry. Remus came into view, coming out of an alley between the candy shop and Elop's Owl Emporium. There were blood on his arm and huge scratch on his forehead. He was missing his wand. Harry. Harry pulled the girl over. Remus. Remus' eyes widened when he looked at something behind them. Harry, watch out. It was too late. Harry spun around, saw the red spark of the stunning spell heading towards them, and quickly pushed the girl out of the way of the spell. Then blackness as the spell hit him and he fell hard onto the ground, his head hitting the cobblestones. Remus couldn't believe what he just saw. One minute he saw Harry running towards him with, surprisingly, Aurora Weasley next to him. Then he saw a Death Eater shot a stunning spell at them. Harry pushed Aurora out of the way, getting hit himself. Remus had started running to get to Harry, when the Death Eater come next to Harry and disappear with a loud crack. He didn't know how long he stood there, staring at the spot Harry just disappeared from, but the next thing he knew was James' voice calling out for him. Remus. Harry. Remus snapped out of his trance. He saw Aurora staring at him with a frightened and guilty look on her face. He made us like her views and beliefs, but he couldn't leave a little 13-year-old girl alone with Death Eaters still around, even if the girl was Aurora Weasley. James, I'm over here. He yelled out as he ran over to Aurora, who was still on the ground. He picked her up by the arms gently. To his surprise, she didn't flinch at his touch. They started running in the direction of James's voice. Remus saw Sirius before seeing James. He had his wand out, having just finished off a Death Eater. Sirius. Sirius turned in their direction. Remus. Sirius ran over to them. James. I found Remus. Remus saw James run out of a store. He looked around before running towards them. James looked around and saw Aurora, but no Harry. Where's Harry? He asked, panicking. Remus started pulling Aurora inside a building. Not here. They followed him to the building, keeping a watch on any sudden movements. Most of the street was now abandoned. You can still hear Death Eaters in the distance. They entered the building. James turned to Remus. Where's Harry? He asked forcefully. Remus looked at the top of Aurora's head. He found it strange she hadn't said a word or insult yet. Neither did she try to leave. She had a blank look on her face. Maybe she was feeling guilty, if that was possible. Remus, where's Harry? James almost screamed. He's gone. A Death Eater took him. He whispered, feeling guilty. Here he was supposed to protect him and this happened. If only Chocolate didn't grab his attention, Harry might be here. James didn't say anything. He seemed to go in shock. Sirius though flipped out. What? A Death Eater took him. He ran his hand over his face. Could this day get any worse? After a few minutes of silence, James spoke up in a distant voice. None of the Aurors are here yet. He noted as he glanced out of the shop's window. Where are they? Just as he said this, they heard popping sounds as the Aurors finally came. James kept his head down, facing the top of the table. Aurora was returned to her family. Mrs. Weasley had one loud voice. Especially when she saw who brought Aurora home, people from the Order. The Order she groaned to hate with a fierce passion. He looked up when he saw Tonks walk into the room. She looked fine, though a bit tired from last night. Her arm, though, was strangely in a cast. She sat down across from James and started picking at her cast. James looked back down at the table, waiting for the rest of the Order to get there. They were going to be talking about the attack earlier today, about Harry. He felt this ping of regret and sorrow hit him. He tried to repress them, tried to tell himself that he only regretted a child had been taken, tried to tell himself there was nothing he could have done, but nothing truly hid the true reason why he felt that way. He blamed himself. If only he had talked the boy. If only he was there to protect him. It felt like he failed all over again. Failed his boy. Failed to protect the one promise he gave to Harry when he was born. Suddenly James found himself looking at a blurry tabletop as tears formed around his eyes. He is such a failure. Why couldn't he protect anyone? Most of all, his own family. The sound of coughing brought James' attention back to the present. Albus was at the head of the table waiting for everyone's attention to go to him. Now that I have everyone's attention, let us start. As most of you know, there have been a series of set attacks these past few days, taking place at 9 almost every night. Small attacks upon members of the Order. Severus didn't know the reasons behind the attacks. Severus nodded his head in agreement. And until earlier today I still was confused about them, but it has come to my attention the reason for these small attacks. They were a distraction. Distraction? Arthur Weasley asked. A distraction for what? Others in the room looked back at Albus for the answer. Albus sighed before answering. The Minister, as you know, has finally allowed trials to take place for all Death Eaters and whatnot. These past few days we have captured a number of 20 Death Eaters. We were all focused on, not only the next small attack, but also the trials taking place. So, like usual, everyone was waiting for the next attack to take place tonight and wasn't ready for one to take place in the middle of the day. They caught us unprepared, Sirius murmured, understanding what Albus was taking about. Most people were tired from the trials and late-night fighting. It was the perfect time to strike, he said more loudly. Albus nodded. Sirius turned to Mad-Eye Moody. Why did it take so long for the Aurors to get there? Moody's eye looked at him. At the same time as the attack in Diagon Alley, the Aurors that had nothing to do with the Ministry was called to an attack near the Isle of Dogs and Paddington Station. There's more. Severus spoke up. More attacks? Sirius asked wide-eyed. Severus glared at him. No. More bad news. He caught James's eye for a split second before looking around the room. As you know, or should know, the Isle of Dogs and the Paddington Station were decoy attacks. So, were the night attacks. The main attack was Diagon Alley. The Dark Lord ordered people to be captured, not killed unless necessary. At some point between the attack and now, the Dark Lord changed his plans. What? Why? Someone yelled out. Severus glared in the person direction. It has something to do with the boy's wand. James sat up looking alarmed. Boy, you mean, Harry? He asked slowly, horrified at the thought of it. Severus nodded. Horror set in on the three former marauders. Voldemort has his attention set on Harry now. Remus asked, already knowing the answer. Severus nodded again. He does, but I don't really know why. I wasn't at the meeting where it took place. I was sent to the potion lab instead. James sat throughout the meeting, too petrified to move or speak. Too petrified to even listen to anything going on around him. It was happening again, like it did 16 years ago. Only this time Lily wasn't there with him. Why did Voldemort always have to have an eye on Harry? It happened then, it was happening now. And, as last time, James is afraid he won't be able to save him. It pained him. It pained him deeply that he would fail again. James had never believed in second chances, but he now realized he was given a second chance. A second chance to be a father, and he blew it. Lily would be so disappointed. He didn't know how to be a father to a teenager. Now, he might not have the chance to prove he can be. When Harry woke up, the first thing he realized was his bloody headache. His head pounded just above his eyes and his glasses is missing. He opened one eye after the other to see only darkness. Harry looked around hoping to see any source of light to find his glasses and get out of here. Nothing. He ran his hand over the floor, hoping his glasses fell off while he was in here. Wherever here was. The floor felt like it was made of cold stone. It felt a little damp. If Harry had to guess, he would say he was in a basement of some sort. He found his glasses near where his feet were. He placed them on his face and groaned as he lifted himself in a sitting position. He leaned against the wall and focused on the sound of dripping water. In the distance, Harry swore he could hear the sounds of screaming. He rubbed his head to ease the pain. He didn't know how long he sat there, but a few hours or seconds later, the sound of metal against metal came from the other side of the room. Harry sat up straighter. Light hit his face as a door opened. Harry had to close his eyes to the brightness. He reopened them slowly, letting his eyes adjust to the light. With his eyes still unused to the light, Harry could only see two black burly figures walking towards him. He tensed. It wasn't hard to figure out who the figures were. They were Death Eaters. One of the Death Eaters grabbed Harry by the arm and forced him to his feet before Harry could really do anything. Get up, he ordered angrily. Once Harry was on his feet, the other Death Eater grabbed his other arm. He finally found the strength to struggle, even though he knew it wouldn't do any good. The Death Eaters managed to pull him out of the room and into a well-lit stone corridor. "Stop, boy, or you'll feel the wrath of our Lord." Harry stopped struggling momentarily. "Our Lord, Voldemort. They're going to see Voldemort." Harry almost groaned. That was the last thing on his to-do list. If Voldemort found out who he was, Harry started struggling harder than before. Wanting to get out of there before Voldemort catches on to anything. One of the Death Eaters, Harry didn't know which one, hit him across the head hard enough to knock him out cold. When Harry woke up again, he found himself in the mirror room from his vision a few weeks ago. He was lying at the bottom of the stairs. He wasn't the only one there. There must have been 50 or so people either kneeling or laying on the ground. The Death Eaters were lined up against the wall like statues. Kneeling next to him, with blood running down her forehead, was a little girl of 4 or 5. Her tears were mixed into her blood and she was murmuring under her breath, "Mommy, Daddy, help." Harry watched her for a few moments, knowing all about wanting your parents even though you know it was impossible. Sighing, Harry picked himself off the floor and knelt down next to the girl. He placed a hand on her back. "Shish, you'll be back to your mommy and daddy soon. Everything will be all right." He lied. Everything won't be okay, not with Voldemort coming. The girl leaned into him for comfort. She clinched onto his shirt and started crying silently, not really knowing who he was, but was glad for the comfort. Harry's scar suddenly flared up with pain. He clenched his teeth together to hold back a scream of pain. He looked up the stairs and glared at the figure standing there playing with his wand. Voldemort aka Tom Riddle stood above them, wand in hand. Something on Voldemort's waist caught Harry's attention. Harry gasped in horror. The wand in Voldemort's hand wasn't his wand. It was Harry's wand, the brother of Voldemort's wand. The girl in his arms shook with fear. Harry rubbed her back absent-mindedly. He heard a woman scream in fear, but Harry wasn't really paying attention. His focus was on Voldemort. "Good evening, mudbloods and blood traitors," Voldemort said, smiling calmly. He took a few steps down the stairs. He looked at the wand before looking back at the prisoners. "This is a nice wand, don't you think?" Harry cringed. "I would like to know who owns it." Voldemort's voice had a dangerous tone to it. "If no one comes up to claim this wand, there will be," he paused, then smirked, "consequences." He hissed. Nobody did anything. Harry felt his scar burn as Voldemort's anger rose. Using Harry's wand, Voldemort suddenly spun towards Harry and sent the killing curse at him. Harry didn't have time to do anything, but watch as the green spell rushed towards him. To his utmost horror, the spell didn't hit him, but hit the girl that was still in his arms. Her body fell right into Harry's arms. For a moment Harry forgot to breathe as he stared at the dead body in his arms. Ignoring all those around him, he closed the girl's dead blue eyes. "Bring the boy to me." Harry snapped his head up, thinking Voldemort was talking about him. But to his horror, a Death Eater pushed a little boy about 3 or 4. The boy must have had a silence spell on him. He looked really frightened, with the tears running down his face and his mouth open, like he was trying to scream. Voldemort grabbed the boy from the back of his neck. "If you don't want to see this boy die, then the owner of this wand step forward, now." Almost everyone, who didn't want to see a little boy die, started yelling at once. "That's my wand. No, it's my wand. I can prove it's mine. My wand. My wand." Harry couldn't stand it. He couldn't let a boy that young die, nor can he let some else take his place as owner of the wand. He gently placed the girl's body on the ground and stood up. "It's my wand." But Voldemort either didn't hear him or didn't believe him. He had to get Voldemort's attention. "It's my wand, Tom Riddle," Harry yelled. Voldemort would surely turn his attention to Harry now. Indeed, Voldemort snapped his head in Harry's direction, not knowing who said it, but knowing someone did. Silence. Everyone immediately stopped talking. Voldemort glared around the room. "Who said that?" Harry stepped forward. He was that scared. He fought with him 4 times, not counting Hallows' Eve night. And his world Voldemort was a lot scarier looking than this Voldemort. Of course this Voldemort was most likely more powerful, being alive longer than his Voldemort. I did, Tom, Harry said, trying to keep his voice even and confident. Though his voice sounded confident, he wasn't inside. Inside, his heart was beating really fast and his head was telling him not to do this. Voldemort looked at him and glared. How did you hear of that name, boy? He hissed angrily. Harry opened his mouth to respond, but Voldemort started barking orders. Death Eaters, take the prisoners back to their cell. Leave the boy with me, he shouted, not looking away from Harry. We're going to need the leverage, he hissed, shaking the young boy in his arms roughly. Harry took a shaky breath as he heard the Death Eaters take the other prisoners out of the room. This was going to beep. Voldemort stared at the boy in front of him. Just looking at his shoulder-length brown hair and his blue eyes, Voldemort could tell his appearance was a fake. The boy didn't seem to really fear him as the rest of the world did. He must know Dumbledore personally. Voldemort grinned. That could work to his favor. Everyone, but Malfoy and Lestrange out. Voldemort called out to the Death Eaters. Voldemort kept his eye on the boy as the Death Eaters left them and his two most trusted Death Eaters. He threw the small boy that was still standing next to him to Bella Lestrange. She held tightly onto his arms. The blonde-haired boy stood tall, but his eyes showed fear. Not as much fear as Voldemort would like. He walked around him like a predator to prey. Such a Gryffindor, he whispered to himself in disgust. Are you going to tell me who you are, or am I going to have to find out the hard way? Harry remained silent, knowing that in telling Voldemort who he was would be a dangerous thing to, not only him, but his father, godfather, and surrogate uncle as well. He took a shaky breath to ease his fear. Voldemort stopped right in front of him. Not going to answer. What a pity, he sneered before smiling sweetly. I guess I'll have to do it the hard way. Harry winced, knowing what Voldemort would most likely do. He was surprised Voldemort hadn't already used the Cruciatus Curse on him yet. Voldemort, though, did something Harry wasn't expecting. He raised his wand and said, Finite Incantatem. Harry gasped in horror as he felt the magic of the spell run through his body. His shoulder-length brown hair went back to the usual short messy black hair and his blue eyes became green again. James Potter sat angrily at the kitchen table with Sirius and Remus. They were alone once again, the meeting being over for the past 2 hours. I can't believe they want us to sit back and do nothing. Remus slowly took James's bottle of fire whiskey away from him while he wasn't paying attention. He has been going on and on about their lack of help since the meeting ended. Truthfully, Remus and Sirius were getting tired of it. James, mate, there is nothing we can do about it. It's in the facts, Sirius said almost absent-mindedly. Remus looked questioningly at Sirius. He was surprised Sirius wasn't jumping in to find Harry. Sirius was the type who would risk his life for someone they barely know, especially for someone he did know. Remus looked closely at Sirius and sighed at what he saw. Remus could see his head spinning to find a solution, to find a way to save Harry against the Order's order not to. James looked up at Sirius. Come on, mate, can we really trust Severus Snape to save him? Severus wouldn't risk his life or his position as spy for some boy's life. Some boy who was the son of his most hated person alive. Some boy from another world. Some boy who no one really knows. Some boy who... Okay, James, we get the point. Severus just wouldn't save some random boy he might hate. Sirius interrupted. That's why we need to come up with something, a plan to save Harry. James sent a confused glance at him. You were just saying not to do anything. Now you're saying to do something. Hey, I was trying to think over your mindless chatter, he said quickly to defend himself. I had to say something to shut you up, even though it didn't work. He murmured to himself. Anyway, first step first. We have to find out where Voldemort is holding him. There was a moment of silence before James spoke up. How are we going to do that? We could talk to Severus, though that would basically tell him we are going against the Order's order. Remus spoke up. I can go to my office at the Ministry and find any useful information there. Sirius said voluntary. He stood up from the kitchen table. Good. I can. James stopped, not knowing what he can do at the moment. Remus pointed to James and himself. can look in the old order files to find any information on Voldemort that might be helpful. Remus got up from the table and James followed. Good idea, I was just about to say that, James said, walking out of the room. Remus and Sirius rolled their eyes. Sure you were, they said at the same time. Found something, Remus said hours later. He and James were in the dark corner of the library, looking through cabinets of folders with old order stuff. Stuff that was said in past order meetings and stuff that wasn't shared in the meetings. If you found something, you would place it here in these files. James kneed down next to Remus. What did you find? Remus held the folder he had out to him. Apparently, Voldemort's birth name is Tom Marvolo Riddle. He grew up in a Muggle orphanage. We should check that place out, Remus said as an afterthought. His mother's name is Merope Grant, a pure blood, and his father's name is Thomas Riddle, a Muggle. A half-blood. How ironic, James said sarcastically. But, seriously, Remus, get to the point. Remus rolled his eyes again. Anyway, at some point, Riddle killed his father and grandparents at their home, Riddle Manor. Since then there have been weird sightings of people wearing black entering and exiting the house. I believe Riddle Manor is our best bet, but I still would like to look at the orphanage just in case. Where is Riddle Manor and the orphanage located? James asked, ready to jump into action. Remus started flipping through the folder, looking for any hint of the location. I don't know, it doesn't say. Remus threw the folder on the ground next to other files that were already searched through. James sat in thought. Voldemort's father was a Muggle. His mother, a witch. He killed his father and grandparents at the manor. The manor name is Riddle Manor after his father's side of the family, which is all Muggles. That's it. James snapped his fingers and smiled. He turned to Remus. Voldemort killed his father at the manor. Riddle Manor is from his father's side of the family. They are all Muggles. So, the manor would be in a Muggle town. Remus didn't look to impress with James' discovery. That doesn't narrow it down at all, James. There are more Muggle towns than magic towns. Yeah, but unlike magic towns and the wizarding world in general, Muggles have that thing called an Enter-net. On the Enter-net you can find almost anything in the world. A death like the Riddles would most likely ended up in the newspapers, which would have ended up on the Enter-net a few years later. He said. Now, Remus looked impressed with James. You're right, I could go the Muggle library and hop onto one of their computers. He got back to his feet and whipped some imaginary dirt off his legs. What am I going to do? James asked, looking up at him. I'm not your father, James. I can't tell you what to do or what not to do. Though, I do suggest you look through these files some more for any information of the orphanage. With that said, Remus left the room, leaving behind a tired James. Would Lily be disappointed in him? Would his dead wife narrow her green eyes at him like the old days, her cheeks flushed with barely suppressed anger? She probably would at the way James treated Harry so far. James sighed deeply and looked around at pile of folders that lay out around him. He didn't even know where to start looking. One of these files might be the clue to finding Harry. To finding redemption. Taking another quick look around at all the files, James picked up the closest file to him and started his search. This is going to be a long night. He's been here for an hour now, typing away on the computer, trying to find anything useful. The internet was a good idea. Muggles tend to put everything on the internet. But that was also the problem at the moment. There was too much information and none of it was the right information. None of the information was useful to him. Remus leaned back in his chair and rubbed his hand tiredly over his eyes. He stared at the screen in front of him, trying to think of something else he could look up that might be useful. The search engine had the words Riddle Manor typed in it. Remus stared at the words, thinking about what James had said. A death like the Riddles would most likely ended up in the newspapers. That's what he said. Remus looked at the words in the search engine. He deleted the words and typed in, Riddle family murder. He clicked enter. It wasn't long until he found a site with the news headline, Riddle murder. Excitedly, Remus read the article quickly. He quickly found the town Riddle Manor was located in. Little Hangleton. He printed the news article. Remus jumped out of his seat and quickly left to find James and Sirius. Remus found James and Sirius on the couch in the living room. They were talking over a file in Sirius's hand. They both looked up when Remus entered. "I was just telling Sirius what we found so far," James said as Remus sat down on a chair. James and Sirius shifted so they were looking at Remus. "Did you find anything on the orphanage?" Remus asked. James shook his head. "What did you found out?" Sirius asked Remus. "Little Hangleton is the Muggle town the Riddle Manor is in." Remus was frustrated. They were in Little Hangleton with no plan of action. He was freezing. It was spooky and dark. They couldn't use magic, because they didn't want to set off any sort of alarm. They have no idea where they were going. No one knew where they were. So, if they did get into some trouble, no one would know where to look for them. They have no backup. And they didn't have any idea what they are going to do once they made it to Riddle Manor. "Stop, you two," he whispered angrily. James and Sirius stopped and turned to look back at Remus. "What?" they asked innocently. Remus stumped up to them. "We need a plan. No buts, ands, or ors." Severus Snape put the last ingredient in the potion and watched it boil. The Dark Lord wanted him to have Veritaserum ready real soon. For what reason, Severus can only guess. And guess he did. The Potter boy. The last time he saw him, the boy looked terrible, and that was just half an hour ago. The Dark Lord must have been torturing him for hours, trying to find out who he was. Something told him, though, that the Dark Lord already knew who the boy was. He just didn't know how. Severus put the potion into a vial and put it in his pocket with other potions. After cleaning up everything, Severus made his way to the throne room where the Dark Lord was. The Death Eaters standing guard at the doors into the throne room moved aside to let Severus pass. They were expecting him. The door opened at his approach. The first thing Severus saw was the Potter boy lying on the ground in pain. Malfoy and Lestrange were off to the side with a small frightened boy. He bowed respectfully. "My lord, I have the potion you requested." Voldemort held the Potter boy under the Cruciatus curse just a little bit longer before turning to Severus. "Of course you do, my snake." Voldemort turned back to the boy. "Give him some," he ordered. Severus kneeled next to the boy and forced his head back, whispering to him silently. "Potter, this is just water mixed in with heavy salt and vinegar." He took out a vial from his pocket. "Drink it and be as believable as you can." He took the cork off the vial. "If I get in trouble because you can't make a good little white lie, then I'm not going to try and save you again." A lie, but Potter didn't need to know that. Severus forced the water into Harry's mouth. "Pretend this is Veritaserum. Act like this is Veritaserum." He sneered before standing up and stepping away. He bowed once again in front of Voldemort. "Leave us, my snake." Severus did as he was told, giving Harry Potter one warning look before leaving the room. "Are you sure this is going to work?" James asked Remus quietly. "Are you sure this is a good idea?" Sirius asked as the shifted position. They were kneeling next to the back wall of Riddle Manor, behind a bush. It has been half an hour since they were here last. Remus had this sudden crazy, in James and Sirius's opinion, idea to use Muggle means to distract Voldemort and the Death Eaters. They followed Remus to a Muggle military base. Thank Merlin their wizards or the whole military would have been after their hinds after they stole Muggle weapons called bombs. They were going to blow the whole south wall of the manor. Voldemort glared at the closed door after Severus Snape left. He sighed before turning back to Harry. Harry was looking at the far wall trying to make his eyes look distant and dead. He managed to keep his back straight and stiff. "What is your name?" Harry held down his terror. He knew Voldemort most likely knew who he was. It wasn't that hard to figure out. His heart was beating so fast he felt his blood rushing through his body as he opened his mouth to answer. Har! Suddenly a loud banging sound echoed around the room and the ground shook, making Malfoy, Lestrange and the little boy fall to the ground. Harry landed onto his side and Voldemort somehow stayed on his feet. "Master, are you all right?" Bellatrix Lestrange asked as she scrambled off the ground, still holding the crying boy tightly in her hand. "I'm fine," he sneered. "Bellatrix, take the boy down with the rest of them. Lucius, take the other boy to the special room." Harry felt a shiver go down his spine at the gleam in his eyes. Malfoy grinned as he stunned Harry. Wingardium Leviosa. The three former marauders walked silently through the dark, cold hallway of Riddle Manor. They were under James's old invisibility cloak. Something they haven't used since the Potters went into hiding. A sound from behind them stopped them in their tracks. They quickly and quietly moved against the wall to get out of the way. To their luck, they saw Lucius Malfoy with a floating Harry Potter and Bellatrix Lestrange holding a crying little boy. They waited until the two Death Eaters passed before striking them from behind. Stupfi, they said at the same time. 2 spells hit Bellatrix and 1 hit Lucius. Come on, we don't have much time until more Death Eaters come, Remus whispered urgently. Sirius rushed over to Harry and James rushed over to a small boy. James picked the boy up. It's all right, we're here to save you. The boy held on tightly to him, burying his head into James's neck. Sirius, Harry said in relief as Sirius helped him up off the ground. Harry stumbled when he tried to walk. Wrap an arm around my neck, Harry, Sirius ordered quietly. Harry did as he was told and Sirius wrapped an arm around his waist for support. Remus heard footsteps coming with his werewolf hearing. Come, hurry, I hear someone coming, he whispered urgently. They all rushed under the invisibility cloak after Remus enlarged it. They started walking away from the scene of the crime. Remus heard it before the others. The sound of more footsteps then the sound of yelling as the Death Eaters found Malfoy and Lestrange stunned on the ground. Search the place. They couldn't have gotten far. You, grab a group and search the grounds. Go, go, we got to get out of here, Sirius whispered urgently. The closer they got to the hole they made with the bombs, the more Death Eaters there were. So far it didn't seem like these Death Eaters knew about Malfoy and Lestrange getting stunned yet, which made it easier for them to sneak around. Remus, who was in front of them, stopped short when he saw who was standing close to the hole. Voldemort had a Death Eater under the Cruciatus curse. Now, tell me some good news, he hissed angrily at the Death Eater. Mate, Death Eater, 6 o'clock, James whispered from behind them. The group stepped out of the way as a Death Eater ran past them. My lord, the Death Eater bowed and keyed Voldemort's robes. Arise, my serpent, and speak. The Death Eater did as he was told. My lord, I bear bad news. Voldemort narrowed his eyes, dangerously. What is it? It's Bellatrix Lestrange and Lucius Malfoy, my lord. They were found stunned in the corridor. Oh, Sirius whispered. Shouldn't we get out of here now? What, you irresponsible, useless serpent. Everyone in the room cringed, knowing what was going to happen. They weren't disappointed. Crucio. No Death Eater was spared from his anger. As Voldemort took his anger out on his Death Eaters, the silent group snuck through them to the hole in the wall. They just made it out of the manor when one of Voldemort's mist-fired Cruciatus curse hit James in the back. James fell onto the ground, dropping the kid. When he dropped, the invisibility cloak came off him, exposing him to Voldemort and his Death Eaters. He screamed in pain. The group of 3 turned when they heard James screaming. It was too late. By the time they turned around, James was already surrounded by Death Eaters and the boy was dead by a quick killing curse. Well, what do we have here? Voldemort's voice mocked. He stood in front of James. James Potter. Who would have guessed he would show up? He gazed across the surrounding area. He wouldn't be alone. Johnson. A Death Eater came forward and kneeled. My lord, grab a group and search the area. Potter wouldn't have come here alone. Yes, my lord. Johnson stood up and disappeared through the crowd, calling out names of Death Eaters to help the search. We got to get out of here, Remus whispered. Harry looked at him in horror. What about my dad? We can't just leave him. Someone would stay behind with the invisibility cloak, Remus said as he pushed Sirius and Harry down the hill to the apparating point. They reached the point without getting caught. They could still hear the Death Eaters laughing. It sent shivers down their spines. Who's going back for James? I can if you don't, Remus said. No, that's fine, I'll go. You take Harry, Sirius said while he passed Harry over to Remus. Remus handed the invisibility cloak to Sirius. Wait until a Death Eater sees you before going. That way, they would think everyone left without James. It would lower their guard. Sirius said as he wrapped himself in the cloak. Remus nodded his agreement. I see them. A shout from an incoming Death Eater jumped Remus into action and he quickly side-apparated with Harry. They popped just outside the anti-apparition wards around the Order headquarters. Once they were safely inside the House of Black, Remus ordered Harry to stay in bed as he left to get Madame Pomfrey. Harry groaned. He saw Madame Pomfrey so much that people would start confusing them as mother and son. It's been over an hour. Remus turned around again and headed back to the stuffed chair. Where on earth are they? He turned again, heading in the opposite direction. He had been pacing in front of the fireplace since he got Poppy to see Harry. Remus was worried sick. James and Sirius hadn't returned yet. He glanced in the direction of the stairs. Poppy gave Harry a dreamless sleep potion. So, Harry was now sleeping. It was a good thing too. Or he would be worrying over them as well. They ran down the hill with only the invisibility cloak for cover. Sirius had to support an injured James. Behind them dozens of Death Eaters ran after them, casing curses blindly, not able to see where two invisible people were. Idiots! Summon the stupid cloak. They heard Voldemort shout from on top of the hill. They were only a meter or less away from the end of the anti-apparition wards. Accio invisibility cloak. A Death Eater yelled out. They passed the wards just as the cloak flew off them. With his former Auror's skills, James spun around and caught the cloak, just as they apparated out of there. A few moments later they burst through the front door of the Order headquarters, startling Remus. James, Sirius, I was worried sick about you. What took you? Remus started to say, but was interrupted by James. Where's Harry? Is he all right? Without waiting for an answer, James limped on his hurt leg to the stairs and started the long process up the stairs. Sirius and Remus stared in shock before catching each other's eye. I think he's warming up to Harry, don't you? Sirius asked unnecessary. All Remus did was nod before going to the fireplace. We'll have to fire call Albus to let him know Harry is safe. Remus said, changing the subject. Sirius slumped down onto the couch. He's going to have our hinds for what we just did. Remus chuckled, knowing Sirius was most likely right. James made his way painfully up the stairs towards the room Harry had been using. He felt this need to see that Harry was all right, not just hear that he was. He reached the door to Harry's room, but then hesitated at the door. Shaking his head to clear all doubt, James opened the door and walked into the room. Harry was sleeping peacefully on the bed. He was on his side with his arm tucked under his pillow. James knelt down next to Harry's bed, wincing at the pain in his leg. He looked so much like the Harry him and Lily would dream about, back when Harry was just a year-old baby. Such bravery and strength. Albus told James everything that happened in the Department of Mysteries. It wounded him, knowing that this boy felt it was necessary to use an unforgivable curse on someone. It even wounded him, knowing he would have done the same thing if Sirius had fallen by that person. He reached to push some of Harry's hair out of his face. He was going to need a haircut soon. James noticed. Moving the hair, James now saw the lightning bolt scar on Harry's forehead. He touched it gently. Harry beeped in his sleep. A warm touch on his scar woke him up, but his mind was still foggy from sleep. He beeped at the unexpected touch. With great effort Harry managed to crack his eyes open. He couldn't see who was kneeling next to his bed without his glasses, though with his foggy, sleepy mind he wouldn't have been able to focus on the person anyway. He felt a hand run through his hair in a smoothing manner. Go back to sleep, son. Without another thought or word, Harry closed his eyes again and was asleep in seconds. Harry woke up by the sound of Madame Pomfrey coming into the room. If I find you well, Mr. Potter, then I'll allow you to eat in the kitchen with the others. There was a meeting earlier. So, most of the members are still here. Harry just nodded his head and allowed Madame Pomfrey to examine him. Madame Pomfrey seemed satisfied at what she saw and allowed Harry to leave the room. Harry's stomach growled and he looked shyly at Madame Pomfrey. Well, Mr. Potter, I think you should get to breakfast before it's all eaten. Harry smiled before dashing out of the room. He stopped running when he reached the bottom of the stairs and walked the rest of the way to the kitchen. Harry froze in the doorway to the kitchen. Most of the Order members were still there eating breakfast and talking, but Harry knew that. Madame Pomfrey told him. What made him freeze was the fact that the only seat left was in between James Potter and, surprisingly, Severus Snape, who didn't appear to be eating anything. With no place else to sit, Harry gloomily sat down between his potion master and his father. He piled his plate with scrambled eggs and bacon, but he only took a few bits before pushing the plate away. Is there something wrong with Remus's cooking, Harry? Harry looked up at Sirius, who was sitting on his father's other side. He shook his head. No, it's not that. He looked at Remus, who was sitting on Sirius's other side. No offense, Remus, but I miss Mrs. Weasley's cooking. Remus chuckled and Sirius groaned. Mrs. Weasley's cooking. He beeped. Arthur, you have to get your ex-wife back, just for her cooking. Arthur Weasley gave a sad smile. Her chicken was to die for. Sirius continued. Remember, James. Oh, I remember all right. It's hard to forget, James said. Not only was her chicken to die for but her lasagnas. Sirius, James, and Remus said at the same time. The people in the room chuckled. Fred, George, I do not literally mean, to die for, Sirius said at the grinning Weasley twins. The room burst into laughter at something that Harry didn't understand. Looking around he saw that Professor Snape was the only one not laughing. No surprise there. Feeling left out of some inside joke, Harry started to play around with his food. Well, I have to get to work, Sirius said standing up. I'm already late. Bloody Merlin, work. Remus jumped out of his seat. I almost forgot. The Order members started laughing again at Remus's forgetfulness. It was odd for Harry to see this side of him. He never tagged Remus Lupin to be a forgetful person, but this was his fourth time he forgot about his job. Once the two left, Harry looked over at their two empty seats. He could move into Remus's empty seat. He would be able to talk to Neville and be a seat away from James Potter, who didn't want him, and 3 seats away from Severus Snape, the potion master who hated him. Or he could just leave if he wasn't even going to eat. Albus is in the living room when you're done with breakfast. Harry looked up suddenly at James Potter. His father was looking down at him. Oh, thank you, sir, Harry added quickly. James turned back to his food and closed his eyes to block some hidden pain. He slowly opened his eyes while he nodded. He pushed food around plate. Don't forget to bring the pensieve. Harry nodded. Thank you for the reminder, sir. Harry stood and left room to get the box before meeting Dumbledore. Harry sat on the couch, waiting for Dumbledore to get out of the pensieve. When Harry entered the room, Dumbledore immediately asked for the pensieve and went in without another word. Dumbledore finally came out of the pensieve with a thoughtful look on his face. Sir, Dumbledore snapped his head up at Harry. This, Mr. Potter, furthers my belief that you fought against magic that was not meant to be fought against. So, your saying was I was just supposed to allow Voldemort to take over. Harry said, thinking what Dumbledore said the last time he was here. Flashback. It's to my belief that one would not be able to go to a world where their counterpart still lives. Harry took in the information. But how? How did Godric someone get into a different dimension? Albus nodded his understanding of Harry's question. In his book he talked about fighting a force before waking up in a different world. He woke up where his counterpart had died. Harry leaned forward, earnest for more information. What was the force? It was the force of magic. Magic was telling him to do one thing, but he was doing the complete opposite. Not something like the Imperious Curse, but more like the Fighting Possession or the Veritaserum. Magic that isn't meant to be fought against. Possession. Harry whispered. Voldemort was possessing me and I fought back. Harry looked away from Dumbledore. I do believe that is what happened. That type of magic could have killed any normal witch or wizard. You'll have to be very strong and powerful to fight against it. End flashback. Dumbledore shook his head. That's not what I mean, Mr. Potter. It's natural instinct to fight back an invasion of the mind. You, though, didn't only fight back mentally like people tend to do. You physical fought back as well. Harry shook his head in confusion. I'm sorry, Professor, but I don't know what you mean. Well, Mr. Potter, there are 2 parts of your body. There are mental and physical. Most people instantly fight back mentally when they are possessed. Their mind would try to block the possessor from entering. Your mind-brain controls your body. So, it's natural to block access to the mind. You block the mind. You block the possessor's control of your body. You understand so far, Mr. Potter? Dumbledore asked. Harry nodded his head. Yes, sir, I think I do. Dumbledore nodded before continuing. You, however, used your very magic to block your mind and literally pushed Voldemort out of your mind. Something that would have been done natural when you block your mind. Though I see the need to literally push him out with your magic. Since you two have the connection, it would have been necessary for you to do that. You may have blocked your mind from him for a second, but it would only have taken such as long to re-enter your mind, because of the connection. Harry leaned against the back of the couch, looking a bit pale. Voldemort, of course, would have fought back. He probably did the same thing you did and fought physically. That force between his and yours would have been enough to send you here. Do you understand, Mr. Potter? Sir, if he fought back the same way, then why didn't we both come here? Wouldn't he have come with me? Not that I'm complaining or anything. Harry quickly added. It was your body, Mr. Potter. Not his. It was your magical core. Both of you were in your body, not his. Does that answer your question? Harry nodded his head. Good. Now, to the next problem. Harry quickly sat up. Next problem. What problem? Voldemort knows you're here. He may not know how or why, but he knows you're here and he will try to kill you. Harry swallowed hard. What do we do or what do I have to do? Harry asked terrified. Train. Dumbledore answered, bluntly. You will need to train to fight and survive. You have Sirius, Remus, and James to help you. I'll be able to come by once in a while to help and I'll have Severus Snape to teach you occlumency. Harry cringed, remembering the past year. Alistair Moody would have time on his hand to help you. Sir, can't you teach me occlumency? Harry asked almost desperately. Dumbledore shook his head. No, Mr. Potter, I don't have the time. As I said, I'll be able to come by once in a while and that is it. Severus has more time than I to teach you. Harry held back the groan as Dumbledore stood up. Wait, sir. Harry quickly stood up as well. Did you find out if Godric Hahn, whatever, made it back to his world? Godric Hamison, Mr. Potter. Dumbledore corrected. Yes, I do believe he did. How? That, Mr. Potter, is something I still have to find out. Dumbledore turned to leave, but stopped when he saw the look on Harry's face. You have to go back, Harry. Harry looked up when Dumbledore said his first name. It was the first time this Dumbledore said his name. There is no choice, but to go back to where you belong. You are needed and loved there. You have many great friends who miss you. Harry looked down feeling ashamed. I know, sir. It's just hard picking between my father and godfather are my two best friends I knew since first year. There is no choosing evolved. You have to go back. Dumbledore said, giving Harry a look behind his half-moon spectacles. Harry nodded his head. I know. It still doesn't make it easy, sir. Dumbledore placed a comforting hand on his shoulders and gave him a pat. I know it doesn't, Harry. I know it doesn't. With that, Dumbledore was gone. Training started right away, right after Dumbledore left. Alistair, Mad Eye, Moody came in right when Dumbledore left and fired a curse at Harry from behind. Harry, of course, wasn't ready for it and got hit with it. Madame Pomfrey was having a field day when she saw his arm with its boils. Since then Harry has been training long and hard. So far Moody worked him on being prepared for anything. He worked Harry with skills and preparedness. Harry learned different strategies and quickness. Most importantly, he learned constant vigilance. And that was only with Moody. With Remus, Harry learned different stronger spells and their defenses. It was mostly advanced Dada. He learned spells and curses that even the 7th years don't learn. Sirius usually helped in this department. He knew many dark curses from growing up with his family. He taught Harry the dark curses and Remus would help with the defenses. Dumbledore would come by once in a while and test Harry's skills with a short duel. Then they would sit down and talk. Dumbledore, being so old and wise, told Harry many things that might help him. He would sometimes train Harry in transfiguration. Snape of course taught him occlumency and he surprising willing taught him potions. Either this Snape was a better teacher than his counterpart or Harry was a special case. For the past 2 weeks, though, Harry had yet to train with his father. He didn't even know what James Potter supposed to teach him. He hadn't seen much of him since Harry started training. It was now August 4th, a Friday, and no one seemed to realize that they missed Harry's birthday. Not that Harry expected them to remember. To them he's been dead for the past 15 years. Plus with all the training, it would take their minds off of such a small event. Anyway, on the morning of August 4th, Harry made his way down to breakfast with his aching muscles. Moody was being hard on him yesterday. "We are horrible. I can't believe we forgot." The sentence stopped Harry short. He couldn't help but listen in on Sirius's conversation with, most likely, Remus and James. "Why didn't you remind us earlier, James? I feel so guilty for forgetting." Sirius' voice floated through the closed kitchen door. "You feel guilty? I'm the one who should have remembered." Harry heard James yell. "Calm down, James. Neither of us blames you. We all should have remembered." Remus reasoned. "My question is, why didn't he remind us? He couldn't have forgotten. How are we going to make it up to him?" Sirius asked. "Maybe James should start teaching him," Remus pointed out. "Maybe we should give him a day off," James stressed. "James, you got to face him eventually. You can't keep running away," Remus said. "Seriously, mate, what happened to your Gryffindor spirit?" There was no question in his mind that they were talking about him. Who else does James Potter tend to avoid? Harry slowly backed away from the door with a heavy heart. Harry stood in the middle of the ballroom, which served as Harry's training room, with Remus. There was a dummy on the other side of the room with his arms almost sliced off. "You did that curse really well, Harry," Remus said after Harry did a ministry bin-slashing curse. "Can you tell me the counter spell?" Harry stood there thinking over last Saturday, when he had this lesson. It was a certain kind of shield. It was called, I know what it does. I know it's a certain kind of shield. I just don't remember the name of it," Harry said. The sound of someone else entering the room brought their heads up. Harry thought it was Moody at first, but was really surprised to see James Potter standing uncomfortably in the doorway. Remus coughed, which brought Harry's attention to him. "Well, Harry, I want you to find the answer for tomorrow. I'll expect the answer and a demonstration of the spell. Is that understood?" Harry nodded and watched Remus walk past him, patting his shoulder as he went. "He's all yours, mate," Remus said to James as he stopped at the doorway. "We'll be down in an hour," James said. "An hour? You're not giving us much time to get ready." Harry gave them a suspicious look. "I'm giving a brief overview on the subject and the process. That would only take an hour at the most. So, you two better hurry up," James said, grinning at Remus' distressed look. "See you in an hour then, you two," Remus said as he left the ballroom, closing the door behind him. No one said anything at first. James moved towards one of the two-person tables off to the side of the room. "Won't you sit, Harry?" he asked as he sat down. Harry moved slowly towards the seat across from his father. He sat down and placed his wand on the table. "You won't be needing that," James said, talking about the wand. Harry nodded and put the wand into his pocket. "Tell me, Harry, what do you know about animagus?" Harry's eyes lit up like fireworks. "Animagus, sir?" "Yes, animagus. Well, I know that it's really hard to become one. You can't become a magical animal. I know that you can't pick your animal. I know that you, Sirius, and Wormtail became animagus to help Remus out on full moons." James nodded at the information. "Your knowledge is pretty limited. The process of becoming an animagus is long and arduous, and has the potential to backfire and cause the transformation go horribly wrong. So, I'll be watching over you as you prepare for this. On days I wouldn't be able to do it for some reason or another, Sirius would watch over your progress." Harry nodded, gathering as much information as he can. He always wanted to become an animagi. Ever since he heard about it during his 3rd year. Ever since he learned that his father was one. "You cannot have more than one animal. You said that wizards couldn't become a magical animal. That is wrong. Though it's extremely rare, it is possible to become a magical animal." though the only person in recorded history to ever become a magical animal was Merlin. It was rumored that he was able to become a phoenix. As the discussion went on, James Potter became more comfortable in his son's presences. He forgot that he was in his son's presence. The whole hour they talked about the do's and don'ts of the animagus process. James seemed very stern on those rules, sounding very much like an overacting father. Not that Harry would point it out to him. He very much enjoyed the sternness. It felt like he really did have someone that cared, even if James truly didn't. Lastly, you won't need a wand at all. Animagus is wandless magic. James quickly cast the time charm. The words flashed. August 4th, Friday, 12:18 p.m. We should go down now. It's time for lunch. Sirius should be home by now too, James said as he stood up. Sirius, doesn't he have work? Harry asked as he followed his father and stood up. He asked for half the day off today. After you, James said, allowing Harry to leave the room first. Nothing else was said as they climbed down the stairs. Harry reached the bottom and was about to head towards the kitchen when he heard a noise coming from the living room. He looked curiously at the direction of the living room. Why don't we go check it out? Harry looked up at James suspiciously. He looked calm and was that amusement in his eyes. Harry must say that was the first time he seen any amusement in James Potter. Since he seemed to be amused by this, it shouldn't be anything too bad. Harry tried to reason with himself. Even as he told himself this, his hand didn't sway too far from his pocket where his wand was. Harry made their way to the living room door with James following right behind him. The living room was dark when Harry opened the door. He knew there were people in the room. He could hear their feet shuffling. What they were doing, though, Harry had no idea. Where's the light? Harry asked. Just as he asked it, the lights came on. Surprise! Harry jumped 3 feet into the air and quickly took his wand out at the unexpected shout. There were people from the order standing around the coffee table. The table had a big cake on top of it and there were presents off to the side. On the ceiling there was a banner with the words, "Happy late birthday, Harry." What is this? Harry asked, stunned. Why, Harry, can't you tell? Sirius asked, grinning. It's your late birthday party. Harry looked around the room, still stunned. Remus was standing next to Sirius, grinning with Moody on the other side. The Longbottoms were there, standing together by the fireplace. The Weasleys were spread around the room. Fred and George were sitting on the couch, looking a bit too innocent. Bill and Charlie were standing next to their father by the presents. The only people missing were the rest of the Weasleys, Dumbledore and, thank goodness, Snape. A party for me. Remus nodded and he pulled Harry into the room. Of course, he said, grinning like an idiot. Harry never had a birthday party before. The Dursleys never cared. This would be his first birthday party ever. Harry smiled as the party started. Sometime during the birthday feast, as Sirius called it, a white and brown owl came flying through the opened living room window with a letter. Harry was surprised when the letter stopped by him. Curiously, Harry took the offered letter from the owl and watched the owl fly away. He looked at the letter in his hand, well aware that everyone was watching him. Maybe it's from Dumbledore, Harry said with a shrug. No, Dumbledore would have sent Fawkes. James said a few seats away. Harry started opening the letter, but was stopped by Sirius. Wait, it could be dangerous. Harry rolled his eyes. If it was dangerous then it wouldn't have passed by the wards. Oh, right, he finished opening the letter. Dear Harry, I overheard Remus Lupin say your name. Don't think too much on this letter. I just want to say thank you. Oh, and I would like to say sorry for being a jerk. So, thank you and sorry. As I said, don't think too much on this letter. P.S. Please don't tell my family that I wrote to you. They would be pissed. Thanks. Harry reread the letter a few times before placing it in his pocket. Who is it from? Remus asked. I don't know, Harry answered as he took the letter back out of his pocket and handed to Remus. He read the letter and then shrugged his shoulders. Harry took the letter back and put it in his pocket. Soon, the letter was forgotten as the cake was brought out and the presents were brought to him. Aurora Arthur Weasley, best known as Rora to most people, was staring out her window thinking what life would have been like if she went with her father instead of her mother. It was not the first time she thought of this. Not the first time she wished this. As far back as she remembered, she wished to live with her father. If she could, she would have chosen her father, but she was only 2 when her parents split. There was nothing that could have been done. It was agreed that mother would take the younger ones and father the older children, unless the children wanted a certain parent, like Percy going with mother instead of father and Fred and George going with father. Being 2, she couldn't have picked father. On the outside appearance, it looked like she fits with mother's family and not father's. She acted spoiled, arrogant, and selfish like the rest of them. But it was all just an act. After living here for 11 years, it was easy to act the spot. Most people wouldn't try and get to know her because they only see the outside appearance. On the inside, though, Rora loved learning about Muggles, got that love from her father. She found herself liking Fred and George pranks at school and such. She liked to get good decent grades in school. She loved flying. She didn't care about money and fame, like Ron seemed to want. All she wanted was a family that didn't expect her to be something she was not. She only met her father 3 times, and each time she was being downright good to him. It pained her to be mean to him, but she had an appearance to keep up and a mother to be afraid of. Mother has one scary voice and her temper would kill someone someday. Mother didn't want her children come too attached to the man she had once loved. Afraid he'll get them killed. Rora, lunch is ready. Rora sighed deeply at her mother's loud voice coming from downstairs. She loved her mother, but only because she was her mother. Molly Weasley was the most overprotected, neat freak mother there was. She wanted everything to be neatly in order, and she was way overprotected over her children. Something Rora couldn't stand. Rora, come down right now. The food is on the table. Coming, mother, Rora yelled back, jumping off the window seat. Harry had been on her mind too. She didn't even know his last name and she felt like she owed him. He saved her life and she had to be a jerk to him. It was a habit to become snotty brat in public. That was what she trained herself to do. She felt so guilt afterwards. She overheard the twins in Diagon Alley talking about James Potter, Sirius Black, and Remus Lupin saving Harry a week ago. Hey, she was a Weasley. She knew how to listen into others' conversations. Anyway, she was so relieved to hear that the boy who saved her was safe. It took lots of debating with herself to finally send a thank you and sorry letter to him. Hopefully, he got it and didn't think too much about it. Rora sat down at the kitchen table and grimaced at the way Ron was eating. Some things never change, no matter how old you get. Rora thought as she remembered Ron from when they were younger. Late that night, Remus helped bring Harry his presents. He was sitting on the ground in front of a roaring fire, with everyone either sitting on the ground next to him or sitting on the couch or chairs. He started with the Weasley twins. They got him a potion joke set with washable vials. You can use it on Snape, they told him. Snape, luckily, wasn't at his party to hear this. From Moody, Harry got 2 wand holsters and a fake wand to fool dumb Death Eaters. Remus gave him a book dictionary on spells and curses. Harry opened Sirius's present and started laughing at the irony. A firebolt. You'll need a broom. No one can live without one, Sirius had said. He got a few interesting books that would really help him out from other Order members. Since no one really knew him, he didn't get many keepsakes. Here's the last present, Harry, Remus said as he dodged through the crowd and gave Harry a box. Hey, it's about time you got to my present, Harry, Bill Weasley said with a laugh. Harry tried to hide his disappointment. Remus said this was the last present and he didn't get a present from his father. Harry successfully kept his eye on Bill's present and managed to keep his eyes off of his father, who was sitting silently on the couch with Sirius drinking fire whiskey. Bill got him a book on curse breaking. Thanks, Bill. Soon everyone started leaving. It was really late and everyone was tired. Here, Harry, let me help you take your presents to your room. Remus gathered up some of Harry's presents and headed towards the stairs. Harry followed him holding his broom and his other presents. Once Harry left the living room, his successful display of hiding his disappointment dropped. "What's wrong, Harry?" Remus asked, staying in step with him. He paused before answering. "I know he doesn't like me coming into his life like this and that he wishes I wasn't here, but it hurts me that he didn't even give me a birthday card. He didn't even sing happy birthday. I know I'm being stupid and selfish." "You're not being stupid or selfish, Harry," Remus interrupted. "James is glad you're here. He just doesn't know how to show it. I mean, this party was his idea." "It was?" Harry asked, shocked at the sudden news. "Yeah, he remembered that we missed your birthday. So, the three of us tried thinking of a way to make it up to you. It was his idea for the party with all the Order members there. Since you couldn't have your friends from your world," Remus said. Harry smiled. "My first birthday party planned by my father." He loved that feeling inside him at that thought. "First birthday party? You never had one before?" Remus asked when they reached the top of the stairs. "No," was all Harry said. Remus gave him look before saying, "As for not singing happy birthday, well, he couldn't." Harry gave him a confused look. "What do you mean, couldn't?" Remus chuckled. "Well, Sirius jinxed him." "Jinxed? Why?" Remus paused, thinking the best way to say this. "Well, you know, in the Muggle word, if you say something at the same time then someone would say, jinx. Meaning the person who was jinxed can't say anything until someone said their name 3 times. Harry nodded his head. He was raised as a Muggle. He knew the trick. "Well, in the wizarding world, if you say something at the same time the same thing happens, but the person jinxed can't say anything at all. It's a spell on them, not allowing them to say anything." Harry laughed. "So, James couldn't say anything because Sirius jinxed him. What did both of them say at the same time?" "Fire whiskey," Remus answered bluntly. Harry chuckled. "I remember them shouting that, then running into the kitchen." He opened the door to his room and walked in with Remus following behind him. Harry put the presents down on the ground and turned to the bed. He stopped short when he saw a wrapped box on his pillow. Remus saw it too and smiled. "Maybe he didn't forget to get you something after all," he said before leaving the room. Harry sat on his bed and pulled the lightweight object on his lap. He ripped the wrappings off and found a letter. He opened the letter. "Happy birthday, Harry. You can have it. Think of it as a gift from Lily. She would have wanted you to have it. I took some personal memories out that I don't want you to see. J.P." Harry smiled and continued to rip away the wrappings. Harry gasped. There on his lap was the black memory box with the lily on top. Harry hugged it to him and smiled. No matter what James Potter said to Harry, this gift came from him, his father. The diary came from her, his mother. Both things he would treasure. It was now August 5th, one day after his birthday party, and it so happened to be Harry's day off. Only because there was another Death Eater attack and Moody was fighting. If he wasn't, he would have been here giving Harry his lesson. At the moment though, he was alone in the house. Unlike the last Death Eater attack, Harry wanted to fight. He would have been ready to argue to fight, but he didn't have a chance to argue this time though, because everyone was gone by the time he woke up. There was only a short note on the kitchen table written by Remus. All it said was, "Harry, Death Eater attack, the 3 of us are going to help, no lessons today, call it a day off for you, stay out of trouble. R.L." Harry was currently lying on his bed with Lily's diary and the memory box. He was debating which one he should look in first. He wanted to learn as much as he can about his mother and his father. Hopefully, this world wasn't too different than his own. Since he already read some of the diary, Harry decided to look at the memories. The first thing Harry saw was the Hogwarts Express. The big train blew its whistle once, signaling to everyone that they have 10 minutes to get on the train. Harry looked around, trying to locate his mother or his father and his friends. It wasn't hard to find them. They were only a meter behind him. The red-haired young witch was off to the side talking to a brownish blonde-hair wizard. A messy black-haired wizard with glasses was laughing with another black-hair wizard. A plump little wizard was with them, looking over at something, or someone. They must have been 13 or 14 at this time. Harry made his way over. He just made it to the laughing wizards when a loud voice shouted at them. "Potter!" Harry jumped. not expecting someone to yell at him, only to realize Potter meant James Potter, not him. He sighed in relief. Black, Lupin, Pettigrew. All 5 of them jumped at the unexpected voice. The 6 of them turned at the direction the voice came from. A large man came through the crowd of students getting on the train. Yes, Professor Gerbera, Sirius Black asked innocently and calmly. Gerbera, Harry whispered silently to himself with a raised eyebrow. Detention you for. My office after opening feast. The professor said with a scowl. For whatever for, Professor? James Potter asked with mock innocence. The graying brown-haired professor glared at them. I saw what you did to Severus Snape over there, Potter. Don't even bother to deny it. The professor scowled. Don't forget, my office after opening feast. He spun around and left. Once he was out of sight, James and Sirius burst into laughter, not noticing the glaring Lily Evans, with her arms folded and fire blazing in her eyes. Potter, she hissed threatening. What did you do this time? She asked in a dangerous low tone. The laughing stopped, but they were still smiling. Come on, Lils. Don't call me that, she yelled. We were just having a little fun. Plus, he called you a bad name, James said, ignoring Lily's outburst. Hey, this has got to be a record, Sirius suddenly shouted. Silence. 1 blink, then 2. Oh, come on. How many people could say they got detention before they're even on the Hogwarts Express? Grr. Lily spun around and stomped off, anger rolling off of her in waves. She's definitely mine, James said, a lovesick look in his eyes. Lily Evans paused before stomping off again, yelling over her shoulders as she went. Not even in your dreams, Potter. Harry came out of the memory, with a silly grin on his face. The Weasley twins weren't going to like the fact that the Marauders got detention before getting on the Hogwarts Express. Noises downstairs startled Harry. He left his room and ran down the stairs. In the living room, Order members were coming in through the fireplace and the front door. Not one of them didn't have a wound. Harry walked through the crowd, trying to find someone who would tell him what happened. He got blood on his shirt from bumping into people, but he barely noticed. The first person he saw was Remus. He was limping because of a gash on his leg towards Sirius. Sirius was standing over James on the couch with Madame Pomfrey, who looked really tired. After seeing all the Order members, it wasn't hard to see why. Harry was close enough to hear Madame Pomfrey say in a panicked voice, "He's not breathing. I'm losing him." He froze in horror and, with wide eyes, watched Pomfrey rush to save his father. Sirius looked panicked as he asked if there was anything at all, that he could do. "Get out of my way," she snapped at him. Sirius quickly moved aside, and for the first time Harry saw what was the matter. Blood was gushing out of a big wound on his chest. His face was dirty and his robes torn. There was another bloody gash on his arm. There was blood on his legs. His glasses weren't on his face. His eyes were shut. Harry prayed that they would open again. Remus was comforting Sirius the best he can. Tears were running down both of their faces. Harry felt tears behind his own eyes, but he refused to let them fall. Harry didn't take his eyes off of his father, but he heard the sound in the room drop as every Order member watched Madame Pomfrey work. Each member praying that James would be saved. Harry finally took his eyes off of James and looked over at Remus, who caught his eye. He motioned Harry to come to him and Harry obeyed. He walked over to Remus and Sirius and they immediately placed a comforting hand on each of his shoulders. Order members seemed to have gathered around Madame Pomfrey. "Go to St. Mungo's, people. If you can't see, I'm too busy to heal you all," she snapped at them. Some members did go, but some of them stayed, waiting to see if James Potter would be all right. "What happened?" Harry asked quietly, dreading the answer. No one answered, but Harry didn't try to ask again. Instead he asked a different question. "Who?" "Bellatrix Lestrange and, surprisingly, Peter," Sirius said with venom in his voice. Harry closed his eyes to hold back the anger and pain. Those 2 Death Eaters seemed to be the ones that caused him the most pain. The most anger. They seemed to be the ones that caused the most pain and anger too. Harry thought as he remembered of what Bellatrix Lestrange did to Neville's family. Why isn't Madame Pomfrey using magic? Harry asked when he saw her bring water, a rag, and muggle medicine. She can't. If she does it would kill him. Remus answered softly. He must have told her how to do it. Sirius said in anger and guilt. Harry looked at him curiously. It's not your fault, Sirius. You were only 8 at the time. Still an age where you wanted to have your parents' attention and their love. You couldn't have known that this would have happened, Remus said as he pulled Sirius and Harry away from the sad scene. I helped my father create that curse, Remus. Sirius snapped. Harry stayed silent, but listened closely. Exactly, Sirius. You helped create the curse. You can find a counter curse, Remus stressed. Sirius looked doubtful and worried. James is counting on you, Sirius. This is the house you grew up in. Maybe your father left something that might be of use. Sirius's eyes lit up. His journal, he said, jumping towards the stairs. His old journal is in the attic. Remus and Harry rushed to catch up with him. They found him in the attic going through box after box of his parents' things. Harry looked around the big attic. There were boxes of things everywhere. Each box had something written on it. Regulus Black's old clothes, Cygnus's photos, Elidora's wedding, and Orion's belongings. Other than the boxes, the room looked fairly clean. No dust or webs. Sirius was currently looking in a box that said, Orion's personal belongings. Remus started going through the box that said, Orion's belongings. Harry didn't know what to do. So, he started exploring the attic. Harry was looking at an old black family tree when he saw a box that said, Old Life, in bold letters, and there were the words, Don't ever open again, underlined a few times below it. What caught his attention was the open flap on the cardboard box. It had been opened not long ago. He made his way over to the box and knelt down beside it. He looked inside the box and saw black robes and a book called, How to Truly Snog with Your Crush. Harry went to pick it up, but Sirius stopped him. Found it. Harry pulled back his hand out of the box and looked back at Sirius. He was holding up a little black book with a name engraved in gold on the bottom left-hand corner. He made his way over to where Sirius and Remus were sitting. That's a delightful little book, he said sarcastically, looking at the yellow pages. Yep, my dear old daddy's book. Sirius stood up and stretched. I'm going to work in the old office. He turned towards Remus. Mate, I'm going to need your help. Harry sat on the floor next to the couch, staring at his father's face. He hadn't left this spot since Sirius and Remus closed the door on him. They were in an office downstairs in the basement working on a counter curse. They have been down there for hours. Madame Pomfrey told him that James Potter would die before the night is out if they can't find the counter curse in time. He lost too much blood and still had internal bleeding. Harry grabbed onto his father's hand, relishing the feel of it under his touch. He sighed. To meet his father and have him ripped away from him before Harry even had the chance to know him, to really know him, was painful. Yesterday, if just for a second, Harry thought he was getting through to him during the lesson they had. His father seemed to become comfortable in his presence. It felt nice without the tension that was always there when they were in the same room together. Harry shook his head of his thoughts and stood up. He wanted to see how far along the two marauders were. Hopefully, they were almost done or, better yet, were done. Harry ran all the way to the office in the basement. The basement door was in the kitchen. Down the stairs there was a big room with chairs and books and a pool table. It was the game room, a relaxing room. There was a door on the right by the stairs that led to hallway with doors along both sides. The rooms were for making potions and storing them. Finally, at the end of the hallway was the office door. Harry knocked on the door before opening it. Neither of them looked up when Harry entered. Remus was pacing behind Sirius with a look of puzzlement, and Sirius was sitting at a desk with the same look as he read the journal. Found anything yet? Harry asked worriedly. Both of the marauders jumped and looked up at Harry. Oh, Harry, I didn't hear you come in, Remus said as he stopped his pacing. I figured, Harry said. So, found anything? He asked again. Sirius groaned and murmured, yeah, but it's useless. Harry moved a chair next to Sirius and sat down. What did you find? Oh, we found the counter curse, Sirius said in mock happiness. That's not useless information. That's what we need, Harry interrupted. That is what we need, but it's useless. Remus held up his hand before Harry could interrupt again. It's in another language. A language neither of us has ever seen before. We don't know how to pronounce it. I looked in books, notebooks, even Muggle books. I can't find anything that looks like the language. Remus said, sounding frustrated. My dear old dead father didn't even know how to pronounce it. Sirius took over. Voldemort gave him a paper with the spelling of the counter curse. He trusted my father to keep the information safe, saying if he, meaning Voldemort, forgot the counter curse for any reason, he'd know where to go. Why would Voldemort want to use the counter curse? Harry asked, his head spinning with the information he was getting. He had a suspicion what the language was. All he had to do is see it. I don't know. Torture, Sirius said as he started banging his head on the desk. Remus went back to his pacing. Harry licked his lips and ran his hand through his hair. May I see it? Sirius stopped beating his head and Remus stopped his pacing again. See the counter curse? Sirius asked even though he knew the answer. At Harry's nod, Sirius slid the journal over to Harry. Harry's suspicions were confirmed when he saw the word Parseltongue. It was written in snake language. Harry didn't even know there was a written form of Parseltongue. Harry looked back at the word. Though he could tell the language was Parseltongue, in his head he could see the English word for it. Magic allow. That was the English word for it. I can do it, Harry said, setting the journal back on the desk. What? Both of the adults asked, surprised. I can read it. It says magic allow. I can perform the spell. Allow me to do it, Harry begged. He didn't care if they find out he was a Parselmouth, as long as his father lived. Sirius narrowed his eyes and looked at the word in the journal again. Remus looked over his shoulders before glancing back at Harry. What language is it, Harry? Remus asked. He seemed to be dreading the answer, like he already knew. Harry looked down, ashamed. Parseltongue, he murmured. What? Sirius said, jumping out of his seat. You're a Parselmouth. Harry winced. I can't believe this, Sirius said, sitting back down in his chair. He paused when he saw the ashamed look on Harry's face. Sirius shook his head in mock disappointment. You're a Parselmouth and you didn't even tell me. Harry's fear turned to confusion. We could have sent a snake after Severus Snape a long time ago. Harry chuckled. Come on, you two. James needs us, Remus said, getting them back to the subject. Can I? Harry asked again. Remus looked worried. If you do the spell wrong, Harry, James could die. He'll die if I don't do it, Moony. Harry stressed, not realizing he called him by his old nickname. Silence followed afterwards. Remus hadn't heard his nickname in years, since even before the Potters were attacked that Hallows Eve night. Hearing it said upon someone's lips so casually was a shocker. It brought back old times, happier times. It was most likely the only reason Remus allowed Harry to perform the spell. Remus, we don't know anything about this spell. What if something goes wrong? Sirius whispered while they wait in the living room for Madame Pomfrey. It's too late now. I'd rather be here with Harry. Then let him do it by himself late at night, Remus whispered back, sounding tired and worn out. The full moon was coming up soon. Sirius nodded his head in agreement as Madame Pomfrey came through the fireplace. What is this all about? Calling me at 9 p.m. when I'm busy healing an Auror's arm? She snapped. Poppy, we found the counter curse, Remus said. Harry's going to cast it. He's the only one who can. She nodded her head and turned to Harry, who was standing by the couch, looking down on his father. Well, Mr. Potter, get on with it. Harry snapped his head up before pulling out his wand. He took a few steps back and pointed his wand towards his father. He imagined there was a snake in front of him. The only way he knew to speak Parseltongue was if a snake was present. He only hoped with would work. Magic allow, Harry said in Parseltongue. When the spell left his mouth, a yellow shield thing became visible around the still form of James Potter. The counter spell flew out of his wand with power that left Harry feeling weak. The greenish-blue spell hit the yellow shield and mixed into it. Then the shield seemed to have melted to non-existence. When it was over, Harry let his wand fall to the ground. He was so tired and weak, now. His eyes were half opened and his arms flopped to his side. He took deep breaths. It felt like he'd been running for 2 hours. Madame Pomfrey rushed past him to James and started waving her wand around, healing him. Harry took a few steps back until he felt the stuffed chair behind him. He flopped onto the chair, with his legs over the arm. Remus came over and bent down to his level. "Are you all right, Harry?" "I'm fine. Just tired," he murmured sleepily. Remus didn't seem too sure, but let it pass. "Why don't you go to bed, Harry? That spell took a lot out of you," Sirius said as he came over. Harry just murmured something before falling asleep in the chair. He didn't know how long he was asleep before someone picking him up jerked him awake. "You're too weak to be carrying him all the way upstairs," Harry faintly heard someone say. "I'll manage," he heard someone else say above him. Weak." The words seemed to fade further into his mind as Harry felt himself going back to sleep. February 10, 1979. My wedding day. I can't believe it, I really can't. I haven't seen James all day. The groom isn't supposed to see the bride before the wedding, and, in the wizarding world, it's a tradition not to use magic until after the wedding. I hate that, I really do. When I woke up this morning I realized Sirius stole my wand, so I wouldn't use magic since it's, and I quote, against tradition. I tried opening a can of juice for my breakfast and couldn't. I tried to flow James to help me, but somebody couch Remus disconnected my flow network. Since I couldn't open the juice can, I went through breakfast without juice. And I need my juice. I'm a nervous wreck. How could my parents or James's parents or anybody's parents go through this? 2 hours before the wedding. 2 hours. It's going to be a sunset wedding. All I need to do is slip into my groan, walk down the aisle and say, "I do." Easier said than done. It's sad that my old friend, Severus, won't be there. I haven't talked to him since 5th year, but that doesn't mean I don't miss him. He was my best friend. I knew him since I was 8 years old. How could I not miss him? He was the one that told me that I was a witch. He introduced me to the wizarding world. He was my first friend in the magic world. My best friend, and we stayed friends until that day when he called me a mudblood. I haven't talked to him since. Oh, here I go on my wedding day to James Potter talking about Severus Snape. Harry quickly set the diary down in shock. Professor Snape was his mother's best friend. He didn't see that one coming. He set the diary down on the pillow. He didn't know how long he'd been up, but the sun was now high into the sky. Harry had been reading the diary since he woke up, just before dawn. There hadn't been anything really interesting so far, just a bunch of notes on the wedding plans. There was one interesting part that told about Sirius's brother's death. Harry left his room to go to his lesson with Snape in the potion lab in the basement. The dark cold lab was empty of the professor. There were 4 cauldrons on the lab table in the middle of the room. 2 of the 4 cauldrons had something boiling in them. There were shelves lined around the upper wall with bottles of potion ingredients and extra cauldrons. A few doors were on the side of the left wall, leading to the storage room. Harry moved to sit on the stool by one of the empty cauldrons to wait for Professor Snape. Just as he sat down, the said professor walked into the room from one of the storage rooms with a book in his hand. "Here, Potter," he said, handing the book to him. "It'll help you. Pause. If you read it," Snape said under this breath. Harry took the book and read the title, Entering and Blocking the Mind. Harry looked up at the professor for the unasked question. "Sir." Snape placed his hands on the lap table across from him and looked at him in the eye. "I've noticed that you don't know how to block your mind in the past 3 lessons we had. And I know not how to explain to you how to do so. That was the way I was taught. Of course I had years to learn, you do not. And I was a natural at it, you obviously are not. That book," he pointed to the book still in Harry's hands, "Potter, is the only, and I mean only, book on occlumency. You will or should learn much from it. I myself didn't need it for occlumency, but I needed it for legilimency. I'm not going to teach you legilimency, mind you," he said with a glare. "But I'm not going to stop you from learning it by yourself," he said, giving Harry a look before looking down at the book. He looked back up at Harry. We're not going to have a lesson on occlumency until you read and practice what's in the book. Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. One of the many things Harry would miss if he ever got back to his world, would be the potion master. His Snape, Merlin, that sounded wrong. The Snape of his world, yeah, that sounded better. Anyway, the Snape from his world wouldn't ever give him a rare book like this. Never ever. Snape nodded his head in acknowledgement. Now on to your potion lessons. After the lesson, Harry made his way back up the basement stairs. He really did need a shower now. His potion exploded on him and Snape sent him out of there with a loud yell. So, much like the Snape from his world would do, he reached the top of the stairs, with the book in one hand. A snorted laughter made Harry jump. He looked up and saw James Potter sitting at the kitchen table drinking what appeared to be tea. It was the first time Harry saw him drinking something besides fire whiskey. "What?" Harry said with a pout. His eyes narrowed. "I'm 36 years old and not once have I managed to keep my hair down. Not even when it was wet. You just turned 16 and you found a way to keep yours down," James said with a chuckle, keeping his eyes on his tea mug. Harry felt his hair with his hand. The green potion was sticking to his hair, which was flat because of it. "As much as I like having my hair flat, I don't think I like the green look to it." James shook his head with a smile. "No, I don't think I'll like it either." Mad-Eye Moody chose that moment to barge in the kitchen. "Where have you been, boy?" "With Professor Snape, sir," Harry answered. Moody nodded. "Good. Come with me," he said as James stood up from the table with his empty tea mug. "Good luck, ladies," James said, sounding oddly in a good mood. Moody narrowed his eyes at him before giving a chilling smirk. "Watch out for the spill," he warned before leaving the room. "What spill?" Just after James asked, he stepped on what appeared to be milk on the floor. He flew backwards and landed painfully on his back. Harry struggled not to laugh as his father started cursing Sirius's name. "I told him to clean that up. Sirius, that boy, hurry up." Harry jumped at Moody's voice coming from the hallway. Harry smiled at his father, as he struggled to stand up. "Shouldn't have called him a lady," he said, heading towards the door. Harry heard him say something under his breath. Just before leaving the kitchen, Harry looked back and almost burst out laughing. His father's backside was white from the milk, though Harry didn't think it was milk anymore, and it stood out against James's dark green robes. "Boy," Harry rushed out of the kitchen. "Anything yet?" Molly Weasley asked her husband as she washed the dishes. Arthur looked towards the living room, where he could hear the children talking quietly. He shook his head. "No, there's no word on Harry. Albus is looking his age these days." Molly burst into tears and Arthur quickly pulled her into his arms. "Oh, Arthur, it's been a little over a month. Where can he be?" He keyed her on her forehead and started rocking her gentle in his arms. "I don't know, my dear. I don't know," he whispered quietly. "He's a strong boy, Molly. Wherever he is, I know he'll come back to us." Suddenly the vision changed. He once again saw the mirror room of this world. Voldemort. Voldemort was standing above his Death Eaters with flashing angry eyes. "Severus, find out all you can about Harry Potter. Go now." A figure in black robes and a white quickly left the room. "Back to the plan. We need a new target. Someone close to Dumbledore in the Order. Someone who everyone trusts. Someone anyone would spill their secrets to. Someone no one would suspect." He seemed to be in deep thought. "My lord, if I may." Harry recognized the voice as Lucius Malfoy. Voldemort turned his attention to him. "You may speak, Lucius," he hissed. "My lord, we can attack the werewolf at his work or we can try to attack Arthur Weasley's family. Both of them are close to Dumbledore and easy to access and attack," Lucius offered. Voldemort didn't say anything for a while, but Harry could feel his pleasure at the thought of attacking people that was such a thorn to his side. "Yes," he hissed. "That is a brilliant idea. We'll attack both tomorrow. Lucius, find out where the werewolf, Lupin, works. Not you're in charge of gathering a group to attack the Weasleys. Greyback, you are in charge of the attack on Remus Lupin." Voldemort grinned at the savage look on Fenrir Greyback's face. "Yes, sending him to attack Lupin would be wonderful. Lucius, You go with Knott's group. Electo Caro, you go with Greyback's team. You two are in charge of planting it. Harry woke up with a start. He was practicing occlumency from the book Snape gave him. One of the theories was thinking up a safe, loving place. That was the burrow, but that led to the vision of his world, which led to the vision of this world's Voldemort. Harry gasped. Voldemort was planning to attack Remus and the Weasleys. He had to tell someone. He jumped out of the chair by his desk and ran out of the bedroom. His father had to be around here somewhere. Harry first ran to James's bedroom and pounded on his door. "Sir, you in there?" Getting no response, Harry then ran downstairs. He reached the first floor and looked left to right. On the left is the kitchen, on the right was the living room. The last time Harry saw him it was in the kitchen, but that was hours ago. Making up his mind, Harry ran towards the living room. No one was there. He then tried the kitchen. Once again, it was empty. Harry stood in the kitchen, thinking of possible places James could be. The library. He rushed up the stairs again and headed towards the library. He burst into the library, making James Potter jump, though Harry barely noticed. James was sitting on the couch in front of a non-flow connected fireplace, reading a book. He looked up with he heard Harry run into the room. He looked at Harry's worried, scared face and knew something was wrong. "Harry, what's wrong? What are you doing up this early?" "Early?" Harry asked, starting to panic. How can it be morning already? Did he really fall asleep on the chair? The last Harry knew it was near 9 p.m. How early is it? Hopefully, Remus hadn't left for work yet. It's just past 7:30. Why? James asked, setting his book down on the coffee table. Harry sighed in relief. Remus never got ready on time to go to work. He usually apparate to work at 8 o'clock on the dot. So, Remus hasn't gone to work yet. James gave him a query concerned look. Sirius remembered to wake Remus up on time today. Remus decided to walk to work today. Why are you asking? Is there something you need from him? He's already gone, Harry asked, ignoring James's questions. Horror set in. Death Eaters were going to attack any time now. James nodded his head. Harry, tell me what's this is all about? He asked sternly. Harry took a few deep breaths to calm his nerves. The Death Eaters are going to attack him at his job today, and they plan to attack Arthur Weasley's family too. What? James jumped from his seat. I had a vision about it. Harry said desperately. Expecto Patronum. An Anatolian shepherd jumped out of James's wand. Go to Albus Dumbledore and tell him there is going to be an attack at the Weasleys' home and Remus's bookstore. Tell him to hurry, we don't have much time, he said to the dog. The Anatolian shepherd nodded and disappeared to give the message. Harry watched this in wonder. He didn't know a Patronus could be used like that. Harry, find Sirius. He should be in his room getting ready for work. James commanded. Tell him to meet me in the living room. Harry nodded and rushed out of the room. James paced the living room, waiting for Sirius. He was worried, not only about the Death Eater attack on Remus and the Weasleys, but about Harry. Seeing visions of Voldemort could damage a person's innocence. This was the second or third time this happened, within a month. James. He turned and saw Sirius running down the stairs with Harry behind him. Harry told me everything. We have to hurry. They both took their wands out and ran for the door. Wait, I want to fight, Harry shouted, following them. They stopped and turned. No, Harry, James said firmly. It's too dangerous. Blame it on lack of peaceful sleep, boredom, frustration. Blame it on being locked in this house for weeks. Whatever it was, it finally snapped. Snapped on the person who caused the frustration, on the man who's supposed to be there for him, but instead ignored him. Dangerous. Dangerous. I fought Death Eaters before, sir. I know what I'm up against. I've trained for this. What's the point of training if you're not going to let me fight? I need to fight. No, you don't. I don't care if you fought. James started to yell, but was interrupted by Harry. Of course, you don't care. You're a father, who just doesn't care. Harry yelled, talking about James rejecting him. James opened his mouth to say something back, but this time Sirius interrupted. We don't have time for this, he shouted to be heard. James closed his mouth and looked back at Sirius. You're right, we don't. He turned back Harry, who still looked angry. You, James said, pointing at him with a sternly look, while trying to hide the hurt of Harry's last words. Stay here. Harry glared at him and opened his mouth to protest. No questions, young man. James interrupted before he could say anything. Harry's mouth snapped shut and watched as Sirius and James left. That was the first fight he had since he entered this world. That was the first fight he had with his father. For once the feeling of a father protecting his child didn't make Harry smile, it frustrated him. They apparated to an alley next to the bookstore. What time is it? Sirius asked. James used the Tempest charm to find the time. August 8, 1995, 8:08 a.m. Remus should already be here. He must have apparated halfway to make it in time, Sirius said as he walked out of the alley. Of course, he apparated halfway. It took 2 hours to drive here in a car, remember? James said, following him. Well, if you weren't hitting Evertree, mailbox, and light post, we would have gotten Remus to work sooner. Sirius pointed out as he walked towards the bookstore door. James glared at him. It's not like I drove before. Lily did all the driving. James thought to himself. He felt his wand in his pocket as he entered the store with Sirius. They saw Remus at the cash register talking to an albino woman with white hair and violet eyes. That's Remus's next date, Sirius whispered to James. What? James asked, confused as he made his way over. That's the woman with the beep. The regular costumer I was teasing him about, Sirius whispered as he followed. Death Eaters could attack any minute now, and you're talking about women with beep. Of course, Sirius said loudly. The albino woman looked up at them before turning her attention back to Remus. Remus of course heard them the moment they walked in and looked a little pinkish in the cheek. He refused to look at them until they were standing right next to Sally Harsh, the albino woman. If you excuse me, Ms. Harsh, I'll get right back to you on that book in a moment, Remus said, going around the cash register to pull his two friends out of the muggle's hearing. What are you two doing here? And did I hear something about a Death Eater attack? He whispered to them. Death Eaters are going to attack you at any minute now. Harry had a vision about it. I sent a message to Albus. He should be here soon. The Death Eaters also are planning to attack the Welsies, James said. What? Remus whispered loudly. Why? Who's leading the attack? James shrugged his shoulders, but Sirius answered right away. I don't know why, but Garyback is leading the attack. Garyback, Remus said loudly, looking more pale than usual. Yes, Garyback. That's why I think we should leave now, Sirius said, feeling his wand in his pocket. Too late, James said, staring out the store window. He pulled his wand into view. Sirius and Remus followed his eyes to the figure standing on the other side of the street. Fenrir Greyback. They too pulled their wands out. Remus quickly glanced behind him at Ms. Harsh, just to check that she's safe or out of the way. She was looking at a book she took off the shelf. He turned back to the others. What do? We fight until help arrives, and whatever you do, don't get hit by a spell from Electo Caro. He is who you should look out for, Sirius said. Or we could just apparate out of here before they set up anti-apparate wards, James suggested. Too late, Sirius said, mimicking James's words from earlier. They already set up the wards. Remus, he turned towards him. Is there a back door to this place? Follow me, was all that Remus said as he made his way to the back of the store. When he passed Ms. Harsh, he grabbed her by the arms and pulled her with them. Wah, Mr. Lupin, what are you doing? Shush, Remus said quietly, and she became silent, trusting him. Sirius and James quickly followed behind them. They reached a back door that said, Emergency exit. You think this is an emergency? Sirius said sarcastically. Just as Remus opened the door, they heard the door to the store open and close. They froze in horror as they heard steady footsteps walking through the store. I know you're in here, Lupin. With friends too. How delightful. You could almost hear his grinning, smirking face and his sardonic glittering eyes. Remus quickly, but quietly pushed Sally Harsh through the emergency exit door. He followed right behind her, with Sirius behind him. Finally, James closed the door behind all them. He knows we left the building, there's no doubt about that. James said, knowing werewolves have really, really good senses. They found themselves in the back of the building, facing the back of another building. What is going on, Mr. Lupin? Ms. Harsh said harshly. Remus opened to mouth to say something, but Sirius interrupted him. Ah, guys, I think we're surrounded. Looking around them, Remus saw that they were surrounded. Death Eaters came from the sides of the buildings, with their wands out and ready. The only way out is through the emergency exit, but Death Eaters could be on the other side. Taking a look at the door, Remus made a split-second decision. Reducto. The door blew open and, like a go sign, started the millions of spells and curses. Crucio. Avada Kedavra. Expelliarmus. Confringo. Duro. The group dodged into the store, with their wands ready and spells on their lips. Expelliarmus. Remus shouted at a Death Eater that was by a bookshelf. Stupefy. The Death Eater landed on the ground with a bang. Come on. Remus grabbed hold of Sally Harsh's arm. Stupefy. They all started fighting back, running for the exit. They didn't even realize they got separated because of all the bookshelves. Remus and Sally went one way as James and Sirius went another way. Sirius, behind you. Sirius ducked and spun around. Impedimenta. Once the Death Eater was taken care of, the two friends started running again. James, wait, Sirius shouted as he stopped running. James stopped, looking annoyed. What, where's Remus? James looked around. There was a bookshelf on the right, another bookshelf on the left. James turned in a circles. In front of them you could see the cash register and the window looking out towards an empty street. It was still too early for muggles to be up in this part of town. I don't know. He looked behind them. You could see the Death Eater on the ground and the fragments of the door, but no Remus. Where's the Muggle girl and the Death Eaters? Just as he asked this they heard the disarming spell from a few bookshelves down. Then they heard loud banging and scraping sounds. What's that sound? Sirius asked, moving closer to the bookshelf. James, Sirius, look out. They heard Remus yell from the direction the noise came from. The warning came too late as the bookshelf closest to Sirius was hit by the bookshelf on the other side. The books fell first, followed closely by the bookshelf. Down, Sirius yelled as James and him jumped to the ground and covered their heads with their arms. The bookshelf hit the other bookshelf, doing this domino effect. The bookshelf landed on top of them. Moments earlier, Remus ran pulling Sally along. He had known right away when he got separated from his friends, but it was too late to say anything. Stupefy. Remus shouted behind him, trying to stun a Death Eater. Ah, Remus, there's another one. Sally yelled. Remus stopped running and looked ahead of them. There was a Death Eater blocking their path. Remus gently pushed Sally out of the way towards the shelf and he quickly started a duel with the Death Eater. Expelliarmus. Remus shouted, followed by the shielding spell. Duro. The spell hit the shield and Remus quickly sent a counter-attack. Aguamenti. A jet of water hit the Death Eater, throwing him onto his back. Stupefy. Remus, help. A Death Eater had pushed the books off the shelf from the other side and was dragging Sally through the gap. Wadawasi. Remus shouted. A book rammed into the Death Eater, making him lose his grip on Sally. With his quick reflexes, Remus pulled Sally into safety. The Death Eater pulled out his wand, but Remus was too quick for him. Pointing his wand towards the gap in the bookshelf, he shouted. Expelliarmus. The spell hit the man and the bookshelf with such force that the bookshelf started to rock back and forth before tipping over and knocking into the bookshelf on the other side. It started a domino effect as that bookshelf hit another and so on and so forth. Remus quickly grabbed onto Sally's arm and started running for towards the end of the row, yelling out as he goes. James, Sirius, look out. A Death Eater suddenly appeared at the end of the row with his wand raised. From his scent, Remus could tell it was Electocaro, the man he had to look out for. At the burrow things weren't so fortunate there either. Nott had led a direct attack. After surrounding the area, Thorfinn Roll had taken down the wards. After they were down, Nott had ordered the attack. Most of the Order members were there though, because of the helpful warning of James's Patronus. For some reason the Order members were having a tough time getting to Remus's workplace. In the end they found themselves flying by broom across London. Albus hopes they make it in time. Albus saw William Weasley get hit by a spell cast by Lucius Malfoy, but the spell didn't look like it harmed him in any way. That is what made Albus nervous. Throughout the battle Albus kept his eyes on William Weasley the best he can. It was not long after Lucius Malfoy hit William Weasley with the curse, that the Death Eaters began to retreat. And Albus Dumbledore noticed and sent a questioning look at William. Sighing deeply, Albus looked away and started to look for their losses. The only two people they lost were Benji Fenwick and Elphias Doge. Harry blasted another curse at the dummy, angrily. Why won't they let me go? I'm not a child anymore. I know how to take care of myself. I've been taking care of myself since as far as I could remember. He thought to himself, getting angrier and angrier at each thought that passed through his mind. He cast another curse at the dummy. They are the ones that is training me to fight. What do they expect me to do? Learn these spells then sit on the couch and watch cartoons? He thought sarcastically. He cast a few more curses at the dummy and then slid to the ground, tiredly. Sweat was dripping down his forehead and he was breathing heavily. I don't need protection from Death Eaters. I know how to fight. I fought them before. Why is he being so? Harry sighed, not able to think of the word he wanted to use to describe James Potter's firm order. He slid across the floor to the wall and leaned against it. He wished he knew where Remus worked. If he did, then Harry could go over there and help. Harry suddenly sat up. He may not know where Remus works, but he knows where the Weasleys live. He can go there and show everyone that, yes, he can fight. His shoulders slumped. The last time he tried to play hero, Sirius, Harry tried to swallow the lump in his throat, died, no, disappeared. He tried to reason. Sirius disappeared because of him. At that moment, Harry was glad his father didn't try to get too close to him. If he tried and Harry let him, there would be a higher chance of him, James Potter, dying. Everyone close to him is slowly dying because of him. His parents, Cedric, Sirius, the list would continue if he does something stupid like before. But he also can't let people get killed because he didn't try anything. Harry groaned and banged his head against the wall behind him. The question, to go or not to go, ran through his head. With Sirius's help, James managed to blast the bookshelf off of them. Once James helped Sirius up, they took a glance around. Most of the bookshelves were down. James, it's Remus and that Muggle girl, Sirius said, pointing. James saw Remus standing in front of the Muggle to protect her from the Death Eater standing in front of them. The Death Eater raised his wand and quicker than he thought possible, James sent a stunner at him. The Death Eater saw the spell from the corner of his eyes and blocked it with a simple shield. Remus took the opportunity to send a stunner at him, just as his shield went down. He went down with a bang. All four of them ran for the entrance as more Death Eaters came in through the emergency exit. Just as they made it out the door, brooms carrying their backup landed. Tonks ran up to them. Sorry we're late. They had anti-apparition wards set up for miles. We had to fly over, as you can see, she said as Order members ran past them and into the building ready to fight. Who's that? Tonks asked, noticing the Muggle with them. A Muggle that needs her memory wiped. James answered before Remus. Sally looked up in alarm. Memory wiped. Beside her, Remus nodded. You were not supposed to see that or know of it. Just when she finally saw another side of Remus, she has to get her memory wiped. She can't lie and say she doesn't like Remus. If adults have crushes, then she has one for Remus Lupin. She always wondered what else does he do besides sell books at a bookstore. Now, she finally knows, even if she doesn't understand it, and she has to get her memory wiped. Well, she's not giving up with a fight. What was that? I don't know what I saw. Good. You're still getting wiped, Sirius said with a fake cheerfulness. He raised his wand at her. Obliviate. Her eyes got dazed. I'll take her home, Tonks said as she took Sally into her arms and led her to her broom. Hopefully, Tonks would make it to the Muggles' home before she wakes. James said. Yeah, anyway, let's go to the Weasleys and help out there, Sirius said, looking at the bookshop. It looks like they got everything handled here. Remus nodded his head before turning to James. James, You should go check on Harry. As two would go to the Weasleys. What? Why? James asked, not really wanting to see Harry after their little fight. "'Cause if he's anything like you used to be, then he'll rush off to play hero. He may or may not know where the Weasleys live," Remus answered as he tried to bring down the anti-apparition wards. "But why me, Done?" Remus said before turning back to James. "Because you are his father and it's about time you act like it." He snapped at him. "Let's go, Sirius," Remus said before apparating out of there. Sirius shrugged his shoulders at James before following him. James walked into the house and paused, as he heard no sounds from the boy. Remembering what Remus said about playing hero, James quickly ran through the first floor calling Harry's name. After checking every room on the ground floor, James made his way upstairs. He found Harry in the ballroom, sitting on the ground by the wall. He had a confused, thoughtful look on his face. James gave a sigh in relief before making his way over. "It's a good thing, seeing you here and not at the Weasleys' residence," James said. Harry jumped, not knowing he was there. He made a move to get up but was stopped by a shake of James's head. "Don't get up on my account," James said before taking a seat next to Harry. Harry looked nervously at his shoes with guilty eyes. "I was thinking about going," he admitted. James kept his eyes on his wedding ring that will be there forever. "He'll never take it off." "What stopped you?" he asked, giving Harry a quick side glance before looking back at his ring. Harry didn't answer right away. How can you tell someone, who's supposed to be there all your life, that the reason you didn't go was because you were responsible for his best friend's death? He tried to push all thoughts of whom he was talking to out of his mind. It was easily to answer that way. "Because of what happened last time," Harry managed to say. James nodded, understandingly. "Albus told us what happened." Harry raised his eyebrows. How much do you know?" "What did Albus tell everyone?" "He's been wondering how much Dumbledore told everyone for a long while." "He didn't tell him much, but Harry was just wondering if Dumbledore told everyone everything he told him." "Not much. Just. James ran a hand through his hair, not sure how to approach the conversation. "He told only Remus, Sirius, and I how your parents died. Then everyone was told how you got here. They don't know about the prophecy though. That's pretty much it. Everything Harry told Dumbledore was told to the three remaining Marauder, and only what happened at the Department of Mysteries was told to all the Order. Everyone knows he killed his godfather." Harry tensed and refused to look anywhere but at his shoes. When he first came here, Harry had refused to believe that Sirius, his godfather, Padfoot, Snuffles was really dead. He refused to believe that he caused his death. But somewhere from then to now, the truth sunk in. Just like Remus told him when it happened. "There's nothing you can do, Harry. It's too late, Harry. There's nothing you can do, Harry. Nothing. He's gone. He can't come back, Harry. He can't come back, because he's dead." He remembers screaming that he wasn't dead, but now, Harry knows he accepted the fact that, yes, he is gone and not coming back. James watched Harry in an uncomfortable silence. He didn't know what to do now. Should he stay here or go to the Weasleys? They might need help. He sighed and made a movement to get up, but Remus' voice stopped him. "Because you are his father and it's about time you act like it." He groaned but sat back down anyways. Harry was knocked out of his thoughts when he felt James shift next to him. At first he thought he was going to leave. Part of him didn't want him to leave, but the other part did. So, Harry felt indifferent when James didn't leave, but it also confused him. Why is he still here anyways? Harry didn't really want to see him in the first place, not after their quick fight. James, not knowing he was being watched, made a face. They might need help at the Weasleys, but here he is sitting like a coward. Maybe he should go. Harry doesn't really need him anyhow. He's 16 and been without him for 15 years. He doesn't need him now. He'll need you now more than ever. Now that he is in a strange place with familiar faces. A son will always need a parent, much so, a father. A voice, which sounded a lot like Remus, came to his mind. "Great. Now Remus can talk to me telepathically," James said sarcastically, not noticing he said it out loud. He leaned his head back against the wall as he did so. He caught bright emerald eyes looking at him with amusement and confusion. It was then that James noticed he said his last thought out loud. His eyes widened and his cheeks burned with embarrassment, and he ran a hand through his hair nervously. Not really. I mean I hope he can't. He better not. I was just thinking, and I thought, anyhow. He said nervously, looking away from Harry in embarrassment. If he were looking, he would have seen his son trying so hard not to laugh. His eyes shine amusement and happiness. James's face suddenly got serious and he glanced at Harry again. Harry, about earlier today. Harry suddenly got very uncomfortable and it showed. He ran a hand through his hair, much like James did before. I know you can fight, Harry. He paused. That's what worries me. That's what scares me. Harry glanced quickly at him, surprised and confused. Why? James suddenly stood up and started pacing. I don't know why. He ran his hand through his hair once again. It's just the thought of you risking your life for a fight that's not supposed to, James said in frustration. This fight shouldn't be your fight. It's not supposed to my fighter, or Sirius and Remus, fight. This war has been going on since the beginning of my 3rd year. Merlin, Harry, this is supposed to be my parents' fight. This is supposed to be Albus' fight. It's not fair that you get dragged into this because people didn't see a threat before it got worse. Because of some stupid, overrated prophecy that is dragging you further and further into this war that could have been prevented if the stupid minister did something in the beginning. Harry blinked a few times. He was not expecting a passionate speech. He watched silently as James continued. I don't think I can express into words how wrong this is, this war. It frustrates and angers me, to no end, that it could have been easily stopped before my son and wife died. Before Peter betrayed us. James seemed to be losing some steam. He sat down where he stood. Lily could have lived. We would have had 3 children. Living on a farm. Lily always wanted to live on a farm. Loved the wide open space, and she always wanted to ride a horse. Harry, not knowing what else he should do, made his way over to where his father sat. James wasn't crying. He lost his tears years ago, but he could still see that he needed comforting. He wrapped his arms around James's body and let his silent tears go. You can't hear James's voice and words and not cry. For years Harry wanted to learn about his parents. Now one parent is telling him about another. Harry barely registered the feel of arms wrapping around him in a tight embrace and the head resting against his. Of course there would be a big field behind the house where we could play Quidditch. We'll be far enough from the town that they won't see anything. We'll have a dog named. Harry listened to his father's fantasies with his arms wrapped tightly around him. It was like listening to a bedtime story, something Harry never remembers having. The order gathered into the kitchen. Most of them were holding some sort of wound from the battle. Well, I didn't see Harry at the Weasleys. So, I guess that's a good thing. Sirius said as he sat down at the end of the table. Remus sat down next to him. Speaking of Harry, does anyone know where Harry and James is? He asked everyone. Few people shook their heads. Others ignored them. They're busy at this moment. Perhaps you two can fill James in later. Albus answered from the end of the table. Sirius and Remus looked at each other for a moment. All right, sir. Sirius, shouldn't you be at work? Remus asked as he turned towards him. Sirius shrugged his shoulder and lifted up a piece of parchment. I'm writing my report of the 2 battles right here. There's no point going in to write it when I could do it now. He answered. Remus smiled. Guess that would be pointless. He agreed. Let's get going with the meeting. Albus started to say. He turned towards Bill. William, I would like Poppy to check on you. Why, sir? Bill asked as he moved his chair away from the table for Poppy. Mr. Malfoy hit you with a curse. Can you describe what happened and what it felt like? Oh, Bill said as he realized what Albus was concerned about. Well, he said over Poppy's head as she waved her wand over his head. Wait, did you say Lucius Malfoy hit you with a curse? Sirius said with wide concerned eyes. Bill nodded his head. Yeah, he did. I don't know what the curse was. He did it nonverbally. Why? That was the other guy Harry warned us about. Lucius Malfoy and Electo Caro were the two guys you had to watch out for. Harry told me to make sure no one got hit with a curse from either of them. Sirius explained seriously. Bill paled. Did Harry know what curse was cased and why? Albus asked. Sirius shook his head. No, we have no idea. Poppy stepped back from Bill with a frown on her face and shaking her head. There's nothing wrong with him. That's what concerns me the most, Albus said quietly, stroking his beard. What should we do, sir? Bill asked nervously. Albus, you're not a student anymore. You may call me Albus. Albus, Bill said. Albus smiled slightly. I would like for you to describe the curse the best you can. Bill pushed his chair back to the table. It was cold at first. A chill went through me, then for a split second it felt like there was someone else in my body with me, but then the feeling left. I felt normal after that. I'll have to do research, but until then I would like you to be very careful. Albus then faced the rest of the order. I would like to hear Harry's vision, but that could be saved for later. Would you need help in researching, Albus? I can help, Arthur asked, clearly worried about his eldest son. Yes, Arthur, that would be nice, Albus said before turning back to Bill. Until we know what curse was used, I would like it if you don't go fighting in any battles. I suggest you take a break until we know what we're up against. Bill nodded in understanding. I guess I should see how Mother's doing before I go back down to Egypt, he said with a chuckle. I thought you were going to quit that job to help around here more, Sirius asked. I am. I just want to do one quick thing before quitting, Bill answered. And Harry, and he didn't know what he was looking at first. His vision was bleary and it took a while to clear. When his vision finally cleared, Harry saw himself looking at Albus Dumbledore over Madame Pomfrey's head. He was holding a order meeting in the kitchen of the headquarters. Did Harry know what curse was cased and why? Dumbledore was saying to someone behind him. No, we have no idea. Harry recognized the voice as his godfather's. Madame Pomfrey finally stepped away from him. There's nothing wrong with him, she said with a shake of the head and a frown. That's what concerns me the most, Dumbledore said quietly, stroking his beard. What should we do, sir? Harry felt himself ask nervously. He tried to place the familiar voice, but for some reason he couldn't. Albus, you're not a student anymore. You may call me Albus. Albus, Harry said. Dumbledore smiled slightly. I would like for you to describe the curse the best you can. Harry felt himself pushed his chair back to the table. It was cold at first. A chill went through me, then for a split second it felt like there was someone else in my body with me, but then the feeling left. I felt normal after that. I'll have to do research, but until then I would like you to be very careful, Dumbledore said, facing the rest of the order. I would like to hear Harry's vision, but that could be saved for later. Would you need help in researching, Albus? I can help, Arthur asked. Yes, Arthur, that would be nice, Albus said before turning back to him. Until we know what curse was used, I would like it if you don't go fighting in any battles. I suggest you take a break until we know what we're up against. Harry nodded in understanding. I guess I should see how Mother's doing before I go back down to Egypt, he said with a chuckle. Suddenly everything went black for a second. When things cleared up again, Harry found himself looking through Voldemort's eyes, and Voldemort was very angry. He was glaring at the robed figure at the bottom of the stairs. You disappoint me, Malfoy, he said, hissing out his name. You succeeded in casting the curse on a Weasley, but, at this point Voldemort started raising his voice. You managed to get seen doing it by Albus Dumbledore. Harry watched as Lucius Malfoy cringed with satisfaction. My lord, I swear no one was looking. It won't happen again, my lord. It shouldn't have happened in the first place. Voldemort looked out at the other Death Eaters that was lined up against the mirrors along the wall. He glanced at a Death Eater that was furthest from him. Severus, step forward, Voldemort ordered, his anger still flaming. The Death Eater stepped forward and bowed. My lord. Dumbledore said something about young Potter having a vision of the attacks beforehand. I want you to find out if Potter is a seer. Shouldn't be too hard to find that out now, should it? Voldemort said through his teeth. No, my lord. It shouldn't be a problem. Harry heard the familiar voice of his potion master responded. Good, he said before turning back towards Lucius, who still had his head down. I'm going to set you up on another job for me. And don't you screw up. James sat down next to Remus after putting Harry into bed. They both had fallen asleep in the ballroom earlier. When James came to, he found himself lying on the floor with his arms wrapped around Harry. Harry was sleeping too and had his head in James's shoulders and was curled up close to James's chest. After the really weird wake-up call, James had picked up Harry. It wasn't easy to pick up a 16-year-old boy and carried him to his room. The whole time he forgot he could have easily used magic. Unfortunately, Harry's door was closed and James didn't want to bother trying to open it with a sleeping 16-year-old in his arms. But, luckily, James's bedroom door was opened and James decided to put Harry on his bed instead. "Where's Harry?" Remus whispered to him. James didn't answer right away. "Sleeping." "What's going on?" James asked, wanting to change the subject. "How are you feeling, James?" Remus asked suddenly, avoiding James's attempt to change the subject. "And don't you say, fine, prongs. I know you too well," Remus said before James could answer. Remus, usage of James's nickname made James pause. It was the first time he heard it in 15 to 16 years. He now knew how Sirius felt when Harry used it or why Remus allowed Harry to use an unknown spell when he heard it. It brought back happier memories. "Confused. I just feel confused." "About Harry," Remus guessed. James nodded his head miserably. "Hey, mates," Sirius whispered to them leaning in. "Albus is giving you the look." James looked at Albus and found him looking at them sternly, waiting for them to get done talking. They, the Marauders, called that look, the look, years ago. It was the look Albus gave them when their pranks had gone too far and he was waiting impatiently for the four of them to get done trying to explain themselves. "Sorry, sir," Remus and him said automatically. Albus opened his mouth to say something, but they were interrupted by a scream coming from upstairs. James was the first one out of his chair. Remus and Sirius were close behind, but Remus quickly overran James as he ran up the stairs towards Harry's room. "Harry's not in his room. He's in mine," James shouted as he ran past Remus, who slowed down when he reached Harry's room. James burst into his room and ran straight to the king-size bed. Harry was screaming and thrashing around. He quickly climbed onto the bed and pulled Harry into his lap. He turned him on his side once again and began running his hand up and down his back. Harry stopped screaming but was still shaking and still in his vision. Poppy quickly came into the room followed by Albus, Arthur and Frank. Once she saw the situation, she started waving her wand with such quickness that only a med witch could have. "He seems to be having a nightmare and he's been hit with another very powerful cruciatus," Poppy said as she stepped back. "There's nothing I could do until he wakes up. Frank, could you go down to find Severus and have him go into his storage? We need an anti-cruciatus curse potions." Frank nodded and ran out of the room. "Hopefully, Severus is here. No one would be able to go into his stores without him. He really does need to change that," Poppy said quietly. "Why, Albus?" James said quietly with anger lanced into his voice. He glared up at his old headmaster. "Why what, James?" Albus said calmly. "Why does Harry have Theseus visions? He's barely 16 years old. He should be worried about his next date, not some sick maniac." James said angrily. "Calm down, mate," Sirius said quietly. James took Sirius' advice. He closed his eyes and took a few deep breaths to help him calm down. When he opened his eyes again, anger was still there, but his voice sounded calmer. "Why, sir?" "Because of the connection. Harry's scar is the connection between him and Voldemort. When Voldemort attacked the Potters at Harry's world, it was then Albus retold him what had happened on Hallows Eve and the connection between Voldemort and Harry. I already know that, Albus. What I want to know is why Harry is having vision of our Voldemort. Our Voldemort wasn't the one that cursed him," James said, forgetting to stay calm. Remus sat on the bed next to James and Sirius chose to sit on the desk chair. "Calm, James," Remus said quietly. Bill came into the room. "We can't find Severus anywhere, sir." Albus sighed. disappointedly. Thank you, William. What happened? Bill asked when he saw the scene before him. He walked farther into the room. Just another vision, son. Arthur replied. Harry chose that moment to wake up. His eyes popped open and his mouth let in a whole bunch of air. Harry, are you all right? James asked when he saw that Harry was awake. Weasleys, Harry murmured weakly. James looked up at Arthur in surprise. Arthur looked just about surprised as everyone else in the room. He moved into Harry's sight and knelt down next to the bed. Harry. Harry's unfocused eyes snapped in Arthur's direction. Attack, Weasleys, tomorrow. Harry. Bill said, kneeling down next to his father. The attack on us already happened. No. Harry's body started shaking and James tightened his arms around him. Not, Burrow, he managed to say before his body started shaking too violently. Severus suddenly ran into the room with Frank running in behind him. He paused slightly with alarm when he saw Bill, but hid it quickly before anyone noticed. I just got here, he said to explain why he didn't come up earlier. He pulled out a potion from his pocket and gave it to James. As James tried to dump the potion into Harry's mouth, Albus turned to Severus. Anything to report? Albus saw Severus quickly glance at Bill and glanced at him too. Bill wasn't paying attention to them. He was watching James pour the potion forcefully down Harry's throat. Yes, I do, Severus finally said. His answer brought everyone's attention to him. The Dark Lord wants to know how the Order is reacting quickly to his latest attacks, and I, too, want to know. Severus said, giving Albus a look to get him to play along. He made sure that Bill was standing somewhere behind him and couldn't see his meaningful look. Albus saw the look and gave him a confused look before hiding it. Severus, why don't you come with me and I'll tell you? All right, Albus, Severus said with a nod as he followed him out of the room. That man could be really weird, Frank said once they left. He turned back to the group. Who do you mean, Albus or Severus? Sirius asked. Frank shrugged his shoulders. Both, I think. Anyway, I guess I'll head home. We're still unpacking, he said before heading towards the door. Oh, James, Frank said, stopping at the doorway. James looked up. Neville said something about needing to beat Harry at Uno, I think the name was. So, he might be coming over soon, he said before leaving the room. What's Uno? Sirius asked, interrupting whatever James was going to say. It's a Muggle card game, I think, Remus said. Just as he said this, Arthur started bombing him with questions. How do you play? Is it like exploding snap? When did they invent it? James laughed faintly as Sirius and Bill laughed loudly as they watched Remus get attacked by Arthur. Bill finally managed to get his father out of the room after he had his fill of laughs. James glanced down at the sleeping boy in his lap as Sirius teased Remus about this and that, mostly about Sally Harsh though. He was thinking of what Harry had said when he woke up. He said something about an attack on the Weasleys tomorrow, but the Death Eaters already attacked the Weasleys earlier today. Do the Death Eaters plan to attack Weasleys when they get home? The thing is, the Weasleys won't go home right away. They would most likely stay here until stronger wards are up around their home. Maybe get a secret keeper. Even if the Death Eaters attack tomorrow, Harry said they're not going to attack the burrow. James looked towards his friends. Can I be your best man at your wedding? James can be the bridesmaid, Sirius was saying. James rolled his eyes before going back to his deep thoughts. Do the Death Eaters plan to attack the Weasleys when they're out shopping or something? But as far as James knows, none of the Weasleys plan to go out tomorrow. He felt so confused. I'm not going to get married anytime soon anyways. So, let's drop it, Remus said in frustration. Oh, so you plan to have lots of fun with her first? Her parents would be thrilled to hear that their girl got knocked up by a werewolf, Sirius said sarcastically. She never even met her mother. Her parents are divorced. Her mother lives in America, Remus explained. Oh, sorry, Sirius said, being sarcastic. I mean, her father would be thrilled. James snapped his eyes up to Remus. What did you say? His eyes were wide as realization hit him. Remus gave him a confused look. Her mother lives in America. Her parents are divorced, James said, thinking out loud. Yeah, Remus and Sirius shared a confused look. James gasped. That's what Harry meant. Meant about what? Both of his friends asked. Molly Weasley. The Death Eaters are going to attack Molly Weasley tomorrow. The Death Eaters, Fred or George said slowly. Are going to, the other Weasley twins said. Attack our mother, both of the twins said together. Sirius was staring at them with a dazed look on his face. It must be a twin thing, he murmured to himself. James nodded his head, as he looked at all the Weasleys sitting around the kitchen table. Fred and George looked shocked. Charlie and Bill seemed to be calculating something in their heads, and Arthur looked pale and had withdrawn from the ground to look at the window above the sink. Has anyone seen Dumbledore? He asked for the 5th time. Most of the people in the kitchen just shook their heads. Others just murmured no. It was Bill who gave a real answer. Last I saw him was leaving the bedroom with Professor Snape. James nodded disappointedly. If we don't find him soon, then we'll have to go without him. Go. Go where? Fred asked, even though he knew the answer. To get your mother and siblings out of their house before tomorrow. Remus answered. Molly is not going to like this. Arthur murmured sadly. We'll meet in the living room in a half an hour, he said, taking control. Until then, everyone look for Albus. Not everybody has to go, James said. Someone should stay behind for when Albus shows up. Remus and Bill were the two that volunteered to stay. Half an hour later, with no word on Albus or Severus, the rest of the Weasleys, James, and Sirius left to warn Molly. Molly Weasley lives 7 kilometers outside of the small town of Crawley in West Sussex, England. Her house was near the edge of some small unnamed woods. It overlooked an even smaller lake. The house was a 2-story log house. Inside is a comfortable family home with a large kitchen, 5 small bedrooms, 2 bathrooms, and a nice-sized living room. All in all, it didn't look to be a home to snoppy, stick-up type of kids. The 6 Order members popped onto a dirt road leading to the house. The first thing that came to their senses was the smell of heavy smoke in the air. No, Arthur gasped in horror. In front of them was Molly's house burning up. Flame consumed the 2-story house, taking everything inside with it. Through the black smoke in the night sky, they could see the blazing green dark mark. At the sight of the house, the group, with Arthur in the lead, ran towards house, hoping there are survivors. Mother! The others were startled at Fred and George's sudden yell. The twins ran across the field towards the dock where Molly Weasley was kneeling with her head down. Her body was shaking from her sobs. Molly! Arthur ran ahead of the twins in panic. At the sound of Arthur's voice, Molly snapped her head up. There was dirt and cuts on her face. Blood was running down the side of her face from a cut across her temple. Her nose was bleeding and she had a fat lip. Her lip also had a small cut on her lower lip. Her robes were ripped and torn, showing cuts and burns. Her left arm had a huge, what looks to be a, deep cut. Molly, are you all right? Arthur asked, concern. Her flashed angrily. Taking that as a warning, James said to the rest of the group, let's find the children. Am I all right? Molly started to say slowly, her angry eyes not swaying from Arthur's. Let's go. Let your father deal with this, Sirius whispered as he pulled Charlie away from the scene. The rest followed, rushing towards the burning house. Molly stood up and pointed a finger at him. Does it look like I'm all right, Arthur? It's because of you and that order, she yelled. Molly, Arthur said calmly, trying to get a word in. Just listen. Listen. They came and tried to kill us, Arthur Weasley. I don't know where the kids are. I now don't have a home. I'm stuck talking to you. This day is going from bad to worst and all you have to say is listen. Why do I have to listen to you? Molly, he yelled. Just tell me what happened to the children. Molly opened her mouth angrily, but was interrupted by Arthur. They're mine children, too, Molly. Whether you like it or not. I am their father. I may not have been there for their whole life, but it's not like I didn't want to. He yelled, glare accusingly at Molly. Somebody made sure I wasn't. A father is still a father. Throughout their shouting match, neither of them noticed James standing a few meters away, listening to everything they said. Arthur's words rang in his ears. A father is still a father. James wasn't a father anymore, right? The picture of Harry flashed into his mind. Shaking his head he looked to the burnt house. They had stopped the fire, but all that stood there down was a pile of ash. The twins were walking through the ash, looking for any sign of their brothers or sisters. Charlie was kneeling down by the edge of the house, seeming to be lost in thought. Sirius was by the woods trying to see if he could see any sign of danger or the rest of the Weasley children. This would have been so. James heard Molly yell before something else took his attention away. It was a noise. James tried to listen for it, but couldn't hear over Molly's and Arthur's yelling. "Quiet," James yelled. The couple turned to stare at him, but he didn't care. James was just glad they weren't yelling. He heard the noise again. It came from the woods. He turned his head in that direction. "James, what is it?" Arthur whispered. "Do you hear that?" James whispered back without looking away from the trees. He heard the noise again. It sounded closer than before. "Mother!" That time everyone heard the yell coming from the woods. "Ron!" Molly suddenly yelled out. "Mother! Mother!" Ron burst through the woods with Ginny clinging to his side. The only bad injury that they could see was Ginny's left leg. It was twisted in an odd angle and was bleeding heavily. Other than that, the two kids only had a few scratches and bruises. Arthur made his way over to help Ginny with her legs, but at her glare he stopped. "I want Mother to fix it, not you." "I don't trust you," she sneered. Arthur tried hiding how much that hurt, while Molly stepped forward and gave her two kids a hug before healing Ginny the best she can. "Ron, where's Percy and Rora?" Molly asked. By now the others have joined them, but luckily kept their distance. "I saw Percy run that way," Ron said, pointing towards the edge of the woods. James nodded to Sirius, silently telling him to go find Percy. Sirius nodded back. He then took Charlie and George and ran towards the woods. "Where's Aurora?" Arthur asked. Voice sounded urgent. Ron glared at him with such hatred that James' grip on his wand tightened, waiting for him to attack. Fortunately, Ron turned back towards his mother. "Last I saw of Aurora, she was running up the dirt road." James walked over to Arthur and whispered into his ear. "I think it's best if you and Fred look for Aurora. I'll take Molly, Ginny, and Ron to St. Mungo." Arthur nodded in agreement. He gave one sad longing look at Molly and the children before looking back at James. "Don't let your time with Harry pass by or you'll regret it," he said before heading towards Fred. He spoke quietly to him before they ran up the dirt road to find Aurora. James stared at his retreating back before looking back at Molly and the kids. His feelings for Harry seemed to change with each passing day. They changed so much that James doesn't even know how he feels towards him anymore. There are times when he feels like it's in his right to care for him, to yell at him. But there are also times when he feels like it's not right. Harry isn't his son, he's some other James Potter's son. But that James would want you to take care of his son. He would want you to care for him like he was your birth son. Wouldn't you want that same thing if you were in his place? Lily's voice seemed to echo in his mind. He didn't know where her voice came from, but James silently agreed. If he had died and Harry had lived, he would want him to be cared for. James shook his thoughts out of his mind and walked over to Molly, silently hoping she would allow him to take her to St. Mungo. When he reached St. Mungo's, he'll send his Patronus with a message to Sirius. First thing Harry noticed when he awoke was the fact that he wasn't in his room. The room he was in was about the same size as his. With dark blue walls and a hard wooden floor. There were two nightstands, one on each side of the bed. On one nightstand held a picture face down in its frame. Frame was wide enough to fit 4 normal-size photos. The other had few books on top of it. Harry could see his glasses on top of the books. He reached for them and put them on his face. With the glasses on his face, Harry could now see the desk in the corner, facing the only window in the room. There were Muggle paper, a book, a quill and ink on the desk. There were 3 doors in the room. One leading to the hallway, no doubt. Another might be a bathroom and the other could be a closet. At the foot of the bed sat a brown chest. The bed he was on was a king-size bed. It had tan sheets and a rolled-up heavy blanket on top of the chest. It was a mismatched colored room. Like the person who sleeps here don't really care what his or her room looks like. As long they have a place to sleep, change, and some privacy. Harry felt oddly at place here. The room seemed to bring him comfort and a promise for privacy. He flopped his head back onto the pillow and moved to his side. The pillowcase, he noticed, was a dark red. Pushing thoughts of the room out of his mind, he rolled back onto his back and tried to think about the last thing he remembered. Fighting with James Potter, Harry thought in his head. Attack on Remus, attack on Arthur Weasley, dueling with a dummy in the ballroom, James coming in, the passionate speech, the falling asleep. Harry raked his brain. He knew something else had happened. The vision, waking up in his father's arms. Harry suddenly sat up as more memories came to him. Those two being the outmost important memories. The Weasleys. Harry jumped out of the bed and ran to the first door he saw. He groaned when he saw that it was a walk-in closet. He closed the door and went to a different door. He almost shouted in frustration when he saw a bathroom and not a hallway. The bathroom was a comfortable but small one. A toilet, a shower and bath, a sink with a mirror over it, and a door that most likely have supplies and towels. Leaving the door open, Harry left the bathroom and made his way over to the last and final door in the room. Harry stepped into the hallway and realized whose room he was sleeping in. James Potter's. With that knowledge in mind, Harry stepped back into the room and looked at it with a new light. This was his father's room. This revelation brought questions. Why? Why was he sleeping here and not his room? Why did James put him here? Harry's eyes found the face-down picture on the nightstand. He made a few hesitating steps towards the nightstand, but stopped. He couldn't go through his father's things. James Potter barely tolerated him as it is. Sighing, he left the room and made his way downstairs. Hopefully, someone would be able to tell him what happened after he gave his warning. Arthur and Fred searched the surrounding area, but found no sign of Rora. They even looked in Crawley. It must be past midnight now. Go back to headquarters, son, Arthur said tiredly. Fred gave his father a look. What about you? I'm going to go home and look for the family ring, he answered. Fred paused for a moment, caught surprised. Dad, I thought great-great-grandpa gambled the family ring away. Arthur's great-grandfather, Dominique Weasley, was a heavy gambler. He was the man who gambled all their fortune away. Your grandfather found it when I was but a boy. He told me what I'm going to tell you. Keep it a secret. Don't tell anyone, not even your siblings. Less people who know the better. Your grandfather had to steal this back from the family who your great-great-grandfather gambled it to. If word gets out that we, the Weasleys, have our ring back, Arthur shook his head sadly, the family would want it back. Who's the family? Why would they want a ring? They can't put it on unless they are head of the Weasley family. Why are you telling me this, anyway? You know I'll tell George. I can't keep something like this away from him. Why not tell Charlie or Bill? They are the oldest. Fred's mind seemed to burst with questions. He was acting oddly unlike himself. I'm telling you this as a precaution. If there are Death Eaters waiting there or something bad happens to me, then someone needs to know about the ring. And I know you'll tell George. He's your twin. But don't tell anyone else. You should go, Fred. But, Dad, Frederick, do as I say, Arthur said with sternness that only his children heard him use. Even then it was rarely used. Plus, he used Fred's full name. Who's the family, Dad? At least tell me that. Fred pleaded softly. Your great-great-grandpa was gambling with his sister, who later married Abraxas Malfoy. Without another word, Arthur popped out of there. Not too long after, the stunned young wizard left as well. Leaving behind a deserted darkened street in the middle of Crawley, Arthur walked into the burrow, ready for anything to jump out at him. The usually warm home was dark and eerie. The wind seemed to whistle through the open door and windows. With the full moon being tomorrow, the moon shined brightly throughout the house. Arthur kept his wand at his side. No telling what might be lurking here, or who. He made his way silently into the living room. There against the far corner wall, stood a small bookstand. It was about the size of a nightstand. It was one of Arthur's smart ideas. Behind the bookstand was a secret door. The door was about the size of a book. You open the door that looks to be part of the wall and there you would find a vault, with a Muggle lock. Inside is the ring. The trick is, though the ring is inside a Muggle vault with a Muggle lock, it's more protected than anything else in the house. The bookstand had many charms on it. One of them to make sure the bookstand stays in place. On the bookstand, Arthur made sure to put a small box on the last shelf, to trick people into thinking the heavy charms are for whatever was in the box. If a Muggle robber managed to get into the house, he or she wouldn't even get by the charms. If a wizard or witch breaks in, they might be able to break through the charms. But after they realized that the only thing in the box is some sentimental things from his childhood, they would either give up or try to find if there are any more charms around the bookstand. Finding none, cause the ring is under Muggle locks and not magical ones, they would hopefully leave the stand alone. Arthur just managed to remove the first 3 charms on the bookstand, when he heard something from upstairs. It was a creaking sound coming from the ceiling above. His room. His room was right above him. Whoever or whatever was there, was in his room. Lumos. He whispered quietly. The light from his wand shined for a brief moment, only long enough to see if anything would be in his way. Knocks. He stood up and as quietly as he can, Arthur made his way towards the stairs. Once he reached the door to his room, he paused. With an ear against the closed door, he swears he had closed it after the battle. He listened for any sounds coming from within. He heard nothing at first, but then, right before he was about to turn away, he heard a scraping sound and a sniff. Cautiously, he slowly opened the door. The room appeared to be empty, but Arthur knows there's got to be someone in here. He took a few steps into the room. A small sound came from the other side of the bed. Arthur raised his wand as he took small ready steps towards the other side of his bed. What he saw shocked him. There was a little body huddled in a ball in the corner. Arthur couldn't see who it was too dark. Lumos. At the sudden light, the head of the child looked up and Arthur gasped in surprise. The face of the child was covered in dirt and blood. The child's eyes were red and puffy from crying and there were tear marks running down the face. When the child saw Arthur, more tears seemed to run down the child's face, in relief. Daddy. Arthur Weasley stood in shock at his youngest child coiled up between the bed and the wall. Aurora. He took a step forward. Aurora Weasley stood on shaking legs and rushed at her father. She hugged him like her life depended on it. Her body shook with sobs. Arthur was not expecting the hug and stumbled on his feet at the impact. He quickly got his balance back and wrapped his arms around her, whispering comforting words in her ear. His hand rubbed her back and the other ran through her tangled red hair. Arthur led them to the bed and sat down. He rested his head on top of hers. She buried her head into his shoulder. "Hush, my dear, I'm here. You're not alone anymore," he whispered comforting words to her. Harry ran downstairs, hoping someone got into the Weasleys in time. He ran into the kitchen first. Someone was usually there, sipping tea or eating something. This time though, no one was there. Groaning, he left the kitchen and ran to the living room. Remus was the only one there. He was sitting calmly on the couch, reading the newspaper. His feet were crossed on top of the coffee table. He glanced up when Harry entered the room. "Hey, sleepyhead," he said, returning to the paper. Harry walked farther into the room. "Where is everyone?" he asked as he looked around the living room, like he expected them to pop out. "Bill is looking for Albus at Hogwarts. James took Molly Weasley, Ron, and Ginny to St. Mungo. Sirius, Charlie, and George are looking for Percy. Arthur and Fred are looking for Rora. And I am waiting for any more news," Remus said casually, not looking up from the paper. War has been going on for so long that everything seemed to be casual. The deaths, the missing people, and the growing numbers of Death Eaters. It's all normal everyday stuff now. No matter how depressing it is. Did you know that the Quidditch game was cancelled yesterday, due to some dragon flying around the pit? He continued to say, ignoring Harry's shocked look. James and Sirius would like to know that. He murmured. Wait. Harry held up his hand to stop Remus from talking again. Why is Mrs. Weasley at St. Mungo? Why is Percy and Rora missing? What happened? He asked when he finally got Remus's attention. Death Eaters attacked their home. We didn't understand what were you trying to tell us in time. James figured it out too late. Remus answered. Harry sat down on the couch next to Remus. How long did it take? Remus finally set the paper down. It must have been an hour or so. That doesn't make sense. The attack was planned for tomorrow. Remus shrugged his shoulders. I was just thinking about that a while ago. They must have known that we knew. They found out somehow. Professor Snape, Harry guessed. Remus shook his head. No, couldn't be. First of all, he didn't even know that we knew. Secondly, last I saw him, he was with Albus, giving a report. It wasn't him. Then whoever it was knew that we knew about the attack. Who all knew? The Weasleys, Sirius, and James. All trustworthy people. Remus ran a hand through his face. Could there be someone eavesdropping? Remus started to shake his head. No, I don't think so. The only other people I could think of would be the Longbottoms. They left soon after you tried to warn us. They didn't know that Molly was going to be attacked. Then how did Voldemort know that we knew? Remus shrugged his shoulders again. Either he didn't know and changed his plans for some other reason or another, or someone told him we knew about his attack. While Remus was talking, Harry had gotten this thoughtful look on his face. As time went on, he became uncomfortable about the conclusions he came up with. Remus was watching him in silence, waiting for Harry to get his thoughts together before asking what was wrong. What's wrong, Harry? Harry opened his mouth, but then closed it again, only to open it once more. I've been thinking of my vision I had. It started with the order meeting. Order meeting? How did you see the order meeting? Harry shrugged his shoulders. I don't know. I was looking through someone's eyes. I don't know whose though. Madame Pomfrey was examining me or him or whoever eyes I was looking from. Bill's. Remus said, remembering the meeting they had just hours ago. Bill was hit by a curse from Lucius Malfoy. There doesn't seem to be any effects, but that's what worries us. Malfoy. But Harry started to say. Yes, we know. Sirius told us what you told him. Remus interrupted. What else did you see? Remus asked, putting the subject back on track. After Bill mentioned something about seeing his mother before going to Egypt, the vision changed. I was now seeing through Voldemort's eyes, and he was mad about Malfoy being seen casing the curse. Then he sent Snape on a mission to find out about my vision. Remus' eyes widened. How did he know about your visions? Harry shrugged his shoulders. Though he did mention that Dumbledore said something about my visions. But I know Dumbledore wouldn't tell him about them. Harry, Remus started to say, turning to face him. I want to see the memory of your vision. This might be important. Not in the mood to argue, Harry agreed to show him. Remus came out of the pensive. He looked distraught. So, what do you think? Harry said, dreading the answer. I think we need to show this to Albus. Whatever spell that was, I think it gave Voldemort the ability to see through Bill's eyes. Fred soon interrupted them as he came through the front door. Remus stood up. Where's your father? He asked, afraid something had happened. Harry watched from his position on the couch. He went back the burrow, to pick up something. And Rora? Remus asked with a twitch in his left eye. Fred shrugged his shoulders. Didn't find her. The flow erupted and Charlie and George came through. Harry glared at them when the came flowed in gracefully. He will never be able to do that. He always fell flat on his ass. Fred quickly pulled George out of the room. Fred, what? I got to tell you something. Remus ignored them and asked Charlie, where's Sirius? Did you find Percy? Charlie nodded. We found him barely breathing behind a bush. We took him to St. Mungo and then Sirius had to go file his report at the ministry. The flow erupted again and this time Bill came through. Harry gave Remus a nervous glance. Hello, Charlie. Did you find Percy? Bill asked, oblivious to Harry and Remus's exchanged nervous looks. Charlie opened his mouth to answer, but was interrupted. Hey, Bill, Harry said louder necessary, though it did grab his and Charlie's attention. Hi, Harry, Bill said. Did you find Albus? Remus asked. Bill nodded. Yes, he was in his office talking to Professor Snape about the second-year lesson plans. Remus to a relieved sigh, glad that Bill didn't walk in on something that would revile Snape as a spy. I told him about the attack on Mother and that she was attacked earlier than planned and that Percy and Rora is missing. Bill continued. Charlie opened his mouth again to tell Bill they found Percy, but he was interrupted. What did Albus say? Remus asked, hoping it wasn't anything too important. That he'll be there or here. I don't remember which. So, did you find Percy? Bill asked Charlie. Charlie was once again interrupted. Do you want tea? Harry asked, at the same time Remus said, no. Charlie gave them a confused glare. Bill just looked confused. What? I mean Albus didn't happen to mention the location of the headquarters, did he? Remus asked. Harry's eyes widened and looked up at Remus. Is that possible? If Albus said it, yes. If someone else said it, I don't know, but I don't want to take that chance. Remus answered looking worried. He looked back Bill. Well, did he? Bill shook his head. No, he just said get back to headquarters. Remus gave a sigh of relief, but Harry still looked worried. Remus. Remus looked down at Harry. What? Harry looked at him in the eye. Bill came through the flow network. In order to do that he had to say the location and the password to get in. Remus took a deep breath and his eyes widened as realization hit him. Get everyone out of the house. He said with a shaking breath. Get everyone out now, he yelled when no one moved. Go to Hogwarts, now. I'll get the twins, Harry said running out of the room and up the stairs. On the way towards the twins' room, he stopped at his. The diary lay on the desk where Harry had left it. He quickly picked it up and ran to the twins' room. He stopped at the doorway to his father's room. He hesitated for a second, but then rushed in and picked up the face-down picture. Without looking at it, he ran out of the room. Fred, George, he yelled. A pair of heads popped out of a room. Yes, Harry, they said at the same time. We don't have much time. We have to leave the house, now. Without making sure they were following, Harry ran back downstairs. Remus was the only one in the living room by the time Harry and the twins were downstairs. In his hands was Harry's pensive. Come on, you three. I don't know how much time we might have. Harry took a handful of flow powder and threw it into the fireplace. What's the password? Gumdrops, Remus answered. Harry nodded his head and stepped into the flow. Hogwarts, headmaster's office, Gumdrops. He shouted clearly. He came out on the other side with soot on his face and clothes. He tripped and fell to the ground. Bill helped him to his feet and moved him aside as George came through gracefully. With a quick cleaning spell, Harry was now clean and able to see. Once everyone was through, Albus spoke up. Now, Remus, Charlie and William, tell me why you evacuated headquarters. He said, asking an unasked question. Albus, I would like to discuss that privately. Remus said. Albus stared at him before nodding his head. If you five excuse us for a moment, he said to Charlie, Bill, the twins, and Harry. Harry was about to argue, but Remus sent him a warning glare. Sighing in defeat, he followed the Weasley boys out of the office. We should contact the, Harry heard Remus say before the door close behind him. Not knowing where else to go, Harry made his way to the Quidditch pitch. Being at Hogwarts is making Harry think about it. It's August right now. The odds of getting back to his world before school starts is very slim right now. Does that mean he'll go to Hogwarts here in this world, or is he just going to hang out somewhere and not go to school? Harry ran his fingers along the wall as he walked. He could feel the tickle of magic rush to his fingers and through his body, like it always has before. This place is home, no matter what world he is in. If he has a choice, he'll choose to go to Hogwarts. Smiling at his decision, Harry ran the rest of the way to the pitch. If he didn't know any better, Hogwarts seemed to sparkle at his thoughts of coming here for school. It seemed happy, if that was possible. The night air hit his face when he finally made it outside. It was then he remembered he still held onto his mother's diary and his father's, James's picture. He looked down at them and was tempted to take a look at the picture. He settled himself on the Gryffindor bleachers and placed the diary on the seat next to him. Lumos. Now with light to see the picture, Harry took a breath and flipped the wide picture frame over. His eyes widened at the 4 pictures that were in the frame. The first picture was of James and Lily snuggled up on the Gryffindor common room couch with a mug of hot chocolate in their hands. You could see the light of the fire on their glowing faces. They were looking at each other with shy smiles. James tilted his head down towards her and gave her a hesitant key on the lips, which turned into a make-out session. Harry smiled. Most kids don't like seeing their parents key asterisk, but to Harry it was a sign that yes, they did love each other. James Potter didn't force Lily Evans to marry him, like Harry thought when he saw Snape's memory. The second picture was a picture of his parents' wedding. Lily was in her white wedding dress dancing with James. They were the only pair on the dance floor. In the background you could see Sirius and Remus standing next to each other, drinking something with light blue cups. The third picture had all three of them, James, Lily, and baby Harry. They were all on the floor in front of a green couch. You could see a pair of feet of a person sitting on the couch behind them. Both James and Lily were lying on their sides with baby Harry sitting in between them. Baby Harry was laughing as James and Lily would lean in at the same time and key his cheek. It was the fourth picture that caught Harry by surprise. It was a picture of his 16th birthday party. Harry was opening the gift from Sirius. His eyes were glowing happily. Harry didn't even remember being this happy at the party. James landed gracefully on his feet as he came out of the fireplace. Remus was sitting in the chair in front of Albus, talking about something or other. James wasn't really listening. "Hey Remus, Albus," he said as a greeting. "Hello, James," Albus said happily. "Hey, Prongs," Remus said absent-mindedly. His thoughts were far from the present. James seemed startled. That was the second time in 2 days that he was called that. Albus's eyes were twinkling madly. "It's so nice to hear that name again," he simply said. "Albus," James said, pushing his feelings aside. "Why can't we go to the headquarters? I got a letter from Fox." "Yes, I know. Remus and I were just discussing that before you came." "I'm waiting for the other order members," Albus interrupted. "Oh, hi, James. When did you get here?" Remus asked as he snapped out of his thoughts. James gave him an amused look as the flow erupted again and Sirius came through. Soon all the order members were there and the meeting started with the reason they couldn't go to the headquarters right away. Some people like the Weasleys noticed that Bill was missing from the meeting. Arthur Weasley wasn't present either. George and Fred glanced at each other worriedly. He should have been back by now. "Does anyone know where Arthur is?" Albus asked. "He went to the burrow to pick something up," George said sleepily. It was near 2 in the morning. Almost everyone was tired. No one had gotten any sleep so far tonight. Suddenly the flow erupted again and Arthur stepped out with a small body pressed against his side. To be continued. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.